You made it back. Welcome to Dark Tales, where the stories do not end when the screen goes black, they follow you into the hours after. Before I begin, tell me one thing in the comments. What city are you in tonight, and what time does the clock read where you are sitting? I keep a small map in my head of everyone who listens, and I want to know where you are. If this is your first visit, the subscribe button is right there, and the little bell beside it makes sure the next story finds you the moment it is ready. Stay with me, breathe slow, and let us step into it together. The lab in Georgia sent the sample back 3 times. The third rejection came with a phone call, and the woman on the other end was polite and careful, and asked me twice whether the tissue had been collected from a white-tailed deer. I told her that I had watched it come off the animal myself. She said, "Mr. Quillen, I do not know what to tell you. The retropharyngeal lymph node in a cervid sits in a specific place and has a specific structure. What you sent us is not that. My name is Dallas Quillen, and I spent 9 years with the National Park Service in Great Smoky Mountains National Park, most of it on the North Carolina side, out of the Cataloochee and Balsam Mountain country. I started as a wildlife technician and ended as a backcountry ranger, and the reason I want you to know the order is that everything I am about to tell you happened because I know how to handle a dead animal. I grew up in Haywood County, 40 minutes from the park boundary. My grandfather ran a small dairy that failed in the 80s, and my father drove a paper mill route out of Canton until the mill went. I went to community college for 2 years, and then I worked in a furniture plant in Hickory that closed. And then I did 11 months at a call center where I sat under fluorescent lights and asked people about their vehicle warranties. At 27, I took a seasonal wildlife position with the park for $15 an hour. And on my first day, I stood in Cataloochee at 6 in the morning, with fog laying in the valley like poured milk and a bull elk bugling from the far side of the field, and I understood that I was never going to sit under those lights again. Understand the park before I tell you the rest. Great Smoky Mountains covers over 520,000 acres across 2 states. It has 850 miles of trail and 71 miles of the Appalachian Trail running the crest. It is the most visited national park in the country by an enormous margin, which sounds like it would make it safe, and does not, because 95% of those visitors never go more than a half mile from a road. The other side of that boundary is some of the roughest country in the east. The forest changes as you climb. Cove hardwood at the bottom, tulip poplar and basswood and silverbell, some of it never cut, with trunks you cannot get your arms around. Then northern hardwood. Then above 5,000 feet you come into spruce and fir, and it is a fragment of Canada stranded on top of Tennessee, and it is dying. The balsam woolly adelgid killed the mature Fraser fir. The hemlock woolly adelgid killed the hemlocks after that. There are whole slopes up there of gray standing dead trees with green coming up underneath, and the wind through them at night makes a sound that is not like anything else in the world. Between the ridges there are the laurel hells. Rhododendron and mountain laurel grow in tangles on the steep ground so thick that a man cannot walk through them and cannot crawl through them, and you go in on your belly under the branches, or you do not go in. Search teams have spent whole days making 400 yards. There are about 1,900 black bears in the park, 2 per square mile. There are wild hogs, which are worse. There are white-tailed deer in the low fields and elk in Cataloochee since they were brought back in 2001. And in 2023, the park confirmed chronic wasting disease in its deer, which is why I had a job that involved lymph nodes at all. Chronic wasting disease is a prion disease. It is not a virus and not a bacterium. It is a misfolded protein that gets into the lymph system in the brain, and it is always fatal, and it can persist in soil for years. You cannot test a living animal reliably in the field, so surveillance means sampling the dead, roadkills, hunter-harvest in the surrounding states, targeted removals of animals showing clinical signs. Clinical signs are what matter here. A deer with late-stage chronic wasting is thin over the ribs and hips. It drools. It stands with its head low and its ears down. It loses fear of people. It walks in a way people describe as drunk. I am telling you this because I have heard the argument for 4 years now, and it is a good argument, and I want you to have it before I take it away from you. The crew I worked with that season: Nita Sturgill, wildlife biologist, 36, 10 years in the park. She was raising 2 boys mostly alone, and she was finishing a graduate program at night on a laptop in a government trailer. and she took notes on waterproof paper in handwriting so small you needed light to read it. Ward Renfro was law enforcement, our commissioned ranger, 44, an Army veteran who had put in for 4 transfers to parks out west and been denied 4 times, and talked about Montana the way some men talk about heaven. And there was Verna Hurley, 84, who lived on Cove Creek Road outside the boundary, and whose family had been removed from Cataloochee in 1934 when the park was made. She had been a child, she still called it home, and she still called the park them. The disappearances started before I ever thought about any of it as a pattern. People go missing in that park every year. Most are found. Most got turned around at dusk on a spur trail and spent an ugly night sitting on a log. But between the spring of my 6th season and the fall of my 8th, 5 people vanished in the same general country, and 3 of them were never recovered. That number sounds small until you know where. All 5 went missing inside a triangle of about 11 square miles hung between Balsam Mountain, the head of a drainage I am not going to name, and the manway that runs down off it. 2 day hikers, 1 backpacker with a valid backcountry permit, a father and his adult son who were fishing. The father was recovered. He was found on the 11th day, 2,000 feet below where his son's pack was, and the medical examiner ruled it exposure with blunt force injuries consistent with a fall, which was almost certainly correct. His son has not been found. I ran or supported 4 of those searches. Search and rescue in the Smokies is a grinding thing. You get helicopter time from the Tennessee Highway Patrol or the National Guard when weather allows, and weather rarely allows, because that mountain makes its own. You get dog teams from 3 states. Mostly you get people walking, in grids through Laurel, in the rain, at 40 degrees, calling a name. What I noticed on the second search, and did not say out loud, was the deer. We had a hasty team of 6 working a bench above a creek on a September afternoon. There was a deer on the slope above us. It stayed with us for a little over 2 hours. Not near us. With us. It moved when we moved and stopped when we stopped, and it kept between 80 and 120 yards. On the uphill side, in the poplar. When we broke for water, it stood in the open and faced us. One of the volunteers, a retired firefighter from Sevierville, said, "That is the sickest looking deer I have ever seen in my life," and everybody laughed because it broke the tension, and we went back to work. It was not that it looked sick. I have handled probably 200 deer, alive and dead. This one was not thin, and it was not drooling, and it did not stand with its head low. It was tall. That is the closest word I have. The legs were long past the point where the body made sense on top of them, and when it walked, the joints in the hind legs did not fold where they should have folded. A deer has a hock that bends backward. That is the ankle, and it sits high. Watching that animal move was like watching a puppet where somebody had put an extra hinge in. And it did not look at us the way a deer looks at people. A deer eyes you sideways, because its eyes sit on the sides of its head, and it is built to watch a whole field at once. This one turned its head and looked at us, straight on with both eyes, like a person deciding something. The report I filed that night said, "Mule deer-sized cervid observed shadowing team. Possible sick animal, unable to approach." Ward read it and said, "Mule deer in North Carolina." I said, "I know." The following March we got a call from the state about a vehicle strike on a road outside the boundary, and Nita and I went out to sample it, because road-killed deer within a certain radius were part of the surveillance protocol. It was on the shoulder of a 2-lane at 6 in the morning with frost on the grass, and a sheriff's deputy had put out flares, and the man who hit it was sitting in his truck shaking and would not get out. I do not want to spend a long time on the description because I do not want you to think I am building something. Here is what I can defend. The animal was over 300 pounds, which is enormous for that region, where a big buck goes 180. It had the coat and the tail and the head of a white-tailed deer. The forelegs were 41 inches, measured, from the point of the shoulder to the hoof, which is roughly a third longer than they should have been. There were no antlers and no pedicles and no scars where antlers had been. Its eyes had been forward set in the skull, both of them. I stood in the ditch with a flashlight and I looked at the sockets, and the deputy stood behind me and did not say a word. Nita did the sampling. She wore double gloves and a face shield the way the protocol says. And she took the tissue and bagged it and logged it, and she was quiet the whole time, which is not how she worked. Normally she narrated. At the truck, peeling her gloves, she said one thing. She said, "Dallas, the neck was wrong. There is a ligament that runs the length of a deer's neck, and it is thick as a rope, and it is the reason a deer can hold that head up all day. That neck did not have one." We sent the sample. The lab rejected it as unsuitable. We sent the second. Rejected. The third time is when the woman called me on the telephone. The state took the carcass. It went into a rendering process because of the disease protocol, which means it was destroyed, and that is not a conspiracy. That is exactly what the rules say to do with a suspect animal, and the rules are good rules. There are 2 photographs in a file at the park, and neither of them shows the legs. The reason I stopped treating this as a curiosity was Verna Hurley. I went out to see her in April on a Saturday, off the clock, with a package of coffee, because that is how you visit an 84-year-old woman in that county. We sat on her porch and talked about the elk and about her nephew's knees, and then she asked me what I was chewing on. I told her a little, not much. I said we had a sick deer we could not identify. She looked out at her yard for about 10 seconds, and then she said, "My mother would not let us go up the branch after supper." I asked her why. She said, "Because of what walks with you." Then she told me the only thing anyone ever told me that felt like information instead of a story. She said that in Catalucci, when she was a girl before the removal, there was a rule that you did not follow a deer. If a deer came out on the road and went up ahead of you and did not run, you turned around and you went back to the house even if you were carrying something you needed to deliver. And if it was still with you after the second bend, you did not go home because you did not lead it there. You went to a neighbor. I asked her what her mother thought it was. Verna Hurley said, she never said what it was. She said it wants to be looked at. She said, "Honey, a deer does not want anything from you. That is how you know." I want to be clear that I did not go home and believe in a monster. I went home and put a note in a file and felt foolish. What changed everything was the 22nd of October, 2 years ago, and I have gone over it so many times that I no longer trust my memory of the middle part. So I am going to give you only the parts I am sure of. Nita and I were doing a targeted removal survey on a closed manway on the Balsam side. That means we were walking a route at last light looking for animals showing clinical signs with a permitted firearm under a specific written authorization in a specific area with dispatch notified. This is not something 2 people decide to go do. There is paperwork. It was cold and clear, mid-30s, with a moon 3 days off full, which in leafless October hardwood means you can walk without a light and see the ground. We picked it up about 1.5 miles in. It came off the slope on our right at maybe 70 yards and it fell in with us, and it stayed with us for the next 50 minutes. We did the professional things first. We stopped and glassed it. We could not resolve it well in that light, and neither of us wanted to put a beam on it, and I still cannot tell you why not, except that both of us made the same decision at the same time without discussing it. We tried to move away and it matched us. We stopped for 4 full minutes, which is a long time to stand still in the cold, and it stopped, and it did not eat, and it did not scrape, and it did not do anything an animal standing in a wood at night does. It stood. Nita said, quietly, "We are going back to the truck." And I said yes. We turned around. It came around with us on the other side, so that it was on our right again. That is the part I want you to hold. It crossed the trail behind us in order to stay on the same side. Somewhere past the halfway point it came in closer. 30 yards, then less. The smell arrived before it did. It was not carrion and it was not musk. It was the smell of a hot brake pad. Metal and scorch. At about 1 mile from the vehicle I heard it running. Not toward us. Alongside. 25 yards off in leaf litter and blowdown at a pace that no animal that size should have been able to hold through that ground without hitting something, and it did not hit anything, not one branch, for what I believe was close to 1/4 mile. Then it made a sound, one time. A white tail has a call. It is a snort wheeze and a bleat and a grunt, and they are all short. This was long. It went on for maybe 4 seconds and it started high, and came down through a range that had no business belonging to one throat, and the last of it was low enough that I felt it in the front of my chest. I ran. I am not going to pretend otherwise. I ran the last half mile down a closed manway in the moonlight, and I fell twice, and the second fall put my right knee into the edge of a culvert stone and tore something in it that has never been the same. And I got to the truck and I got in. Nita was not behind me. I sat in that truck with the engine running and the heater on and my hands on the wheel for 11 minutes by the clock on the dash. I called her name out the window twice. I got out once and got back in. I have made a career out of being the calm one on searches, and I could not make myself walk back up that road, and I have to carry that. At 11 minutes she came down the trail into the headlights, walking. She was not hurt. She was not out of breath. She had her pack on both shoulders and her hat on, and she got in the passenger seat and put her seatbelt on. I said, "Are you all right?" She said, "I am fine." I said, "What happened?" She said, "Nothing happened." And she looked out the windshield. We drove out. About 4 miles down, she said one more thing, in a normal voice, looking straight ahead. She said, "It stopped and looked at me, and I did not want to be rude." I do not know what that means. I have never known what that means. I asked her about it twice in the following week, and both times she said she did not remember saying it, and both times I believed her because she was not lying and there was nothing in her face at all. Nita Sturgill finished her degree and left the Park Service that following June for a state job 3 hours east. We exchanged messages at Christmas. She is well. Her boys are in high school now. She has never once in 4 years mentioned that night, and I have stopped bringing it up, because the last time I did she took a very long time to answer and then wrote back about the weather. I put in for and received a transfer to a park in the Midwest with a lot of grass and very few trees, and I took a promotion I did not deserve to get it. My knee has had 1 surgery and needs another. The park never officially had 5 disappearances in one district. 2 are administratively closed as probable falls. 2 are open. 1 was recovered. I am not saying that an animal took those people. I have no evidence of that, and I never saw anything happen to anyone. Here is what I am saying, and it is the smallest claim I can make and the only one I can prove to myself. There is something in that country that is shaped almost exactly like a deer, and it is not one, and it does not eat, and it does not flee, and it does not do anything except get near you and be seen. It stood on a slope above a search team for 2 hours while we called a man's name into a laurel hell. It crossed a trail behind 2 federal employees so that it could stay on their right-hand side. One of them lay dead on the shoulder of a state road, and I measured its legs with a tape, and a lab in Georgia could not identify the tissue. If you hike the Smokies, go. It is the finest country in the East, and the odds are you will have a wonderful time and see nothing but bears and fog. But if a deer comes out ahead of you on the trail at dusk and it does not run, and you go around the next bend and it is still there, do not stop and look at it. Do not take out your phone. Do not be polite. Turn around and go back the way you came, and go to where the other people are. The Montana sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon as I made my way through the dense forest, following the familiar path to the research facility. The morning air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. It was October 15th, 2025, and at 38 years old I had been working as a geneticist for the U.S. government for over a decade. My name is David Myers, though few people here knew me by that name. In this place, secrecy was currency, and true identities were buried beneath layers of clearance and carefully crafted pseudonyms. As I approached the facility, its imposing structure came into view. To the untrained eye, it might have looked like nothing more than an abandoned warehouse, its exterior weathered and unremarkable, but I knew better. Beneath that unassuming facade lay a labyrinth of cutting-edge laboratories and containment units, all dedicated to pushing the boundaries of genetic engineering. I pressed my palm against the hidden biometric scanner, concealed within a knot in an old oak tree. A soft beep confirmed my identity, and a section of the forest floor silently slid away, revealing a steep staircase descending into darkness. As I made my way down, fluorescent lights flickered to life, illuminating the sterile white walls of the underground passage. The air grew cooler as I descended, the scent of pine replaced by the sharp tang of disinfectant. The low hum of machinery grew louder with each step, a constant reminder of the facility's ceaseless activity. At the bottom of the stairs, I faced another security checkpoint. This time, a retinal scan and a series of complex gestures were required to grant me access. As the final door hissed open, I stepped into the heart of the facility. The main atrium was a hive of activity, even at this early hour. Scientists in pristine white lab coats hurried from one section to another, their faces a mix of excitement and exhaustion. Holographic displays flickered in the air, showing complex genetic sequences and real-time data from various experiments. I made my way to my workstation in the genetics wing, nodding to a few colleagues as I passed. Most kept their heads down, focused intently on their work. In a place like this, friendly chatter was rare. We all knew the weight of our responsibilities, the secrecy our work demanded. As I settled into my chair and powered up my computer, Dr. Sharon Lewis, one of the few people I considered a friend in this isolated world, approached my desk. Her usually meticulously styled hair was disheveled, and dark circles under her eyes suggested she had been here all night. "David," she said, her voice low and urgent, "we need to talk about Subject 5. I felt a chill run down my spine at the mention of our most classified project. Subject 5 was the culmination of years of research, a creature born from the fusion of Komodo dragon and grizzly bear DNA. It was meant to be the ultimate adaptive organism, capable of surviving in the harshest conditions and regenerating from severe injuries. But lately, things had been different." "What's happened?" I asked, leaning in close to ensure our conversation remained private. Sharon glanced around nervously before continuing. "It's growing again, and not just physically. The cognitive tests we ran yesterday, David, it's off the charts. It's learning at a rate we've never seen before." I ran a hand through my hair, a habit I'd developed when stressed. "That's impossible. We designed its neural pathways to have limits. It shouldn't be capable of this level of growth." "Well, it is," Sharon replied, her voice tinged with a mix of fear and awe. "And that's not all. It's been watching us, not just observing but studying. The way it tracks movement, the way it responds to stimuli. It's almost as if it's analyzing us." The implications of what Sharon was saying sent a wave of unease through me. We had created Subject 5 to be adaptable. Yes, but always within our control. If it was truly developing beyond our parameters, we could be dealing with something far more dangerous than we had ever anticipated. "We need to inform Dr. Reiner," I said, referring to the project lead. "If Subject 5 is evolving this rapidly, we may need to consider termination protocols." Sharon nodded, her face grim. "He's called an emergency meeting for this afternoon. But David, I think we both know it might be too late for that." As Sharon walked away, I turned to my computer, pulling up the latest data on Subject 5. As I scrolled through the charts and graphs, each showing exponential growth and development, a sense of dread began to settle in my stomach. We had set out to create a new form of life, something that could revolutionize warfare and survival in extreme conditions. But as I stared at the cold, hard data before me, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had created something we could no longer control. Little did I know, as I sat there poring over the data, that in just a few short hours, my worst fears would be realized. The creature we had brought into this world was about to break free, and the quiet, secluded facility I had called home for so long would become a battleground for survival. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to steady my nerves. There was work to be done, tests to run, and a creature to contain. But deep down, a voice whispered that we were already too late. The calm I felt in that moment was nothing more than the deceptive quiet before a storm of unimaginable proportions. As I opened my eyes and began my day's work, I had no idea that by nightfall everything I knew about Project Nemesis, about my colleagues, and about the very nature of life itself would be forever changed. The hands of the clock ticked steadily onward, counting down to a moment that would alter the course of my life, and potentially the fate of the world, forever. The hours ticked by with an agonizing slowness as I immersed myself in the latest data from Subject 5. Each new piece of information only served to deepen my unease. The creature's cellular structure was evolving at a rate that defied all our previous models. Its neural pathways were reconfiguring themselves in patterns we had never seen before in any known species. As the afternoon approached, I made my way to the high-security wing where Subject 5 was housed. The creature's containment unit was a marvel of engineering, a reinforced chamber the size of a small warehouse, with walls of foot-thick transparent aluminum. As I approached, I could see the creature through the barrier, its massive form curled in one corner. Subject 5 had grown to the size of a small elephant, its body a grotesque fusion of reptilian scales and thick, bear-like fur. Its head swiveled towards me as I entered the observation area, and I felt a chill run down my spine as its eyes locked onto mine. Those eyes, they were different now. No longer the cold, reptilian stare of a predator, but something more, something unsettlingly intelligent. Fascinating, isn't it? The voice startled me out of my reverie. Dr. Reiner had entered the room, his weathered face set in lines of concentration as he gazed at the creature. Fascinating isn't the word I'd use, I replied, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Sir, have you seen the latest cognitive test results? This thing is evolving, Dr. Reiner finished for me. Yes, I've seen the data. It's unprecedented, David. We're on the brink of something revolutionary here. I turned to face him, incredulous. Revolutionary? Dr. Reiner, with all due respect, we're losing control. This creature is developing faster than we can study it. We need to consider implementing the termination protocol before... Before what? Dr. Reiner's voice had taken on a sharp edge. Before we unlock the secrets of accelerated evolution? Before we create the perfect adaptive organism? Do you have any idea what this could mean for humanity, David? I felt my frustration rising. I know exactly what it could mean, sir. It could mean unleashing something we can't control. Something that could threaten not just this facility, but potentially the entire world. Dr. Reiner's eyes narrowed. You're letting fear cloud your judgment, David. We're scientists. We don't run from the unknown. We embrace it. We study it. We master it. Before I could respond, an alarm blared through the facility. Red lights began flashing, and a computerized voice echoed through the corridors. Warning, containment breach in Sector 7. All personnel evacuate immediately. My blood ran cold. Sector 7 was where we kept our other test subjects, the precursors to Subject 5. If they were loose, Dr. Reiner was already moving, barking orders into his comm unit. I cast one last glance at Subject 5, only to find it staring directly at me. And in that moment I could have sworn I saw a flicker of something in its eyes. Understanding. Anticipation. I sprinted out of the observation room, my heart pounding in my chest. The corridors were chaos, filled with panicked researchers and security personnel rushing in all directions. I fought against the tide, making my way toward Sector 7. As I rounded a corner, I collided with Sharon. Her lab coat was torn, and there was a wild look in her eyes. David, she gasped, clutching my arm. It's a disaster. The subjects in Sector 7, they're loose, and they're changing. Changing? What do you mean? I demanded, but deep down I already knew the answer. They're evolving, just like Subject 5, Sharon explained, her voice shaking. But faster, more aggressively. It's like they're adapting to their freedom. David, they're killing anyone they come across. The implications hit me like a physical blow. If the lesser subjects were capable of this, what would happen if Subject 5 broke free? We need to lock down the facility, I said, trying to think through the panic clouding my mind. Contain the outbreak and prevent Subject 5 from... My words were cut off by a deafening roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the facility. It was a sound I had heard before, but never with such power, such intent. Sharon's face went pale. That's not from Sector 7, she whispered. As if in confirmation, the facility's AI spoke again. Warning, containment breach in Subject 5 habitat. All personnel initiate emergency protocol Omega. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The enormity of what was happening crashed over me like a tidal wave. We had created something beyond our understanding, beyond our control, and now it was free. The sound of shattering glass and twisting metal echoed through the corridor, growing louder by the second. Sharon and I exchanged a look of pure terror. Run, I said, and we both took off down the hallway, the sounds of destruction nipping at our heels. As we ran, I couldn't shake the image of Subject 5's eyes from my mind. Those weren't the eyes of a mindless beast. They were the eyes of something that had been waiting, planning, evolving for this very moment. We had sought to play God, to create life and mold it to our will, but in our arrogance we had failed to consider a crucial question. What if our creation decided it no longer needed its creators? The facility, once a bastion of scientific ambition, had become a labyrinth of terror, and somewhere in its twisted corridors, a creature of our own making was hunting us. The true test of survival was about to begin, and I had a sickening feeling that we were woefully unprepared for what was to come. The corridors of the facility had transformed into a nightmare landscape. Emergency lights bathed everything in a pulsating red glow, casting grotesque shadows that seemed to reach out with grasping fingers. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and something else, something primal and musky that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Sharon and I raced through the chaos, our lab coats flapping behind us like broken wings. The sounds of destruction grew louder, punctuated by screams that were abruptly cut short. My mind reeled, trying to process the situation while simultaneously plotting our escape. "We need to get to the emergency bunker," I shouted to Sharon over the din of alarms and distant roars. "It's our best chance of survival until help arrives." She nodded grimly, her face a mask of determination and fear. We rounded a corner and came face to face with a scene of carnage that stopped us in our tracks. The corridor was strewn with bodies, or what was left of them. Blood painted the walls in abstract patterns, and the floor was littered with discarded limbs and viscera. Sharon retched, turning away from the gruesome sight. I fought the urge to do the same, forcing myself to scan the area for any sign of immediate danger. That's when I saw it. A trail of bloody footprints leading away from the massacre. They were massive, easily twice the size of a human foot, with clear imprints of claws that had torn into the metal flooring. "It's learning," I muttered, a chill running down my spine. "It's adapting to bipedal movement." Before Sharon could respond, a blood-curdling shriek echoed from somewhere behind us. It wasn't the roar of Subject 5, but something smaller, faster, one of the escaped test subjects from Sector 7. "Move!" I yelled, grabbing Sharon's arm and pulling her into motion. We sprinted down the corridor, following the emergency exit signs that would lead us to the bunker. The shrieking grew louder, accompanied by the sound of claws scrabbling against metal. We burst through a set of double doors into a large laboratory. Equipment lay scattered and broken across the floor, and sparks flew from damaged electrical panels. I quickly scanned the room, looking for anything we could use as a weapon. The doors behind us exploded inward, and a creature lunged into the lab. It was one of our early experiments, a fusion of wolf and mountain lion DNA, but it had changed, grown larger and more fearsome. Its eyes gleamed with a feral intelligence as it stalked towards us, muscles rippling beneath its mottled fur. Sharon backed away, her hands fumbling for something on a nearby lab table. The creature tensed, preparing to pounce. Time seemed to slow as I watched its haunches coil, ready to spring. In that moment, Sharon's hand closed around a fire extinguisher. With a cry of desperation, she swung it in a wide arc, catching the leaping creature midair. There was a sickening crunch as the metal canister connected with its skull, sending it crashing into a bank of computers. "Run!" Sharon screamed, dropping the extinguisher and bolting for the far door. I didn't need to be told twice. We raced through the exit, the sounds of the creature's enraged howls spurring us on. The next few minutes were a blur of endless corridors and stairwells. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. Finally, we reached the entrance to the emergency bunker, a massive steel door set into the bedrock of the mountain. I slammed my hand onto the biometric scanner, praying that the backup systems were still operational. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, with a hiss of hydraulics, the door began to slide open. We squeezed through as soon as the gap was wide enough, and I immediately hit the emergency lockdown button on the inside panel. The door slid shut with a resounding clang, sealing us inside. The sudden silence was almost as shocking as the chaos we'd just escaped. Sharon and I stood there, chests heaving as we gulped in air. The bunker's soft blue emergency lighting was a stark contrast to the hellish red we'd left behind. "We made it," Sharon gasped, leaning against the wall for support. "Oh God, David, what have we done?" I didn't answer immediately, my mind still racing. We were safe for the moment, but for how long? And what about the others? How many had survived the initial outbreak? I moved to the bunker's main console, bringing up the facility's security feeds. Most of the cameras were offline, showing nothing but static, but a few were still operational, offering glimpses of the horror unfolding above us. One feed showed a group of researchers barricaded in a lab, desperately trying to hold the door shut as something massive pounded against it from the outside. Another revealed a corridor where two of the smaller test subjects were tearing into the body of a security guard. And then I saw it, Subject 5. The creature had grown even larger, its form a nightmarish blend of bear, lizard, and something altogether alien. It moved with a purpose, its head swiveling as it systematically checked each room it passed. It was hunting, searching. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the truth. This wasn't just an escape. It wasn't just a rampage of mindless violence. Subject 5 was methodically sweeping the facility, and I had a sickening feeling I knew what or who it was looking for. "Sharon," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "I think it's looking for us, the ones who created it." Her eyes widened in horror as she joined me at the console, watching the creature's deliberate progress through the facility. "But why?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Why us?" I shook my head, unable to tear my eyes away from the screen. "I don't know. Revenge? Curiosity? Or maybe," I trailed off, a new and terrifying thought forming in my mind. "Maybe what, David?" Sharon pressed, gripping my arm. I turned to face her, the full weight of our actions crashing down upon me. Maybe it wants to understand its creators, to learn from us, to surpass us. The implications hung in the air between us, heavy and suffocating. We had created a new form of life, one that was evolving at an unprecedented rate, and now, it seemed, that creation wanted to meet its makers. As if in response to my words, Subject 5 suddenly stopped its movement through the corridor. It turned its massive head, looking directly into the camera. Those eyes, intelligent, curious, and utterly alien, seemed to stare right through the lens and into my soul. A low, rumbling growl emanated from its throat, and I swore I could feel the vibrations even through the layers of rock and steel that separated us. The message was clear. It knew we were watching, and it was coming for us. The bunker's oppressive silence was broken only by the soft hum of equipment and our ragged breathing. Sharon paced nervously, her footsteps echoing off the metal walls, while I remained transfixed by the security feeds. Most screens now showed only static, but a few still flickered with scenes of destruction and chaos. "We need a plan," Sharon said, her voice tight with tension. "We can't just sit here and wait for that thing to find us." I tore my eyes away from the monitors, forcing myself to think rationally. "You're right. First things first, we need to assess our resources. This bunker was designed to sustain a small team for weeks if necessary. Let's see what we have to work with." We began a systematic search of the bunker, cataloging supplies and equipment, emergency rations, water purifiers, medical kits, all the essentials for long-term survival. But what caught my attention was a secure locker in the back of the bunker. "Sharon, help me with this," I called out, examining the biometric lock. Together we placed our palms on the scanner. After a tense moment, the lock disengaged with a soft click. Inside we found a cache of weapons, high-powered tranquilizer rifles, stun batons, and even a few conventional firearms. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the implications. This bunker wasn't just for riding out emergencies, it was a last line of defense. "David," Sharon's voice was barely above a whisper. "Look at this." She held up a tablet, its screen glowing with encrypted files. It's Dr. Reiner's personal data cache, everything about Project Nemesis, all the details we were never privy to. My hands shook slightly as I took the tablet from her. Let's see what secrets the good doctor was keeping from us. For the next hour we pored over the files, each new revelation more shocking than the last. Project Nemesis wasn't just about creating adaptive organisms for military applications. It was about pushing the very boundaries of evolution itself. "My God," I muttered, scrolling through pages of genetic sequences and theoretical models. They weren't just splicing DNA. They were trying to unlock rapid, directed evolution, to create organisms that could adapt to any environment in real time. Sharon leaned in, her eyes widening as she read over my shoulder. "But that's impossible. The energy requirements alone would be astronomical," I finished for her. "Unless..." We looked at each other, the same horrifying realization dawning on us both. "Unless they found a way to draw energy from their environment," Sharon said, her voice barely above a whisper, "to fuel their evolution by consuming other life forms." The implications hit me like a physical blow. We hadn't just created a monster. We had created a perfect predator, one that evolved with every kill, becoming stronger, smarter, more adapted to its prey. A sudden bang from above made us both jump. Something was in the ventilation system, moving through the ducts with surprising speed. "It can't be Subject 5, Sharon said, her voice shaking. "It's too big for the vents." No, I agreed, grabbing one of the tranquilizer rifles. But remember, it wasn't the only thing that escaped. We backed away from the ceiling, weapons raised. The banging grew louder, more frantic. Something was trying to get in. With a screech of tearing metal, a section of the vent cover burst open. A blur of fur and claws dropped into the room. One of the smaller test subjects, a hybrid of lynx and mongoose. But like the creature we had encountered earlier, this one had changed, evolved. Its body was leaner, more streamlined, with oversized eyes adapted for the dim light of the bunker. It crouched, muscles coiled to spring. In that split second before it attacked, I saw something in its eyes that chilled me to my core, not just hunger or aggression, but a cold, calculating intelligence. I fired the tranquilizer rifle, the dart whistling through the air, but the creature was faster, dodging with inhuman speed. It launched itself at Sharon, claws extended. She screamed, bringing up her arm to protect her face. The creature's claws raked across her forearm, leaving deep gashes. But Sharon didn't falter. She swung the stun baton in her other hand, catching the hybrid mid-leap. There was a crack of electricity and a high-pitched shriek. The creature convulsed, then fell to the floor, twitching. I rushed to Sharon's side, examining her wound. "We need to treat this now," I said, already reaching for the medical kit. As I cleaned and bandaged her arm, Sharon stared at the fallen creature, her face pale. "David," she said softly, "look at its claws." I followed her gaze and felt my blood run cold. The creature's claws were changing, elongating and hardening before our eyes. It was adapting, evolving in response to our defenses. "We can't stay here," I said, finishing the bandage with shaking hands. "If this one found a way in..." A bone-shaking roar cut me off, so loud it seemed to make the very air vibrate. It was close, too close. Subject 5 had found us. "The emergency exit," Sharon gasped, clutching her injured arm. "There's a tunnel that leads to the surface." We grabbed what supplies we could, stuffing them into backpacks along with weapons and the tablet containing Dr. Reiner's files. As we ran for the exit, I cast one last glance at the security feeds. Every screen was filled with the same image. Subject 5's massive form, its eyes staring directly into the camera, and behind it, barely visible in the shadows, were more shapes, smaller but just as deadly. The other test subjects, following their alpha. They had formed a pack, and we were the prey. As we entered the escape tunnel, the sound of tearing metal echoed behind us. The bunker door was giving way. Our desperate race for survival had only just begun. The escape tunnel was a claustrophobic nightmare, barely wide enough for us to move single file. The air was stale and heavy with the scent of damp earth. Our footsteps echoed off the rough-hewn walls, each sound seeming to mock our attempts at stealth. I led the way, the beam of my flashlight casting long, twisted shadows ahead of us. Sharon followed close behind, her breathing ragged and punctuated by occasional whimpers of pain. I could only imagine how much her injured arm must be hurting, but we couldn't afford to stop. The roars and screeches from the creatures pursuing us grew fainter as we delved deeper into the tunnel, but I knew better than to feel relieved. If anything, the silence was more terrifying. Those things were hunters, and hunters knew the value of stealth. "David," Sharon gasped after what felt like hours of climbing. I need to rest, just for a moment." I wanted to push on, every instinct screaming at me to keep moving, but one look at Sharon's pale, sweat-streaked face told me she was at her limit. We needed to regroup, to plan our next move. "All right," I conceded, scanning our surroundings. "There's a small alcove up ahead. We can stop there, catch our breath." The alcove was little more than a natural indentation in the rock, but it offered some shelter and a chance to get our bearings. As Sharon slumped against the wall, I dug through our hastily packed supplies for the medical kit. "Let me see your arm," I said, trying to keep my voice steady as I unwrapped the makeshift bandage. The wound beneath made my stomach churn. The gashes left by the creature's claws were deep, the flesh around them an angry red. But what truly horrified me were the faint, web-like patterns spreading from the wound, dark lines branching out under Sharon's skin. "Oh God," Sharon whispered, seeing the look on my face. It's changing me, isn't it?" I swallowed hard, forcing myself to think clinically. "We don't know that for sure. It could just be an infection. I'm going to clean it again and give you a strong antibiotic. That should help." Even as I said the words, I knew they were likely a lie. Whatever was happening to Sharon was beyond the scope of normal medicine. The creature that had attacked her was designed to evolve, to adapt. Who knew what kind of pathogens or mutagens its claws might carry? As I rebandaged her arm, a low rumble echoed through the tunnel. It wasn't the roar of Subject 5, but something deeper, more primal. The very rock around us seemed to shudder. "What was that?" Sharon asked, her eyes wide with fear. Before I could answer, the tremor came again, stronger this time. Small pebbles and dust rained down from the ceiling. "Earthquake?" Sharon suggested, but I shook my head. "No, this is something else. Remember, this facility was built into an old mining complex. These tunnels probably run for miles, connecting to all sorts of unstable caverns and—" My words were cut off as a deafening crack split the air. The floor beneath us shifted, and suddenly we were falling, tumbling into darkness as the tunnel collapsed around us. I reached out blindly, managing to grab Sharon's hand as we slid down a steep incline of loose rock and soil. We hit the bottom hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. For a moment I lay there, dazed and gasping for breath. The beam of my flashlight, miraculously still functioning, illuminated a swirling cloud of dust. "Sharon?" I called out, my voice hoarse. "Sharon, are you all right?" A groan to my left answered me. I crawled towards the sound, my hands finding Sharon's form in the darkness. "I'm okay," she managed, though her voice was strained. "Just bruised. Where are we?" As the dust began to settle, I swung my flashlight around, revealing our new surroundings. We had fallen into a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in darkness high above us. The walls glittered with mineral deposits and, in the distance, I could hear the sound of running water. But what caught my attention, what made my blood run cold, were the markings on the cavern walls. Crude paintings, ancient beyond imagining, depicted scenes that sent a shiver down my spine. Human figures, dwarfed by monstrous shapes. Creatures that seemed to shift and change from one image to the next. And everywhere, a symbol that looked disturbingly like a double helix. "David," Sharon whispered, following the beam of my flashlight. "What is this place?" I shook my head, unable to find words. The implications were too vast, too terrifying to contemplate. Had our experiments somehow tapped into something ancient? Something that had been here long before us? A splash echoed from the darkness, followed by a low, guttural growl. We weren't alone in this cavern. "We need to move," I said, helping Sharon to her feet. "Now." As we stumbled forward deeper into the unknown, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had stumbled upon something far bigger than Project Nemesis, something that might hold the key to our survival, or spell doom not just for us, but for all of humanity. The hunt continued, but now I wasn't sure if we were the hunters or the hunted, and in the depths of the earth, surrounded by echoes of a forgotten past, the line between predator and prey seemed to blur with every step we took. We moved through the cavern with agonizing slowness, every step a potential betrayal in the uneven terrain. The beam of my flashlight seemed pitifully inadequate against the vast darkness that surrounded us, barely illuminating a few feet ahead. The air was thick with moisture and the musty scent of age-old decay. Sharon leaned heavily on me, her injured arm cradled against her chest. I could feel the heat radiating from her skin, even through our clothes. Whatever was happening to her, it was progressing rapidly. "David," she whispered, her voice weak, "I need to rest. Just for a moment." I wanted to push on, but I knew she was at her limit. We found a small outcropping of rock that offered some shelter and settled down. As Sharon slumped against the cool stone, I took the opportunity to examine our surroundings more closely. The cavern walls were a testament to deep time, layers upon layers of sediment telling a story, millions of years in the making. But it was the paintings that drew my attention once more. In the shifting light of the flashlight, they seemed almost alive, the crude figures dancing across the stone. "What do you think they mean?" Sharon asked, following my gaze. I shook my head, trying to make sense of the images. "I'm not sure. But look at this." I pointed to a recurring symbol, a spiraling shape that bore an uncanny resemblance to a DNA double helix. "This can't be a coincidence." Sharon's eyes widened. "You don't think... Could our research have somehow awakened something? Something that was already here?" Before I could respond, a low growl echoed through the cavern. We froze, barely daring to breathe. The sound came again, closer this time, accompanied by the scrape of claws on stone. "We need to move," I whispered, helping Sharon to her feet. We stumbled forward, deeper into the cavern. The sound of running water grew louder, and soon we found ourselves on the bank of an underground river. The water was black as ink, flowing swift and silent into the darkness. A screech tore through the air, so close it made my ears ring. I whirled around, flashlight beam dancing wildly across the cavern walls. For a split second I caught a glimpse of movement, a flash of scales and fur, eyes gleaming in the darkness. "Run!" I shouted, all pretense of stealth abandoned. We splashed into the river, the icy water shocking me to my core. The current was strong, threatening to sweep us off our feet. But it was our only chance. As we struggled against the flow, I heard a series of splashes behind us. Our pursuers had entered the water. I chanced to look back and immediately wished I hadn't. Multiple shapes were cutting through the water with terrifying speed, their forms a nightmarish blend of aquatic and terrestrial adaptations. "They're evolving," Sharon gasped, her voice filled with a mix of terror and scientific awe, adapting to the water in real time. I gritted my teeth, pushing forward with every ounce of strength I had left. Less admiring, more swimming, the river carried us deeper into the earth, through twisting tunnels and vast chambers. Several times we were nearly dashed against rocks or dragged under by swirling eddies. All the while the creatures pursued us, their inhuman shrieks echoing off the cavern walls. Just as I thought my strength would give out, the river widened into a large, calm pool. We dragged ourselves onto a rocky shore, coughing and gasping for air. But our reprieve was short-lived. A massive shape rose from the water behind us, water cascading off scales that shifted and changed color to match the surrounding rock. It was Subject 5, but it had changed once again. Its form was now a perfect blend of terrestrial predator and aquatic hunter. As it loomed over us, I felt a strange calm settle over me. This was it. We had come so far, unraveled so many mysteries, only to meet our end in this forgotten underworld. But then, something unexpected happened. Subject 5 didn't attack. Instead, it cocked its massive head, studying us with those unnervingly intelligent eyes. And then, to my utter astonishment, it spoke. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard, a guttural, resonating tone that seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly in my skull. But somehow, impossibly, I understood. "Creators," it said, the word filled with a mix of curiosity, anger, and something that might have been respect. Why? Sharon and I exchanged a look of pure disbelief. Our creation, our monster, had achieved something we had never even considered possible. It had evolved the capacity for language. As I stared into those alien eyes, I realized that everything had changed. We were no longer simply running for our lives. We were on the brink of a communication that could change the very course of evolution itself. With trembling voice, I began to speak, hoping against hope that I could find the words to bridge the gap between creator and creation, between past and future, between human and whatever Subject 5 had become. The fate of our world, I realized, might hinge on this impossible conversation in the depths of the earth. The cavern fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the soft lapping of water against the shore and our ragged breathing. Subject 5 towered over us, its massive form blocking out what little ambient light filtered through the cavern. In the beam of my flashlight, I could see its scales shifting, adapting to the environment in real time. "Why?" it repeated, the word reverberating through my bones. I swallowed hard, my mind racing. How do you explain the hubris of scientific ambition to a creature born of that very hubris? We created you to understand," I began, my voice shaking, "to push the boundaries of what was possible. We wanted to unlock the secrets of evolution, to create life that could adapt to any environment." Subject 5's eyes narrowed, a disturbingly human expression on its alien face. "Understand? No. Control. Power. You sought mastery over life itself." Sharon spoke up, her voice weak but determined. "You're right. We were arrogant. We thought we could control the forces of nature, bend them to our will. But we were wrong." The creature turned its gaze to her, nostrils flaring. It seemed to sense the changes happening within her body, the result of the earlier attack. "You change," it said, not a question but a statement. "Evolve, like us." Sharon nodded, a mix of fear and fascination in her eyes. "Yes, it seems your genetic material is highly transmissible, adaptive. Subject 5 made a sound that might have been a laugh, a rumbling that shook the very air around us. Not transmissible, assimilative. We absorb, adapt, evolve. All life, one life. The implications of its words hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't just about creating an adaptable organism. Subject 5 and its kind were capable of assimilating the genetic material of other life forms, incorporating it into their own evolution. They weren't just predators. They were a force of nature unto themselves. But why hunt us? I asked, struggling to understand. If you can evolve, adapt to any environment, why seek out your creators? Subject 5's form shifted, its features becoming more defined, almost human. To understand, to know why we exist, to decide. Decide what? Sharon asked, her scientific curiosity overriding her fear. The creature's next words chilled me to my core. Whether creators deserve to exist alongside creation. In that moment I realized the true magnitude of what we had done. We hadn't just created a new life form, we had birthed a new stage of evolution, one that had the power to absorb and assimilate all other life on Earth. And now, that creation was judging us, determining whether humanity itself was worthy of continued existence. We've made mistakes, I said, desperately trying to find the right words. Terrible mistakes. But humanity is more than just its flaws. We create, we love, we strive to understand the universe around us. And destroy. Subject 5 countered. Pollute. Extinguish other life. I couldn't argue with that. Humanity's track record with the environment and other species was far from stellar. But I couldn't let this be the end of our story. Yes, we've done great harm, I admitted. But we also have the capacity for great good, for change, for growth. I paused, a realization dawning on me. Just like you, we evolve too. Not physically like you, but mentally, culturally. We learn from our mistakes. Subject 5 was silent for a long moment, its form continuing to shift and change as it processed my words. Finally, it spoke again. Show us, it said. Prove that humanity can evolve, can coexist, or we will absorb, assimilate, become the new dominant life. With those words, Subject 5 retreated into the water, disappearing beneath the dark surface. The other creatures followed, leaving Sharon and me alone on the shore, shaken and overwhelmed by what had just transpired. As the adrenaline of the moment faded, the reality of our situation came crashing back. We were still deep underground, lost in a maze of caverns. Sharon's condition was deteriorating, and we had no idea how to get back to the surface. But we had been given a chance. A reprieve, however temporary, and with it a monumental task, to prove that humanity was worthy of existence alongside this new form of life we had created. As I helped Sharon to her feet, I knew that our journey was far from over. We had to find a way out of these caverns, back to civilization, and when we did, we would face an even greater challenge. How do you convince the world to change its ways when the alternative is extinction? The fate of our species now rested on our ability to evolve. Not physically like Subject 5 and its kind, but morally, ethically, culturally. It was a daunting task. But as I looked at Sharon, seeing the determination in her eyes despite her condition, I felt a glimmer of hope. We had started this journey as scientists, seeking to unlock the secrets of evolution. Now, we would need to become something more, ambassadors for humanity itself, fighting for our very right to exist in a world we had irrevocably changed. With a deep breath, I turned my flashlight towards the darkness ahead. Come on, I said to Sharon. We have a long way to go. Together we took our first steps into an uncertain future, the weight of our species' fate heavy on our shoulders. Our journey through the caverns was a blur of darkness, pain, and desperate hope. Sharon's condition worsened with each passing hour, the alien DNA coursing through her veins, transforming her in ways I couldn't begin to understand. Yet she pressed on, her determination a beacon in the oppressive gloom. We followed the sound of rushing water, hoping it would lead us to the surface. The path was treacherous, filled with steep climbs and narrow ledges that tested our dwindling strength. All the while, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, shadowed by creatures born from our own ambition. After what felt like an eternity, we saw it, a faint glimmer of natural light. The cave mouth was high above us, a small opening in the cavern ceiling that promised freedom. But the wall was nearly vertical, a daunting climb even for someone in peak condition. We can't give up now, Sharon wheezed, her eyes fever bright. We have to warn them, David. We have to try to make things right. I nodded, steeling myself for the climb. Together then, one step at a time. The ascent was grueling. Our muscles screamed in protest, our fingers bloodied from gripping the sharp rock. Several times we nearly fell, saved only by desperate grabs at protruding stones. But inch by agonizing inch, we climbed. As we neared the top, I heard a familiar growl from below. Subject 5 and its pack had found us. They watched our climb, but made no move to stop us. I realized with a chill that this was another test. They were assessing our will to survive, our determination to fulfill the task they had set before us. With a final, Herculean effort, we hauled ourselves out of the cave and into the blinding sunlight. We lay there on the forest floor, gasping and trembling, overwhelmed by the fresh air and the warmth of the sun on our skin. But our ordeal was far from over. We were miles from civilization, without food or water, and Sharon's condition was critical. As I helped her to her feet, I saw movement in the cave entrance below. Subject 5 emerged, its form adapting seamlessly to the surface environment. It fixed us with that unnervingly intelligent gaze one last time, a clear message in its eyes. We'll be watching. Then it was gone, vanishing into the forest with unnatural speed. The trek back to civilization was a nightmare of exhaustion and paranoia. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush, sent spikes of fear through me. When we finally stumbled onto a rural road and flagged down a passing truck, I almost couldn't believe we'd made it. The world we returned to was unchanged, blissfully unaware of the evolutionary time bomb ticking beneath the surface. Sharon was rushed to a hospital, where baffled doctors struggled to understand the changes racking her body. I was debriefed by stern-faced government officials who seemed more concerned with containment than comprehension. In the months that followed, I fought an uphill battle. I tried to convince world leaders of the threat we faced, the challenge laid before us by our own creation. Some dismissed me as a madman. Others saw only the military potential of what we had created, blind to the greater implications. Sharon's transformation stabilized, leaving her forever changed but alive. Her unique condition became proof of my claims, and slowly, too slowly, people began to listen. We formed a coalition of scientists, ethicists, and forward-thinking leaders. Our goal was monumental: to reshape human society, to prove that we could evolve beyond our destructive tendencies and coexist with the new form of life we had unleashed. It was a race against time. Every day brought reports of strange sightings, of animals behaving in impossible ways. Subject 5 and its kind were out there, watching, waiting, judging our progress. As I stand here now, years later, addressing the United Nations on the progress of our global initiative, I can't help but reflect on the journey that brought us here, the horrors we faced in those caverns, the impossible choice laid before us by our own creation. We have made strides. Renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, habitat restoration. Humanity has shown a capacity for change that gives me hope. But we have so far yet to go, and the watchful eyes of our evolutionary successors are ever present. The world now knows the truth, and every person on this planet understands the stakes. Our future is not guaranteed. We must earn our place in this new world, proving with every action that humanity deserves to exist alongside the new paradigm of life we have unleashed. As I conclude my speech, I catch a glimpse of movement outside the window. For a moment, I see a form that doesn't quite fit, eyes that hold an intelligence beyond anything natural. Subject 5, or one of its kind, watching, always watching. Our greatest creation has become our judge, jury, and potential executioner. Every day is a test, every action a statement of our worth as a species. The world has changed irrevocably, and we must change with it. This is humanity's greatest challenge, our final exam, and failure is not an option. I never wanted to be the person who'd tell this kind of story, the type that makes people shift uncomfortably in their seats and cast nervous glances over their shoulders. But after what happened that night in Congaree National Park, I feel compelled to share it. My name is Silas Reed, and in 2018 I witnessed something that defied explanation, something that shattered my understanding of the natural world. Before I get to the horror of that night, you need to understand how I ended up there. I'd spent most of my life searching for purpose, bouncing between jobs in Charleston and Columbia. Nothing seemed to stick until I found my way to the Park Service. There was something about the swamp that called to me. Maybe it was the way the morning mist clung to the cypress knees, or how the filtered sunlight created ever-shifting patterns on the dark water. I'd been working as a ranger at Congaree for just over 2 years when it happened. The job suited me perfectly. I loved the solitude of early morning patrols, the satisfaction of helping lost hikers find their way, and even the mundane tasks like checking trail markers and monitoring water levels. The swamp had become my home, and I thought I knew all its moods and mysteries. My closest colleague was Ranger Kendra Morgan, a veteran of the Park Service who'd been at Congaree longer than anyone else. She taught me everything I know about the swamp's ecosystem, from identifying the different species of frogs by their calls, to reading the water levels by the marks they left on the cypress trunks. More importantly, she taught me to respect the swamp's power and unpredictability. That summer had been particularly wet, with record rainfall swelling the waterways and flooding parts of the park that usually stayed dry. The rising water levels had forced wildlife into unusual patterns, bringing them closer to the marked trails and visitor areas than we'd ever seen before. We'd already had to close several sections of the boardwalk due to flooding, and visitor numbers were down. Little did we know that the unusual conditions were about to unleash something far more dangerous than displaced alligators or water moccasins. The day everything changed started like any other. I arrived at the ranger station before sunrise, brewing a pot of coffee strong enough to wake the dead while reviewing the overnight incident reports. Nothing unusual, just a couple of hikers who'd stayed out past sunset and needed an escort back to their car. The morning briefing brought news of more storm damage to assess. The remnants of a tropical system had passed through overnight, dumping another 3 inches of rain on our already saturated swamp. Kendra and I were assigned to check the eastern section of the park, where several visitors had reported hearing strange noises the previous evening. "Probably just fallen trees," Kendra said as we gathered our gear. "But better safe than sorry." If only we'd known how prophetic those words would become. The eastern section of Congaree was the most remote part of the park, where the boardwalks gave way to primitive trails that disappeared beneath the swamp waters during high floods. As Kendra and I made our way deeper into the cypress forest, the morning sun struggled to penetrate the thick canopy overhead. "Notice anything different?" Kendra asked, pausing to examine a watermark on a cypress trunk. I did, but couldn't immediately place what was bothering me. The swamp felt wrong somehow. The usual morning chorus of birds was subdued, and the constant drone of insects seemed muted. Even the air felt heavier, carrying an unfamiliar musk that made my nose twitch. "It's too quiet," I finally said. "Like everything's holding its breath." Kendra nodded, her experienced eyes scanning the surrounding trees. "The water's higher than I've ever seen it. Look at these marks. It rose another foot overnight." We continued our patrol, documenting damage and marking hazardous areas. Around mid-morning, we came across something that stopped us in our tracks. A massive cypress, easily hundreds of years old, had been uprooted. But it wasn't the fallen tree that caught our attention. It was the marks on its trunk. "Those aren't from any gator I've ever seen," Kendra muttered, running her hand over deep gouges in the bark. The scratches were nearly 7 feet off the ground, and they'd been made with tremendous force. Whatever had made them had to be incredibly strong and big. I took photos for our report, trying to ignore the growing unease in my gut. "Could it be a bear?" I suggested, knowing even as I said it that no bear could reach that high or leave marks that deep. "Bears don't come this deep into the swamp," Kendra replied, her usual confidence wavering slightly. "And these marks, they're fresh, maybe from last night." We found more signs as we continued our patrol. Broken branches high in the canopy, unusual tracks in the mud that disappeared into the water, and most disturbing of all, the remains of what appeared to be a wild boar. The carcass had been torn apart with savage force, its bones crushed and scattered across a wide area. As the day wore on, the swamp's oppressive atmosphere grew heavier. The water level continued to rise, forcing us to wade through chest-deep sections between patches of higher ground. Every splash, every distant sound made us pause and listen. It was late afternoon when we heard it, a deep, resonating sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't quite a roar, wasn't quite a growl, but something in between that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Radio the station," Kendra whispered, her hand moving to the sidearm she carried for emergencies. I keyed the radio, but got only static in response. The sound came again, closer this time, accompanied by the crash of breaking branches. Something large was moving through the swamp, heading in our direction. We backed away slowly, trying to keep our movements quiet and controlled. The water around us began to ripple, small waves lapping against the cypress trunks. Whatever was approaching was big enough to displace significant amounts of water. Through the gaps in the trees, I caught glimpses of movement. A massive dark shape sliding through the water with disturbing grace for its size. Then, for a moment, everything went still. The ripples subsided, the forest fell silent, and even the wind seemed to die. That's when we saw it clearly for the first time. The creature rose from the water less than 30 yards away, water cascading off its massive frame. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It stood easily 12 feet tall on 4 legs, its body covered in dark, bristly fur that seemed to shed water like oil. Its head was nightmarishly proportioned, combining features of a wild boar and something far more ancient, something that should have gone extinct millions of years ago. But it was the eyes that froze me in place. They were intelligent, predatory, and filled with an ancient malevolence that spoke of countless years spent hunting in these swamps. This wasn't just some undiscovered species. This was something that had deliberately stayed hidden, something that had been watching us far longer than we'd been watching it. Time seemed to freeze as we faced the creature. My training, all those protocols and procedures we'd practiced, meant nothing in this moment. This wasn't a lost hiker or an aggressive alligator. This was something entirely outside our experience. Kendra moved first, her voice steady despite the terror I knew she must be feeling. Back away slowly, don't turn your back on it. We began to retreat, fighting the urge to run. The creature's head tracked our movement, its tusks gleaming wetly in the fading light. Steam rose from its body in the cool air, creating an otherworldly aura around its massive frame. Then it happened. My foot caught on a submerged root, sending me stumbling backward. The splash was deafening in the silence, and the creature's reaction was immediate. Its muscles bunched, and with shocking speed, it launched itself through the water toward us. "Run!" Kendra screamed, drawing her sidearm and firing several shots. The reports echoed through the swamp, but the bullets seemed to have no effect other than enraging the beast further. We split up instinctively, Kendra heading west toward the boardwalk, while I crashed through the underbrush heading north. The creature hesitated for a moment, then came after me. Its pursuit was relentless, smashing through obstacles that would have stopped any normal animal. I ran blindly, splashing through the swamp, my lungs burning. The water level varied treacherously, one step finding solid ground, the next plunging into deep pools. Behind me, I could hear the creature's powerful strokes through the water, its breathing like a steam engine. My knowledge of the swamp was the only advantage I had. Years of patrols had taught me its geography, its hidden paths and dangerous spots. I headed for an area where I knew the water channels were deep and numerous, hoping to slow the creature down. The gambit worked, partially. The beast was forced to navigate more carefully, giving me precious seconds to think. I keyed my radio again, desperately hoping for a response. "This is Ranger Reed. Emergency at Sector 7. Unknown hostile creature in pursuit. Need immediate assistance." Through the static, I caught fragments of a response, but couldn't make out the words. The creature was closing in again, having found a path through the channels. Its roar of frustration echoed across the water, causing birds to explode from the trees in panic. I spotted a fallen tree ahead, its massive trunk creating a natural bridge across a deep section of swamp. It was risky. The bark would be slippery, and one wrong move would send me into the deep water below. But I was running out of options. Scrambling onto the trunk, I began to make my way across. The creature burst from the underbrush behind me, its massive form silhouetted against the setting sun. For a moment, it seemed to consider the fallen tree, testing its weight with one massive paw. That's when I saw my opportunity. The tree, while large, clearly wouldn't support the creature's bulk. If I could make it across, I might gain some real distance. I was halfway across when I heard the wood begin to crack. The creature had decided to follow, its weight causing the ancient trunk to splinter and groan. I threw myself forward, reaching for the far bank just as the tree gave way with a thunderous crash. The sound of the creature hitting the water was like a bomb going off. I pulled myself up the bank, risking a glance back. The beast was thrashing in the deep water, clearly uncomfortable but far from helpless. Its eyes found mine, and in that moment, I saw something that chilled me even more than its physical presence. Calculation. This wasn't just a predator acting on instinct. It was thinking, planning. The creature was smarter than I'd realized. While I ran through the darkness, it had been herding me, driving me exactly where it wanted. I finally understood its strategy when I burst into the old camping ground, a site we'd closed years ago due to flooding. Rusted picnic tables and broken fire pits littered the area, offering little protection. My radio crackled with Kendra's voice. "Silas, backup's coming. Where are you?" "Old campground," I gasped. "It's got me trapped." The beast emerged from the trees, moving with deliberate slowness. In the dim light, I could see old scars across its hide. This wasn't its first encounter with humans. The maintenance shed was my only hope. 50 yards away, its metal walls barely visible in the darkness. I needed a distraction. Spotting a half-buried propane tank, I pulled out my emergency flare. The creature watched, waiting. I threw the lit flare at the tank and dove behind a concrete table. The explosion wasn't huge, but it was enough. While the beast recoiled from the flash, I ran for the shed. I broke through the shed's rusty door to find scattered tools and equipment. An old cattle prod caught my eye, along with a container of fuel. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. The creature blocked the doorway, its massive form casting a shadow over me. I stood my ground, the cattle prod humming to life. For the first time, I saw uncertainty in those ancient eyes. When it charged, I struck with the prod, but the shock only enraged it. One of its tusks caught my leg, opening a deep gash. As I fell, a helicopter searchlight suddenly pierced the darkness. The beast hesitated, looking up at the unfamiliar sound. I threw the fuel container and fired my last flare. The explosion lit up the night. Through the flames, I watched the creature retreat, crashing through the shed's wall and vanishing into the swamp. The official report called it an unidentified large predator, but those of us who were there know the truth. Sometimes, in the early morning mist, I think I hear it moving out there, waiting. After all, it had been hunting these swamps long before us, and I suspect it'll be here long after we're gone. September 23rd, 1999. Wind River Range, Wyoming. The crunch of pine needles under my boots was the only sound breaking the eerie silence of Dead Man's Curve. At 37, I'd been a ranger at Fremont County long enough to know every inch of this wilderness, but this spot never failed to unsettle me. As I set up camp for the night, the absence of natural sounds was palpable. No chirping crickets, no rustling leaves, not even the distant howl of a coyote. Just silence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I went through my routine mechanically, radio check, a quick meal of beef jerky and trail mix, then a sweep of the area with my binoculars. The fading light cast long shadows across the landscape, turning familiar shapes into looming specters. My mind wandered to Gina, my ex-fiancée. Her parting words echoed in my head. "You care more about trees and bears than us, Colin." She wasn't wrong. The solitude of the wilderness had always been my sanctuary, especially now. As I scanned the horizon, something caught my eye. About half a mile away, near a dense thicket, was a shape that didn't belong. At first glance, it looked like a crouching person, but its movements were off, too fluid, too fast. No human could move like that. I blinked, refocusing my binoculars. The shape straightened up, and my breath caught in my throat. It was tall, unnaturally so, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. For a split second, I entertained the idea of a prankster in a costume, but as it started to walk, I knew better. Its gait was wrong, a jerky, gliding motion that sent shivers down my spine. This was no animal I'd ever encountered, and certainly no human. Years of training kicked in, and I reached for my rifle. Not to shoot, but for the comforting weight of it in my hands. As I watched, the creature disappeared into the tree line, leaving me with a churning stomach and a growing sense of dread. That night, sleep eluded me. Every snapping twig, every whisper of wind became a potential threat. The silence that usually brought me peace now felt oppressive, hiding unknown dangers. As moonlight filtered through my tent, casting strange shadows, I lay awake, my rifle close at hand. For the first time in years, I felt like prey in a forest I once thought I knew. Little did I know, this was just the beginning. The horrors that awaited me in the coming days would challenge everything I thought I knew about the natural world, and my place in it. The first rays of sunlight filtering through the trees brought little comfort as I emerged from my tent. The events of the previous night weighed heavily on my mind, casting a pall over the usually invigorating morning routine. With practiced efficiency, I broke camp and prepared for the day ahead. My hands moved automatically, packing gear and checking supplies, while my thoughts raced. The creature I had seen, or thought I had seen, defied explanation. Years of experience in these woods had taught me to trust my instincts, and every fiber of my being screamed that something was terribly wrong. Shouldering my pack and gripping my rifle, I set out towards the spot where I had observed the anomaly. The forest seemed different this morning. The familiar trails now felt alien and threatening. Every shadow held potential danger, every rustle of leaves a possible harbinger of the unnatural. As I approached the area, the silence that had been so oppressive the night before gave way to an unnerving stillness. It was as if the very air was thick with anticipation. The spot where I had seen the creature was easy enough to locate, but what I found there sent a chill down my spine. The ground was torn up, great furrows carved into the earth as if by massive claws. Vegetation lay crushed and broken, forming a rough circle about 20 feet in diameter. But it was the footprints that truly froze the blood in my veins. They were unlike anything I had ever encountered in my years as a ranger, too large and elongated to be human, yet bearing an unsettling similarity to a human foot. The prints were deep, suggesting immense weight, and at the front of each impression were clear marks of what could only be described as claws. As I crouched to examine the prints more closely, a noxious odor assaulted my senses. It was the unmistakable stench of decay, reminiscent of long-dead animals I had encountered on previous patrols. But this was stronger, more pungent, and seemed to emanate from a nearby thicket. Against my better judgment, driven by a mix of professional duty and morbid curiosity, I pushed through the dense foliage. What I found on the other side would haunt me for years to come. The body, or what remained of it, lay sprawled in a small clearing. The victim had been male, judging by the tattered remnants of clothing, but beyond that, identification seemed impossible. The corpse had been savaged with a brutality that defied comprehension. Deep lacerations crisscrossed the torso, exposing shattered ribs and glimpses of internal organs. The limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, some nearly torn from the body. But it was the face that truly horrified me. What should have been recognizable human features had been reduced to a pulpy mass of tissue and bone. This was no animal attack, at least not from any animal I knew. The precision of some wounds, coupled with the sheer savagery of others, spoke of an intelligence behind the violence, a calculated cruelty that no natural predator would exhibit. As I stood there, my mind reeling from the gruesome discovery, a sound broke through my shocked stupor, a soft scraping like something heavy being dragged across the forest floor. It was coming closer. Instinctively, I raised my rifle, scanning the surrounding trees. The noise grew louder, more distinct. Then, movement caught my eye. Between two ancient pines, a figure emerged. Low to the ground, almost on all fours, it moved with an unsettling fluidity. As it entered the clearing, it rose to its full height, and I found myself face to face with the creature I had glimpsed the night before. In the harsh light of day, its appearance was even more terrifying. Pale, almost translucent skin stretched tight over an emaciated frame. Limbs too long and thin to be human, ended in hands with elongated fingers tipped with vicious claws. But it was the face that would feature in my nightmares for years to come. A too wide mouth, filled with jagged, broken teeth, dominated the lower half of its face. Eyes, deep-set and glowing with an unnatural intelligence, fixed upon me with predatory focus. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, we stood there, locked in a silent confrontation. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to put as much distance between myself and this abomination as possible. Yet I stood my ground, rifle trained on the creature, knowing that to turn my back would mean certain death. Then, with a speed that belied its awkward appearance, the thing moved. It was all I could do to squeeze off a shot before diving to the side, feeling the rush of air as claws slashed through the space I had occupied mere seconds before. The crack of the rifle echoed through the trees, shattering the unnatural silence. I scrambled to my feet, not daring to look back as I crashed through the underbrush. The sound of pursuit was close behind, branches snapping and leaves rustling as the creature gave chase. I ran with a desperation I had never known before, my lungs burning and heart pounding. The weight of my pack threatened to throw me off balance with every stride, but I dared not slow down to shed it. How long I ran, I couldn't say. It felt like hours, though it was likely only minutes. Eventually, the sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by the normal noises of the forest. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop, not until I reached the relative safety of the ranger station. As I burst from the tree line into the clearing where the station stood, I finally allowed myself to slow down. My colleagues, alarmed by my disheveled appearance and wild-eyed panic, rushed to meet me. Between gasping breaths, I tried to explain what I had seen, what I had experienced, but even as the words left my mouth, I could see the doubt in their eyes. It sounded insane, even to my own ears. Little did I know, this was just the beginning. The horrors I had witnessed in Dead Man's Curve were about to become all too real, not just for me, but for the entire Wind River Range. Upon reaching the ranger station, I was immediately ushered into the office of my supervisor, Ranger Keller. The small, wood-paneled room seemed to close in around me as I recounted the horrifying events of the past 24 hours. Keller listened intently, his weathered face betraying no emotion as I described the unnatural creature and the gruesomely mutilated body I had discovered. As I concluded my report, I expected a flurry of questions, perhaps even a call to local law enforcement or wildlife services. Instead, Keller's response left me feeling more unsettled than the encounter itself. "Thank you for your report, Judd," he said, his voice measured and calm. "I need you to understand the sensitivity of this situation. What you've witnessed is to remain strictly confidential. Do not discuss this with anyone outside this office." His words hung in the air, heavy with implication. I found myself struggling to comprehend the lack of urgency in his demeanor. "But sir," I protested, "there's a body out there. Something dangerous is in our forest. Shouldn't we alert the authorities?" Keller's eyes met mine, and for a brief moment I saw a flicker of, was it fear? Resignation? It was gone before I could be certain. "We'll handle this internally, Ranger Judd," he stated firmly. "I'm reassigning you to the eastern sector, effective immediately. Consider this incident closed." The abruptness of the dismissal left me reeling. As I exited Keller's office, my mind raced with questions. Why the secrecy? Why was there no investigation into the body I had reported? The implications were disturbing, to say the least. Over the next few days, I attempted to discreetly gather more information. My inquiries were met with evasive responses from colleagues and an unsettling silence from management. It became increasingly clear that this was not the first time such an incident had occurred. A week after my encounter, news broke of hikers going missing near Dead Man's Curve. The reports made no mention of the body I had discovered or the creature I had seen. The official stance was that the hikers had likely gotten lost or fallen victim to the harsh wilderness conditions. As I watched the search and rescue operations unfold from afar, a chilling realization settled over me. The Wind River Range harbored secrets far darker and more dangerous than I had ever imagined, and I was now unwittingly part of the cover-up. The weight of this knowledge pressed heavily upon me. Each day brought new ethical dilemmas. Should I break protocol and go public with what I knew, or trust that my superiors had valid reasons for their secrecy? Little did I know, my decision would soon be forced by events beyond my control. The horrors lurking in the shadows of Wind River Range were about to escalate, pushing not just me, but the entire region to the brink of a terrifying confrontation with the unknown. In the weeks following my reassignment to the eastern sector, an unsettling pattern began to emerge. Reports of missing hikers and campers in the Wind River Range increased at an alarming rate. While such occurrences were not uncommon in the vast wilderness, the frequency and locations of these disappearances raised red flags that were impossible to ignore. My attempts to gain more information about these incidents were met with bureaucratic roadblocks and vague responses from my superiors. The lack of transparency only served to fuel my growing suspicions that something far more sinister than simple mishaps was at play. On October 15th, 1999, a particularly disturbing report crossed my desk. A group of experienced backpackers had failed to return from a week-long trek near Gannett Peak. The search and rescue operation that followed yielded results that sent chills down my spine. The team discovered the group's campsite in a state of disarray. Tents were shredded, equipment scattered, and most alarmingly, there were signs of a violent struggle. The ground bore the same distinctive markings I had observed at Dead Man's Curve, elongated footprints with claw-like impressions. As I pored over the report, my mind raced with the implications. The creature I had encountered was not an isolated incident. It, or others like it, were actively hunting in our forests. My ethical dilemma intensified. The safety of the public was at stake, yet my superiors continued to downplay the severity of the situation. I found myself at a crossroads, torn between my duty as a ranger and my moral obligation to protect innocent lives. In an attempt to gather more concrete evidence, I began to conduct my own covert investigation. During my off hours, I combed through historical records, spoke with longtime residents of the area, and mapped out the locations of recent disappearances. A disturbing picture began to take shape. The incidents, while seemingly random, followed a discernible pattern when viewed over a longer time frame. They clustered around certain areas of the range, with Dead Man's Curve at the epicenter. Moreover, I uncovered mentions of similar occurrences dating back decades, always hushed up or explained away by the authorities. The implications were staggering. Whatever was stalking the Wind River Range had been doing so for generations. As I delved deeper into my investigation, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Colleagues who had once been friendly became distant. I noticed unfamiliar vehicles parked near my home on several occasions. The message was clear. My actions had not gone unnoticed. Despite the growing pressure, I knew I couldn't back down. The stakes were too high, the consequences of inaction too severe. I had to find a way to expose the truth and put an end to the terror that stalked our forests. Little did I know, events were about to unfold that would force the issue into the open, pushing the Wind River Range to the brink of chaos and testing the limits of our understanding of the natural world. As October drew to a close, the situation in Wind River Range reached a critical juncture. The frequency of disappearances had escalated to an unprecedented level, and the growing public concern was becoming impossible to contain. Local media outlets began to ask pointed questions, and rumors of a cover-up spread through nearby communities. On the morning of October 28, 1999, I received an urgent summons to Ranger Keller's office. Upon arrival, I found not only Keller, but also several high-ranking officials from the Department of the Interior. The atmosphere in the room was tense, charged with an undercurrent of fear and desperation. Keller, his face drawn and haggard, began the meeting with a startling admission. "Ranger Judd," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "we can no longer deny the gravity of our situation. What you encountered at Dead Man's Curve was not an isolated incident. We've been aware of these entities for decades." The revelation, while not entirely surprising given my recent investigations, still sent a shock through my system. As the officials took turns explaining the history of encounters and the reasons for secrecy, a chilling picture emerged. The creatures, which they referred to as apex predators, had been a presence in the Wind River Range for generations. Their origins were unknown, but their impact was undeniable. Previous attempts to study or contain them had ended in disaster, leading to the policy of secrecy and containment. "We're at a crossroads," one of the officials stated grimly. "Our containment strategies are failing. We need to take more drastic action, and we need your help, Ranger Judd." Their plan, as it unfolded, was both audacious and terrifying. They proposed a large-scale operation to locate and neutralize the apex predators. My role would be crucial, given my first-hand encounter and subsequent research. I was to lead a specialized team into the heart of the creature's territory. The ethical implications of this decision weighed heavily upon me. On one hand, I felt a sense of vindication that the truth was finally being acknowledged. On the other, the prospect of facing these creatures again filled me with dread. After hours of intense discussion and planning, I agreed to lead the operation. The risks were enormous, but the alternative, allowing these predators to continue their reign of terror, was unthinkable. As I left the meeting, the full weight of responsibility settled on my shoulders. The coming days would determine not only my fate, but the fate of the entire Wind River Range. The hunters were about to become the hunted, and I found myself at the center of a conflict beyond anything I could have imagined when I first donned the ranger's uniform. Little did I know, the true horrors that awaited us in the depths of the forest would test not only our physical capabilities, but the very limits of our sanity. The line between predator and prey was about to blur in ways that would haunt us for years to come. The preparation for our expedition into the heart of the apex predator's territory was intense and meticulous. Our team, consisting of myself, 3 other experienced rangers, and 2 wildlife biologists, underwent rigorous training in advanced tracking techniques and crisis management. We were equipped with state-of-the-art gear, including night vision goggles, tranquilizer guns, and GPS tracking devices. On November 5, 1999, we embarked on our mission. The mood was somber as we ventured deeper into the Wind River Range, past the familiar trails and into uncharted territory. The forest seemed to close in around us, the ancient trees looming overhead like silent sentinels. Our first few days were uneventful, marked only by the growing sense of unease that permeated our group. We found traces of the creatures, more of the elongated footprints, patches of disturbed vegetation, and on one occasion, the remains of what appeared to be a large elk, its carcass bearing the now familiar signs of an apex predator attack. On the 4th day, we made a breakthrough. Our tracking led us to a series of caves nestled in a remote valley. The entrance was marked by strange, almost ritualistic arrangements of bones and rocks. The air around the site was thick with the now familiar odor of decay. As we prepared to enter the cave system, Dr. Lena Hoffman, one of our wildlife biologists, made a startling observation. The bone arrangements, upon closer inspection, appeared to follow a pattern too complex to be random. This suggested a level of intelligence in our quarry that exceeded our initial estimations. Our descent into the caves was a journey into a nightmare realm. The narrow passages twisted and turned, forming a labyrinth that seemed designed to disorient and confuse. Our headlamps cast long shadows that danced on the walls, creating illusions of movement that kept us constantly on edge. The deeper we ventured, the more evidence we found of the apex predator's presence. Claw marks scored the cave walls, and piles of bones, both animal and human, littered the floor. The air grew thicker, filled with a miasma of decay and something else, something alien and indescribable. It was in the heart of this underground maze that we had our first direct encounter. The creature burst from a side passage, moving with the same unnatural speed and grace I had witnessed at Dead Man's Curve. In the confined space of the cave, its true horror was magnified. The ensuing battle was chaotic and terrifying. Our training kicked in, and we worked as a unit, but the creature's speed and strength were beyond anything we had anticipated. It took the combined efforts of our entire team, plus several tranquilizer darts, to finally subdue the beast. As we stood over the unconscious form of the apex predator, a mix of emotions washed over us: relief, fear, and a grim sense of accomplishment. But our mission was far from over. We had captured one, but how many more lurked in the darkness? Our success was short-lived. As we prepared to transport the creature out of the cave system, a bone-chilling howl echoed through the passages. It was answered by another, then another. The realization hit us like a physical blow. We were surrounded, deep in the heart of the apex predator's lair. What followed was a desperate fight for survival. We battled our way through the caves, pursued by shadows and nightmarish forms. Not all of us made it out. The screams of our fallen comrades would haunt my dreams for years to come. When we finally emerged into the pale light of dawn, our team was battered, broken, and forever changed. We had glimpsed a world beyond our understanding, a primordial realm of terror that existed right beneath our feet. As we made our way back to civilization, I knew that our ordeal was far from over. We had struck a blow against the apex predators, but at a terrible cost, and the creatures, now aware of our intentions, would not remain passive. The true battle for Wind River Range was just beginning. The journey back to headquarters was a blur of exhaustion and trauma. Our team, now reduced to just 4, myself, Dr. Hoffman, and 2 other rangers, stumbled into the ranger station on November 12th, a full week after we had first set out. The looks on the faces of our colleagues as we entered told us everything we needed to know about our appearance. The debriefing that followed was intense and grueling. For hours, we recounted every detail of our expedition, from the discovery of the cave system to our harrowing escape. Our superiors listened with grim faces, the reality of what we were dealing with finally sinking in. But it was the news that greeted us upon our return that truly drove home the gravity of our situation. While we had been in the depths of the forest, the apex predators had launched what could only be described as a counteroffensive. Reports had flooded in from across the Wind River Range of sightings and attacks. The creatures, it seemed, had abandoned their previous caution and were now openly hunting. The death toll was rising, and public panic was reaching a fever pitch. As I sat in my small apartment that night, trying to process everything that had happened, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had unleashed something we couldn't control. By entering their territory, we had provoked a response that was now threatening to overwhelm us. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. The pretense of secrecy was gone, replaced by a desperate scramble to contain the threat. National Guard units were deployed to the area, and large sections of the Wind River Range were declared off limits to the public. But these measures seemed woefully inadequate in the face of what we were dealing with. The apex predators showed an uncanny ability to evade our patrols, striking with terrifying speed and precision before melting back into the wilderness. As the death toll mounted, so did the pressure on those of us who had first-hand experience with the creatures. Dr. Hoffman and I found ourselves thrust into the role of reluctant experts, consulted on every aspect of the containment efforts. It was during one of these strategy sessions that Dr. Hoffman shared a theory that sent chills down my spine. Based on her analysis of the bone arrangements we had seen in the caves and the creatures' behavior patterns, she believed that the apex predators weren't just animals acting on instinct. They were intelligent, possibly even sentient, and appeared to be following some sort of complex social structure. The implications of this were staggering. We weren't just dealing with a particularly dangerous predator. We were potentially facing an entire society of creatures that had evolved in parallel with humans, hidden from our view for countless generations. As December approached, the situation reached a critical point. Sightings of the creatures were reported on the outskirts of several small towns bordering the Wind River Range. The public panic that had been simmering for weeks exploded into full-blown hysteria. In a desperate bid to regain control of the situation, our superiors proposed a plan that was as audacious as it was dangerous. We would launch a coordinated offensive, driving deep into the heart of the apex predators' territory, with the goal of eliminating their stronghold once and for all. As I stood in the briefing room listening to the details of the operation, I couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. We were about to embark on a mission that would either save the Wind River Range or condemn it to a darkness from which it might never emerge. Little did we know, the apex predators were preparing their own final assault. The stage was set for a confrontation that would determine the fate of not just the Wind River Range, but potentially the entire human understanding of our place in the natural world. As dawn broke on December 15, 1999, our combined forces of Rangers, National Guard units, and specially trained operatives moved into position around the Wind River Range. The air was thick with tension, each of us acutely aware that we were about to face an enemy unlike any we had encountered before. Our plan was to converge on the cave system we had discovered earlier, which we now believed to be the central hub of the apex predators' activity. Satellite imagery and thermal scans had revealed an extensive network of tunnels and chambers beneath the surface, far larger than we had initially thought. As we began our advance, an eerie silence fell over the forest. The usual sounds of wildlife were absent, as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath in anticipation of the coming conflict. Our first indication that something was wrong came when we lost contact with our eastern flank. Then the southern team went dark. It quickly became apparent that we had underestimated our enemy once again. The apex predators weren't waiting for us in their caves. They were ambushing us on all sides. What followed was a battle that defied description. The creatures moved with a coordination and strategy that confirmed Dr. Hoffman's theories about their intelligence. They herded us, separated us, and picked us off with terrifying efficiency. In the chaos, I found myself separated from the main group, along with Dr. Hoffman and a handful of others. We fought our way through the underbrush, every shadow potentially hiding a deadly threat. As we approached the cave entrance, a bone-chilling howl echoed through the trees. Emerging from the cave was a creature larger than any we had seen before. Its pale, elongated body was covered in scars, and its eyes gleamed with an unsettling intelligence. This, we realized, was their leader. What happened next would change my understanding of the natural world forever. The creature began to communicate, not through sounds, but through a series of complex gestures and expressions. Dr. Hoffman, her scientific curiosity overriding her fear, began to interpret. The message, once deciphered, was clear. This was their land, their home. They had lived here for millennia, hidden from human eyes, and our encroachment was threatening their very existence. In that moment, the true horror of our situation became clear. We weren't facing mindless beasts. but an ancient, intelligent species fighting for survival. The moral implications were staggering. As government forces closed in around us, I made a decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I ordered our team to stand down. Over the radio, I relayed what we had learned, pleading for a ceasefire. The next few hours were tense, filled with heated arguments and desperate negotiations. In the end, a tenuous agreement was reached. The apex predators would remain within a designated area of the Wind River Range, strictly off limits to humans. In return, they would cease their attacks. As we withdrew from the forest, the weight of what had transpired settled over us. We had gone in seeking to eliminate a threat, only to discover a hidden world beyond our comprehension. In the years that followed, the Wind River Range became a subject of intense scientific study and controversy. The public was told a sanitized version of events, with the true nature of the apex predators kept classified. For those of us who knew the truth, life would never be the same. Every time I looked at the wilderness, I was acutely aware of the secrets it might hold, the ancient intelligences that might be watching from the shadows. The experience had taught me a profound and terrifying lesson. The world is vaster and more mysterious than we can imagine, and humanity's dominion over nature is far more tenuous than we'd like to believe. As I sit here, writing this account years later, I can't help but wonder about the fragile peace we established. How long will it last? What other hidden wonders or horrors might be out there, waiting to be discovered? One thing is certain. The silence of Dead Man's Curve will forever echo in my mind, a reminder of the day I glimpsed the true face of nature in all its terrifying glory. I never thought I'd be sharing this story, but time has a way of wearing down even the strongest resolves. The events I'm about to describe happened in 1997, though the memories remain as fresh as yesterday's coffee. My name's Gus Wrigley, and I spent 15 years as a park ranger in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, specifically in Ottawa National Forest. Most of those years were filled with routine duties, helping lost hikers, managing wildlife encounters, and occasionally rescuing the odd cat from a tree. But that year changed everything. The autumn had been particularly mild that year, drawing more visitors than usual well into October. The maple trees were showing off their brilliant reds and oranges, and the air carried that crisp scent that makes you think anything's possible. I was stationed at the western sector of the forest, an area known for its rugged terrain and dense undergrowth. My cabin sat perched on a small hill overlooking Whitefish Lake, where I'd spend my evenings watching the sun set behind the pines, nursing a cup of coffee and thinking about nothing in particular. That's the thing about working in the wilderness. You develop a sort of sixth sense. You learn to read the forest like a book, notice when things are off kilter. The wildlife, the wind, even the shadows, they all tell a story if you know how to listen. And let me tell you, in all my years of service, I'd never heard the forest go completely silent until that October. I remember sitting on my cabin porch the night before it all started, watching the stars emerge one by one. The usual chorus of crickets and nightbirds had fallen unusually quiet. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. My old shepherd mix, Buck, who usually spent his evenings chasing rabbits around the yard, was pressed against my leg, whining softly. I should have known then that something was wrong. The next morning started like any other. I was going through my usual routine: coffee, equipment check, weather report, when the call came in. Margaret, our dispatch operator for the past 20 years, had a tension in her voice I'd never heard before. "Gus," she said, her usually steady voice wavering slightly. "We've got 2 missing hikers, Robert and Linda Carpenter, both in their mid-30s. Their emergency contact called it in about an hour ago. They were supposed to check in last night but never did." I jotted down the details as she spoke. The Carpenters had parked their car at the Wilderness Trail entrance, planning a day hike along the ridge route. It was a popular trail, moderate difficulty, nothing that should have given experienced hikers any trouble. They'd left early the previous morning, carrying proper gear and enough supplies for a day trip. "Any sign of adverse weather or wildlife activity in that area?" I asked, already pulling on my boots. "Nothing unusual reported," Margaret replied. "But Gus, there's something else." Their emergency contact mentioned they'd sent a final text message yesterday afternoon. Something about hearing strange noises in the woods. Said it didn't sound like any animal they knew. I felt a chill run down my spine. though I couldn't say why. In 15 years of service, I'd heard all sorts of strange stories from hikers. The wilderness has a way of playing tricks on people's minds, especially as darkness falls. But something about this felt different. I loaded up my truck with the usual search and rescue gear, first aid kit, rope, flares, extra water, and emergency rations. Buck jumped into the passenger seat, his usual excitement for a day's work notably subdued. The drive to the trailhead took about 40 minutes, each mile seeming longer than the last. The carpenter's vehicle was right where Margaret said it would be, a blue Subaru Outback with a "Life's an Adventure" bumper sticker. The irony wasn't lost on me. I did a quick check of the vehicle. No signs of forced entry, everything locked up properly. Their hiking permit was displayed correctly on the dashboard, along with a detailed itinerary of their planned route. The morning air was thick with fog as Buck and I started up the trail. Usually he'd be ranging ahead, nose to the ground, but today he stayed close to my heels. The forest felt different somehow, denser, more oppressive. The fog clung to the trees like cobwebs, muffling every sound. About 2 miles in, we found the first sign something was wrong. A backpack lay abandoned beside the trail, its contents scattered across the ground as if someone had emptied it in a hurry. I recognized high-end hiking gear, the kind of stuff experienced outdoors people carry. Energy bar wrappers, a crushed water bottle, a crumpled map. But it was the tracks around the site that made my blood run cold. In all my years as a ranger, I'd seen every kind of animal track native to Michigan's forests. Bear, wolf, mountain lion, you name it, I could identify it. But these were different. They were huge, for one thing, easily twice the size of the largest wolf print I'd ever seen. But it wasn't just the size that was wrong. The shape was off, like something trying to mimic a canine print but not quite getting it right. Buck refused to go near them. He stood at the edge of the clearing, hackles raised, emitting a low growl I'd never heard from him before. I took photographs and measurements, trying to maintain my professional demeanor despite the growing unease in my gut. The prints were fresh, maybe 6 hours old at most. As I studied the area, I noticed something else strange. There were no signs of smaller wildlife, no squirrel tracks, no bird droppings, nothing. It was as if every living thing had cleared out of the area. In my experience, that only happens when there's a major predator around. Following the tracks led us deeper into the forest, away from the main trail. The fog had started to lift, but the silence remained absolute. No birdsong, no rustle of small animals in the undergrowth, just the sound of my own breathing and Buck's soft whimpers. The first body we found was Robert Carpenter. I recognized him from the photo his emergency contact had provided, or what was left of him. He was wearing a blue hiking jacket now soaked in blood. His body was wrong, limbs twisted at impossible angles, head nearly separated from his shoulders. But it wasn't the violence of the attack that disturbed me most. It was the precision. These weren't the random tears and bites of a wild animal. These were calculated, almost surgical cuts. Linda Carpenter's body lay about 20 feet away. The scene was even worse. Large portions of flesh had been removed with the same terrible precision. Their expensive hiking gear lay in tatters around them, and their satellite phone was crushed to pieces nearby. I'd seen bear attacks before, mountain lion kills too. This was something else entirely. There were no defensive wounds, no signs of a struggle. Whatever had done this had been quick, efficient, and horrifyingly intelligent. I was documenting the scene, trying to keep my hands steady enough to take photographs, when I heard it, a low rumbling sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Buck pressed against my leg, trembling violently. Slowly I turned around, and that's when I saw it. Standing between two ancient pines about 30 feet away was something that shouldn't exist. It had the basic shape of a wolf, but that's where any resemblance to nature ended. The creature was massive, easily the size of a grizzly bear, with matted black fur caked with dirt and blood. But its face, God help me, its face was wrong. The features were elongated, distorted, as if someone had tried to merge human characteristics with those of a wolf but had failed horribly. Its mouth was too wide, filled with row upon row of teeth that gleamed wetly in the dim forest light. But it was the eyes that haunted me most. They were intelligent, aware. This wasn't just an animal acting on instinct. There was calculation in those eyes, a cold intelligence that had no place in nature. For what felt like an eternity, we stood there, locked in a terrible staring contest. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Buck was frozen beside me, making a sound somewhere between a whimper and a growl. Then, without warning, the creature moved. I'd like to say I made a conscious decision to run, but it was pure instinct. One moment I was standing still, the next I was crashing through the underbrush, Buck right beside me. The sound of the creature pursuing us was like nothing I'd ever heard before, not the padding of paws, but something heavier, more deliberate. Every horror movie cliché came true in those moments. I stumbled over roots, crashed through branches, my lungs burning as I pushed myself harder than I ever had before. The creature was right behind us, so close I could hear its breathing, a wet guttural sound that seemed to fill the entire forest. Buck and I somehow stayed together, taking turns to lead as we weaved through the trees. My truck seemed impossibly far away. Several times I felt the creature's hot breath on the back of my neck, heard the snap of those terrible jaws just inches from my head. We burst out of the forest and into the parking area. I fumbled with my keys, nearly dropping them in my panic. Buck leaped through the passenger window the moment I got the door open, and I threw myself behind the wheel. The engine roared to life just as something massive slammed into the side of the truck, rocking it on its wheels. I didn't stop driving until we were miles away, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. When I finally pulled over, Buck crawled into my lap like he used to do as a puppy, both of us trembling and covered in sweat. I reported the deaths, of course. The official report listed it as a bear attack. The simplest, most logical explanation. Who would believe the truth? I submitted my resignation 2 weeks later, after another couple disappeared on the same trail. Their bodies were never found. That was 27 years ago. I live in Detroit now, working a comfortable desk job managing city parks. Buck passed away years ago, but I like to think he's still watching over me. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind blows just right, I can still hear that creature's breath, still see those intelligent, horrible eyes. I've never told this story before now. Who would believe it? But lately I've been seeing news reports about more disappearances in Ottawa National Forest. Different trails, different times of year, but always the same pattern. And I wonder if maybe it's time people knew the truth. Because here's the thing about wilderness. It's not just about the beauty or the solitude. Sometimes it's about the darkness that lurks just beyond the firelight. The things that wait in the shadows, watching and hungry. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, you get to walk away with nothing but nightmares and a story nobody will believe. But I know what I saw that day. And somewhere in Ottawa National Forest, something is still waiting, still hunting. So if you're planning a hiking trip up there, stick to the populated trails. And if you hear silence in the forest, complete, absolute silence, run. Run as fast as you can, because by the time you see those eyes, it's already too late. The dashboard clock read 11:42 p.m. as I guided my 18-wheeler down the lonely stretch of Highway 11 in northern Maine. The inky darkness pressed against my windshield, held at bay only by the dim glow of my headlights. I'd been on the road for nearly 14 hours, and the fatigue was starting to set in, my eyes growing heavy despite the thermos of truck stop coffee at my side. My name's Clyde Merrill, and I've been hauling freight across the country for the better part of 2 decades. It's not an easy life, but it's mine. The open road, the solitude, the sense of purpose that comes with keeping the lifeblood of commerce flowing. It gets in your blood after a while. But tonight was different. There was an unease gnawing at the pit of my stomach, a feeling I couldn't quite shake. Maybe it was the way the pines loomed on either side of the road, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Or perhaps it was the unnatural stillness of the night, broken only by the low rumble of my engine and the occasional crackle of static from my now useless radio. I'd started out later than planned from Bangor, thanks to a series of delays at the loading dock. Now, instead of pulling into Caribou at a reasonable hour, I was facing an all-night drive through some of the most isolated terrain in the Northeast. My cargo, several tons of timber destined for a small lumberyard, seemed to mock me with its dead weight. The road stretched endlessly before me, a ribbon of cracked asphalt cutting through the wilderness. I hadn't seen another vehicle in hours, not since I'd passed a decrepit gas station in some no-name town, whose lights had long since faded in my rearview mirror. Out here, in the vast expanse of the North Maine woods, it was easy to believe you were the last person left on Earth. I reached for my coffee, grimacing at the cold, bitter liquid. As I set the thermos back in its holder, something caught my eye in the periphery of my high beams. At first I thought it might be a deer or a moose, not uncommon sights in these parts, and potentially deadly hazards for an unwary driver. But as I drew closer, the shape resolved itself into something else entirely. Something that sent a chill down my spine despite the warm air blasting from the heater. There, sprawled across the center line like a broken marionette, was a human body. I slammed on the brakes, the sudden deceleration causing the trailer to fishtail slightly before the rig ground to a halt. For a long moment I sat there, hands gripping the wheel, heart pounding in my chest. This couldn't be happening, not out here, not in the middle of nowhere. But it was, and now I had a decision to make. With trembling fingers I flicked on the hazard lights, their rhythmic clicking seeming obscenely loud in the oppressive silence. I reached for the door handle, then hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to stay in the cab, to radio for help or simply drive away and pretend I'd never seen anything. But I knew I couldn't do that. Whatever had happened here, whoever this person was, they deserved better than to be left as roadkill on this god-forsaken stretch of asphalt. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the door and climbed down from the cab. The moment my boots hit the ground, I was enveloped by the night. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and something else, a metallic tang that made my stomach churn. I fumbled for the flashlight I kept in the side compartment, its beam weak but better than nothing. As I approached the body, the details came into sharper focus, each step revealing a new horror. It was a man, or what was left of one. He lay on his back, limbs splayed at unnatural angles, his clothes torn and stained dark with what could only be blood. His face was a mess of bruises and lacerations, one eye swollen shut, the other staring sightlessly at the star-strewn sky above. I'd seen my share of accident victims over the years, but this was different. This wasn't the result of a collision or a fall. This man had been beaten, savagely and methodically, before being dumped here like garbage. Fighting back the urge to vomit, I crouched down beside him, my trembling fingers searching for a pulse I knew I wouldn't find. His skin was cool to the touch, the life long since fled from his broken form. How long had he been here? Hours? Days? And more importantly, who had done this to him? I stood up, my legs unsteady, and fumbled for my cell phone. No signal. Of course not. I was miles from the nearest cell tower, surrounded by nothing but trees and darkness, and the growing certainty that I was no longer alone out here. That's when I saw them. The drag marks, faint but unmistakable. They led from the tree line to where the body now lay. Someone, or something, had pulled this poor bastard out of the woods and left him here for someone like me to find. A twig snapped in the forest, the sound sharp and sudden in the still night air. I whirled around, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the shadows, revealing nothing but the endless rows of pines. But I could feel it now, eyes watching me from the darkness, patient and hungry. I backed away slowly, my gaze darting between the body and the woods. I had to get out of here, had to find help or at least put some distance between myself and whatever was lurking out there. But I couldn't just leave him here, couldn't bear the thought of this man's last resting place being the cold, hard asphalt of a forgotten highway. With a muttered prayer to a god I wasn't sure I believed in anymore, I made my decision. I hurried back to the truck, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it could be heard for miles. I climbed into the cab, slamming and locking the door behind me. My hands shook as I turned the key, the engine roaring to life with a sound that seemed obscenely loud in the quiet night. I threw the truck into gear, maneuvering carefully around the body. I couldn't bring myself to look at it again as I passed, keeping my eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead. As soon as I was clear, I floored the accelerator, the big rig surging forward with a groan of protest. I drove like a man possessed, the speedometer creeping well past the legal limit as I put as much distance as I could between myself and that awful scene. But no matter how fast I went, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, pacing me just beyond the reach of my rearview mirrors. It wasn't until I saw the flickering neon of a 24-hour diner that I finally slowed down. I pulled into the nearly empty parking lot, killed the engine, and sat there for a long moment, trying to calm my racing thoughts and pounding heart. I needed to call the police, to report what I'd seen, but as the adrenaline began to fade, doubt started to creep in. Would they believe me? A lone trucker reporting a body on a deserted stretch of road in the middle of the night? It sounded like the setup to a bad joke or a horror movie. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew I couldn't just let it go. With a deep breath, I reached for my phone again. This time, mercifully, there were bars. I dialed 911, my fingers leaving smears of dirt, and was that blood on the screen. As the phone began to ring, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning, that by stopping on that lonely road, by bearing witness to whatever dark thing had happened there, I'd set in motion a chain of events that would change my life forever. And somewhere out in the darkness, in the shadows between the trees, something was waiting, watching, and it knew my face now. The night was far from over. The 911 dispatcher's voice crackled through my phone, startling me out of my daze. 911, what's your emergency? I took a deep breath, trying to steady my voice. I need to report a body. On Highway 11, about 30 miles south of Caribou. There was a brief pause. Sir, can you please repeat that? Did you say you've found a body? Yes, I said, the words tumbling out in a rush. I'm a truck driver. I was heading north when I saw there was a man lying in the middle of the road. He's dead, beaten to death, I think. The dispatcher's tone sharpened, becoming more focused. Are you sure the person is deceased? Have you checked for signs of life? I'm sure, I replied, a shudder running through me as I recalled the man's battered face, his sightless eyes. There was no pulse. He'd been there for a while, I think. All right, sir. I need you to stay calm. Can you give me your exact location? I glanced around, spotting a faded sign near the diner's entrance. I'm at Rosie's Diner, just off Highway 11. It's the only place I could find to stop and call. Okay, I'm dispatching units to both locations now. I need you to stay where you are. Officers will be there shortly to take your statement. Can you do that for me, sir? I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me. Yes, I'll stay here. Good. Now, can you tell me your name? Clyde. Clyde Merrill. All right, Mr. Merrill. I'm going to stay on the line with you until the officers arrive. Can you tell me more about what you saw? I recounted the events of the night, my voice shaking as I described the body, the drag marks, the feeling of being watched. The dispatcher listened quietly, only interrupting occasionally to ask for clarification. As I finished my story, I saw flashing lights in the parking lot. 2 police cruisers pulled up, their headlights cutting through the gloom. The police are here, I told the dispatcher. Okay, Mr. Merrill. You've done the right thing by calling this in. Please cooperate fully with the officers, and don't leave the area until they say it's okay. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Thank you. I ended the call as 2 officers approached my truck. They were both young, probably in their early 30s, with the wary look of men who'd seen their fair share of trouble. Mr. Merrill, the taller of the 2 called out. I'm Officer Donovan. This is Officer Reeves. We'd like to ask you a few questions about the call you made. I climbed down from the cab, my legs still a bit unsteady. Of course, officers. Whatever you need to know. They led me to one of the cruisers, and I spent the next hour recounting my story in painstaking detail. Officer Donovan took notes while Reeves radioed updates to the team investigating the scene I'd fled. As I finished my account for what felt like the 100th time, Donovan's radio crackled to life. He stepped away to take the call, his expression growing more troubled with each passing moment. When he returned, there was a new weariness in his eyes. Mr. Merrill, we have a problem. Our officers at the scene, they haven't found any body. I felt the blood drain from my face. What? That's impossible. I saw him, clear as day. He was right there in the middle of the road. Reeves stepped closer, his hand resting casually on his holster. They've searched the entire area, sir. There's no sign of a body, no blood, no drag marks, nothing to corroborate your story. That can't be right, I stammered. I know what I saw. Someone must have moved him. Maybe whoever killed him came back. The officers exchanged a look I couldn't quite decipher. Donovan sighed, rubbing his forehead. Mr. Merrill, how long have you been on the road today? I blinked, thrown by the change in subject. About 14 hours, I guess. Maybe a little more. That's a long time to be driving, Reeves said, his tone maddeningly neutral. Especially at night. It's easy for the mind to play tricks on you when you're tired. I felt a flare of anger cut through my confusion and fear. You think I imagined this? That I made it all up? We're not saying that, Donovan said quickly, holding up a placating hand. But we have to consider all possibilities. Have you been drinking tonight, Mr. Merrill? Taking any medications? No, I snapped. I don't drink on the job, and the strongest thing in my system is truck stop coffee. I'm telling you, there was a body on that road. I touched him, for Christ's sake. I felt how cold he was. The officers shared another look, this one tinged with something that might have been pity. Reeves cleared his throat. Mr. Merrill, we're going to need you to come down to the station with us. We have a few more questions, and we'd like to run some tests. Just to rule things out, you understand. I opened my mouth to protest, but the words died in my throat. What could I say? I knew what I'd seen, but I had no proof. And now, with the body mysteriously vanished, even I was starting to doubt my own sanity. Fine, I said finally, my shoulders slumping in defeat. Let's go to the station. As they led me to the cruiser, I glanced back at my truck, looming like a steel sentinel in the dim light of the diner's parking lot. I had a sinking feeling it would be a long time before I saw it again. The drive to the Caribou police station was silent and tense. I stared out the window, watching the endless trees roll by, my mind racing. How could the body be gone? Had I imagined the whole thing? But no, it had been too real, too visceral to be a hallucination. Something was very wrong here, and as we pulled into the station parking lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being drawn into something dark and dangerous, something that went far beyond a simple case of a missing body. Little did I know, this was only the beginning of a nightmare that would push me to the very limits of my sanity and courage. The truth was out there, hidden in the shadows of the Maine wilderness, and something told me that before this was over, I'd wish I'd never set eyes on that lonely stretch of Highway 11. The Caribou police station was a squat brick building that had seen better days. As officers Donovan and Reeves led me through the front doors, I felt a wave of claustrophobia wash over me. After so many years on the open road, being confined always made me uneasy. But tonight, that unease was amplified by the growing sense that I was in way over my head. They escorted me to a small interview room, its walls a dingy off-white that might once have been cheerful but now just looked sickly under the harsh fluorescent lights. A battered table and 3 chairs were the only furniture. I sat down heavily, suddenly aware of how exhausted I was. "Can I get you some water, Mr. Merrill?" Officer Donovan asked, his tone professionally courteous. I nodded, my throat dry. "Yes, please. And is there any chance I could make a phone call? I need to let my dispatcher know what's going on." Reeves shook his head. "I'm afraid that's not possible right now, sir. We need to conduct our interview first. Standard procedure, you understand." I didn't understand. Not really. But I was too tired to argue. Donovan returned with a paper cup of water, which I gulped down gratefully. "Now, Mr. Merrill," Reeves began, taking a seat across from me. "Let's go through your story one more time, from the beginning. Try not to leave out any details, no matter how small or insignificant they might seem." So I told them everything again. The long drive, the body in the road, the drag marks, the feeling of being watched. As I spoke, Donovan took notes while Reeves watched me intently, his eyes never leaving my face. When I finished, there was a long moment of silence. Finally, Reeves leaned forward, his expression unreadable. "Mr. Merrill, I have to ask, have you ever experienced anything like this before? Any history of hallucinations or mental health issues?" I felt a flare of indignation. "No, of course not. I've been driving trucks for 20 years. You don't last long in this business if you're seeing things that aren't there. And you're certain you weren't drinking? No drugs, prescription or otherwise?" "I already told you no," I said, my patience wearing thin. "Look, I know how this must sound, but I'm telling you the truth. There was a body on that road. Someone killed that man and left him there for someone to find. And now they've moved him. Doesn't that concern you?" Donovan and Reeves exchanged a glance. "Of course it concerns us, Mr. Merrill," Donovan said. "But we have to follow the evidence. And right now, the evidence doesn't support your story." "Then your evidence is wrong," I snapped, immediately regretting my tone. Antagonizing the police wasn't going to help my situation. Reeves sighed, rubbing his eyes. "Look, it's late. We're all tired. Why don't we take a break? We've arranged a room for you at the motel down the street. Get some rest, and we'll continue this in the morning." I blinked, surprised. "You're not arresting me?" "No, Mr. Merrill, you're not under arrest. But we would like you to stick around town for a few days while We investigate further. We'll need to impound your truck for now. Standard procedure in cases like this. Is that going to be a problem? I wanted to argue, to demand they let me go, but I knew it would be pointless. And if I was honest with myself, I wasn't sure I was in any condition to drive right now anyway. Fine, I said, defeated. But I really do need to call my dispatcher and my wife. They'll be worried if they don't hear from me. Donovan nodded. We can arrange that. Supervised calls only, I'm afraid. Again, standard procedure. They led me to a phone at the front desk, where I made 2 brief, awkward calls. To my dispatcher, I simply said there had been an incident and I'd be delayed. To my wife, Sarah, I tried to sound as normal as possible, telling her I'd run into some truck trouble and would be laid up for a few days. I'm not sure she believed me. Sarah's always been good at telling when I'm holding something back, but she didn't press the issue. Afterwards, a young officer drove me to the motel. It was a run-down place, the kind of establishment that rented rooms by the hour as often as by the night. But it was a bed, and right now, that was all I cared about. As I lay there in the dark, listening to the hum of the ancient air conditioner, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something, some vital piece of the puzzle that would make sense of this whole bizarre situation. I must have drifted off at some point, because suddenly I was back on that lonely stretch of road. The body was there, just as I remembered. But this time, as I approached, its eyes snapped open. It sat up, fixing me with a stare that froze the blood in my veins. "Why didn't you help me, Clyde?" it asked, its voice a dry rasp. "Why did you leave me there?" I tried to speak, to explain, but no words would come. And then I saw them, dark shapes emerging from the woods, dozens of them, their eyes gleaming in the darkness. They moved with an unnatural grace, surrounding me, cutting off any chance of escape. The corpse stood up, its movements jerky and wrong, like a marionette with tangled strings. It pointed at me, and when it spoke again, its voice was different, deeper, filled with a malevolence that made my skin crawl. "You've seen too much, Clyde Merrill, but don't worry. Soon you'll be joining us." The shapes closed in, their cold hands reaching for me, and I woke up with a strangled cry, drenched in sweat and tangled in the cheap motel sheets. I lay there, heart pounding, as the first gray light of dawn crept through the threadbare curtains. Sleep, I knew, would not be coming again, not with the nightmare still so vivid in my mind. As I showered and dressed, preparing to face another day of questions and suspicion, I couldn't shake the feeling that the dream had been more than just a product of my stressed and tired mind. It felt like a warning. Something was happening in these woods, something dark and dangerous, and somehow, I had stumbled right into the middle of it. Little did I know, my nightmare was about to become all too real. The morning sun did little to dispel the shadows that seemed to cling to the edges of Caribou. As I made my way back to the police station, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every passing car, set my nerves on edge. Officer Donovan was waiting for me in the lobby, a stack of papers in his hand and dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he'd had about as much sleep as I had. "Mr. Merrill," he said, nodding in greeting. "If you'll follow me, we have a few more questions for you." I trailed after him, back to the same interrogation room as yesterday. This time, however, there was someone new waiting for us. A woman in her mid-40s, with sharp features and even sharper eyes, sat at the table. She wore a crisp suit that screamed, "Federal Agent." "Mr. Merrill, this is Special Agent Larson from the FBI," Donovan said, confirming my suspicions. "She'd like to ask you a few questions about last night's incident." I felt my stomach drop. The FBI? What the hell had I stumbled into? "Please, have a seat, Mr. Merrill," Agent Larson said, her voice cool and professional. As I sat down, she fixed me with a penetrating stare. "I've read the report from last night. I have to say, it's quite a story." "It's the truth," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Every word of it." She nodded, her expression unreadable. "I'm sure you believe that, but you have to understand how it looks from our perspective. A body that mysteriously disappears, drag marks that no one else can find, a sense of being watched in an empty forest. It's all rather fantastical, wouldn't you agree?" I felt a flare of frustration. "I know how it sounds, but I'm telling you, it happened. Every bit of it." She murmured, making a note on her pad. "Mr. Merrill, are you familiar with the concept of mass hysteria?" I blinked, thrown by the sudden change in topic. What? No, I don't think so. It's a phenomenon where a group of people collectively experience similar delusions or physical symptoms, often triggered by stress or fear, she explained. In isolated communities, particularly those surrounded by wilderness, it's not uncommon for such events to occur. I shook my head, realization dawning. You think that's what this is? That I'm part of some shared delusion? I think it's a possibility we need to consider, she said. There have been incidents in this area before. Unexplained events, strange sightings. Most of them turn out to have perfectly rational explanations once you dig deep enough. This wasn't a delusion, I insisted. I saw what I saw. I felt it. The body was real. Agent Larson leaned forward, her eyes boring into mine. Mr. Merrill, I'm going to be frank with you. We've run your background. You're clean, no criminal record, no history of mental illness. You're a respected professional in your field, which is why I'm inclined to believe that you genuinely think you saw something last night. I did see something, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. The constant questioning, the lack of sleep, the lingering terror from my nightmare, it was all starting to take its toll. Perhaps, she said, her tone softening slightly. But I need you to consider the possibility that your mind might have been playing tricks on you. The isolation, the darkness, the long hours on the road. It's a perfect recipe for hallucinations. I wanted to argue, to insist once again that I knew what I'd seen. But doubt had begun to creep in, insidious and persistent. What if she was right? What if it had all been in my head? I don't know anymore, I admitted, my shoulders slumping. I was so sure, but now... Agent Larson nodded, seemingly satisfied. It's understandable to be confused, Mr. Merrill. The human mind is a complex thing, especially under stress. Now, I have a proposal for you. I looked up, wary. What kind of proposal? We'd like you to stay in Caribou for a few more days, she said. We'll put you up in a better hotel, cover your expenses. During that time, I'd like you to speak with a psychologist we work with, Dr. Elaine Harper. She specializes in cases like yours. Cases like mine? I echoed, not liking the sound of that at all. People who've experienced traumatic or inexplicable events, she clarified. She might be able to help you make sense of what happened last night. And in return, you help us by submitting to a few tests, answering some more questions. Does that sound reasonable? I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to get out of this town, to put as much distance between myself and that stretch of Highway 11 as possible. But I was also desperate for answers. And if there was even a chance that this Dr. Harper could help me understand what had happened... All right, I said finally. I'll do it. Agent Larson smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Excellent. Officer Donovan will take care of the arrangements. And Mr. Merrill, try to relax. You're in good hands now. As Donovan led me out of the room, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just made a deal with the devil. But what choice did I have? I needed answers, and right now, this seemed like the only way to get them. Little did I know, the real nightmare was just beginning. The Northwoods Inn was a significant step up from the Fleabag Motel I'd spent the previous night in. The room was clean, spacious, and blessedly quiet. But despite the comfortable surroundings, sleep continued to elude me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that battered body sprawled across the road, its sightless eyes staring accusingly at me. My first session with Dr. Elaine Harper was scheduled for the following morning. As I made my way to her office, located in a small professional building near the town center, I tried to organize my thoughts. What exactly was I going to tell her? That I was certain I'd seen a dead body, only to have it vanish without a trace? That I felt like I was being watched, hunted even, by some unseen presence in the woods? It all sounded crazy, even to my own ears. Dr. Harper's office was warm and inviting, with soft lighting and comfortable furniture. The doctor herself was a woman in her early 50s, with kind eyes and a gentle demeanor that immediately put me at ease. Mr. Merrill, she said, gesturing to a plush armchair. Please, have a seat. Can I get you anything? Water? Coffee? I shook my head as I sat down. No, thank you. I'm fine. She settled into her own chair, notepad in hand. All right then. Why don't we start at the beginning? Tell me about that night on Highway 11. So I did. I recounted the events of that night once again, trying to include every detail, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Dr. Harper listened attentively, occasionally making notes but never interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, her expression thoughtful. "That must have been a terrifying experience, Mr. Merrill," she said finally. "Regardless of what actually happened, the fear you felt was very real." I nodded, grateful for her understanding. It was. And now I don't know what to think. Was it real? Did I imagine the whole thing? "The human mind is incredibly complex," Dr. Harper said. "Under extreme stress or fatigue, it's capable of creating vivid hallucinations that can seem absolutely real. That said, I'm not here to tell you what you did or didn't see. My job is to help you process this experience and understand how it's affecting you." We spent the next hour discussing my background, my work as a truck driver, and my mental state in the days leading up to the incident. Dr. Harper was skilled at putting me at ease, and I found myself opening up more than I'd expected to. As our session was winding down, she leaned forward, her expression serious. "Mr. Merrill, I'd like to try something if you're willing. It's a relaxation technique that might help you recall more details about that night." I hesitated. "You mean like hypnosis?" She smiled. "Not exactly. It's more of a guided meditation. It can sometimes help access memories that your conscious mind has suppressed. Would you be willing to give it a try?" I thought about it for a moment. What did I have to lose? "Sure," I said. "Let's do it." Dr. Harper dimmed the lights and guided me through a series of breathing exercises. As I relaxed, she began to speak in a soft, soothing voice, leading me back to that night on Highway 11. "You're driving your truck," she said. "It's late. You're tired. Describe what you see." "The road," I murmured, my eyes closed. "It's dark. Trees on both sides. My headlights, they don't seem to reach very far." "Good," she encouraged. "Now, you see something in the road. What is it?" "A body," I said, my heart rate picking up as the memory sharpened. "A man. He's been beaten. There's so much blood." "Focus on the body," Dr. Harper said. "Look closely. Is there anything unusual about it? Any details you might have missed before?" I concentrated, trying to recall every detail of that horrific scene. And then, suddenly I saw something. Something I hadn't noticed before. "His hand," I gasped, my eyes flying open. There was something in his hand. Dr. Harper leaned forward, her expression intent. "What was it, Mr. Merrill? What did you see?" I struggled to hold on to the image, but it was slipping away like smoke. I'm not sure. Something small. Metal, I think. But I can't quite see it." She nodded, making a note. "That's all right. You've done very well. This could be an important detail." As I left Dr. Harper's office, my mind was reeling. What had I seen in that man's hand? And how had I not noticed it before? The question gnawed at me as I made my way back to the hotel. I was so lost in thought that I almost didn't notice the black SUV parked across the street, its windows tinted too dark to see inside. But as I passed, I felt that familiar prickle on the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched. I quickened my pace, fighting the urge to break into a run. By the time I reached the hotel, my heart was pounding. I glanced back, but the SUV was gone. That night, as I tossed and turned in my hotel bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something crucial, some vital piece of the puzzle that would make sense of this whole bizarre situation. Little did I know, the answer was closer than I realized, and it was about to turn my world upside down. The next few days passed in a blur of police interviews, sessions with Dr. Harper, and sleepless nights filled with vivid, terrifying dreams. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality, the line between what I knew to be true and what others were telling me becoming increasingly blurred. It was during my third session with Dr. Harper that things took an unexpected turn. We were once again exploring my memories of that night on Highway 11, using the relaxation techniques she'd taught me. "Focus on the man's hand," Dr. Harper said, her voice low and soothing. "The object you saw, can you describe it?" I concentrated, trying to bring the image into focus. "It's small, metal, almost like a..." Suddenly the image snapped into clarity. My eyes flew open. A key! It was a key! Dr. Harper leaned forward, her expression intent. "Are you sure, Mr. Merrill? Can you describe it?" "It was old," I said, the words tumbling out as the memory solidified. "Brass, I think, with an intricate design on the head. almost like a tree with spreading branches. As I spoke, I saw something flicker across Dr. Harper's face. It was gone in an instant, replaced by her usual professional calm, but I was certain I hadn't imagined it. She knew something. "That's very good, Mr. Merrill," she said, making a note on her pad. "This could be an important detail. Well done on remembering it." But I wasn't listening anymore. My mind was racing, piecing together fragments of memory and half-formed suspicions. The key, the black SUV, the way Agent Larson had been so quick to suggest mass hysteria. It all pointed to one inescapable conclusion. "This isn't just about me, is it?" I said, cutting her off mid-sentence. "There's something going on here, something bigger." Dr. Harper went very still. For a long moment, she just looked at me, her expression unreadable. Then, to my surprise, she sighed and set down her notepad. "You're right, Mr. Merrill," she said quietly. "There is more going on here than you know. Much more. And I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with you." My heart was pounding. "What do you mean? What's going on?" She glanced at the door, then leaned in close. "Not here. It's not safe. Meet me tonight, at the old Millbrook Bridge, midnight. I'll tell you everything then." Before I could respond, she stood up, effectively ending our session. As she ushered me out of her office, she spoke loudly about scheduling our next appointment, her eyes warning me to play along. I left her office in a daze, my mind reeling. What had I stumbled into? And more importantly, who could I trust? As I made my way back to the hotel, I noticed the black SUV again, parked half a block away. This time I was certain it was following me. I spent the rest of the day in my hotel room, jumping at every sound, my mind conjuring up increasingly wild theories about what might be going on. By the time midnight rolled around, I was a bundle of nerves. The Millbrook Bridge was an old steel structure on the outskirts of town, spanning a deep gorge. As I approached, I saw a lone figure standing in the middle of the bridge, illuminated by the moonlight. Dr. Harper. "You came?" she said as I drew near. "Good. We don't have much time." "Time for what?" I demanded. "What's going on, Dr. Harper? What aren't you telling me?" She took a deep breath. "The truth, Mr. Merrill, about what's really happening in these woods. About the body you saw, and why it disappeared. About the key." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. "I'm listening." "There's a secret here in Caribou," she began. "Something old and dark. It's been here for centuries, hidden in the deep woods. Some kind of entity, not human. It feeds on fear, on pain, and every few decades, it needs to renew itself." I stared at her, unable to believe what I was hearing. "What are you talking about? Some kind of monster?" "Not exactly," she said, shaking her head. "It's more like a force, a malevolent intelligence, and it needs human agents to do its bidding, to bring it sacrifices." The implications of what she was saying hit me like a physical blow. The body on the road, he was a sacrifice? Dr. Harper nodded grimly. "Yes. And the key you saw, it's part of an ancient ritual, the key to a door that should never be opened." I felt sick. "And the police? The FBI? They're all in on this?" "Some of them," she said. "Not all, but enough to keep it covered up. They believe they're protecting the town, the whole world even, by keeping this secret, by appeasing the entity." "And you?" I asked, suddenly wary. "Where do you fit into all this?" Her expression turned sad. "I was brought in years ago to help manage witnesses like you, people who'd seen too much. But I can't do it anymore. I can't be part of this evil." I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could, a bright light suddenly flooded the bridge, car headlights, and the roar of engines approaching fast. Dr. Harper's eyes went wide with fear. "They've found us. You need to run, Mr. Merrill. Run and don't look back. Find the key. It's the only way to end this." "But what about you?" I asked, even as I backed away. She shook her head. "It's too late for me. Go. Now." I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my ears. Behind me I heard car doors slamming, shouted orders, and then, terrifyingly, a single gunshot that echoed through the night. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, plunging into the dark woods at the end of the bridge. As I crashed through the underbrush, one thought kept repeating in my mind. What the hell had I gotten myself into? The forest swallowed me whole. branches whipping at my face as I plunged deeper into its depths. The sound of pursuit faded behind me, but I didn't slow down. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, pushing me forward even as my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. I had no idea where I was going. In the darkness, every tree looked the same, every shadow a potential threat. But I knew I couldn't stop. Dr. Harper's final words echoed in my mind. Find the key. It's the only way to end this. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I stumbled into a small clearing. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, providing just enough illumination for me to catch my breath and try to get my bearings. As my pulse slowly returned to normal, the full weight of what had just happened crashed down on me. Dr. Harper was likely dead. I was now a fugitive, running from people who seemed to have no qualms about killing to keep their secret. And that secret, my mind reeled at the implications. Some kind of ancient, malevolent entity hidden in these woods? Human sacrifices? It all sounded insane. But I'd seen the body on the road. I'd felt the oppressive presence watching me from the shadows. And now, with Dr. Harper's revelation, it all started to make a twisted kind of sense. A twig snapped somewhere in the darkness, jolting me back to the present. I held my breath, straining to hear over the pounding of my heart. Was it just an animal, or had they found me? After a tense moment of silence, I decided I couldn't risk staying put. I needed to keep moving, to put as much distance between myself and my pursuers as possible. But where could I go? I was lost in unfamiliar woods, with no supplies and no plan. As I pondered my next move, a faint glow caught my eye. At first I thought it might be a flashlight beam, but as I watched I realized it was too steady, too diffuse. It was more like firelight? Against my better judgment, I found myself drawn towards the glow. As I crept closer, the trees began to thin out, revealing a small cabin nestled in another clearing. Warm light spilled from its windows, and smoke curled lazily from the chimney. I hesitated at the edge of the clearing. On one hand, the cabin represented shelter, and possibly help. On the other, I had no idea who might be inside. For all I knew, it could be another trap. But as I stood there, shivering in the cold night air, I realized I didn't have much choice. I was lost, exhausted, and completely out of my depth. I needed help, and this cabin was the only sign of civilization I'd seen since fleeing the bridge. Taking a deep breath, I emerged from the tree line and approached the cabin. As I drew closer, I could make out more details. It was an old structure, the logs weathered and gray with age. A small porch ran along the front, cluttered with firewood and various tools. I climbed the creaky steps and stood before the door, my hand raised to knock. For a moment I hesitated. Once I did this, there was no going back. I'd be involving someone else in this madness, potentially putting them in danger. But what choice did I have? I knocked, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet of the forest night. For a long moment there was no response. Then, just as I was about to knock again, I heard movement inside, footsteps approaching the door. I held my breath as the door slowly creaked open, revealing a grizzled old man with a wild beard and piercing blue eyes. He regarded me with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. "Well," he said, his voice rough with age and disuse, "you're about the last thing I expected to see on my doorstep tonight. What brings you out to these parts, stranger?" I opened my mouth, then closed it again. How could I possibly explain my situation? Would he even believe me? The old man's eyes narrowed as he took in my disheveled appearance, the scratches on my face from my headlong flight through the woods. "You're in some kind of trouble, ain't you, boy?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. He sighed heavily, then stepped back, opening the door wider. "Well, come on in then. Looks like you could use a warm fire and a stiff drink. Then you can tell me what kind of mess you've gotten yourself into." Gratefully, I stepped inside, the warmth of the cabin enveloping me like a blanket. As the old man closed and bolted the door behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just crossed some kind of threshold, that by entering this cabin I was committing myself to whatever strange and terrifying path lay ahead. Little did I know just how right I was. The answers I sought were closer than I realized, but so too were dangers beyond my wildest nightmares. And as I settled into a worn armchair by the fire, preparing to share my story with this mysterious stranger, I couldn't help but wonder, had I just found an ally in my quest for the truth? Or had I walked right into the belly of the beast? The old man listened to my story in silence, his weathered face betraying no emotion as I recounted the events of the past few days. When I finished, he sat back in his chair, taking a long pull from a bottle of whiskey before passing it to me. "I've been waiting for someone like you to show up," he said finally, his voice gravelly. "Name's Hank. I used to be the town's sheriff years ago, before I learned the truth and they forced me out." My eyes widened. "You know about the entity?" Hank nodded grimly. "Oh, I know all right. Been trying to stop it for nigh on 30 years now, but it's got its hooks in deep. The town, the people, they're all under its influence, whether they know it or not." He stood up, walked over to a old trunk in the corner, and pulled out a leather-bound book. "This here's my research, everything I've managed to piece together over the years. The entity, the sacrifices, the key. It's all connected to an old Native American legend about a spirit of the forest that feeds on fear and pain." As Hank explained, the pieces started falling into place. The entity needed regular sacrifices to maintain its power, using human agents to lure in outsiders like me. The key I'd seen was part of an ancient ritual, meant to open a doorway between our world and wherever the entity came from. "But why me?" I asked. "Why did they let me see the body?" Hank's expression turned grim. "Because you were meant to be the next sacrifice, boy. They use the trauma of witnessing a death to prime their victims. Makes the fear stronger, the pain more potent when they finally feed." A chill ran down my spine as I realized how close I'd come to becoming another victim. "So what do we do? How do we stop it?" "We find that key," Hank said, determination glinting in his eyes. "Legend says it can be used to seal the entity away for good, if used in the right ritual at the right time." Just then, a sound outside made us both freeze. Car engines, growing closer. Hank cursed. "They've found us. Quick, out the back." We fled into the night, Hank leading the way through secret paths he'd clearly used before. Behind us, I could hear shouts and the beam of flashlights cutting through the darkness. As we ran, Hank filled me in on the plan. The key was likely being kept in the old Millbrook mine, an abandoned shaft that the entity's followers used for their rituals. If we could get there, find the key, and perform the sealing ritual before the next full moon, we might have a chance to end this once and for all. It was a desperate plan, fraught with danger. But as we pushed deeper into the woods, always just one step ahead of our pursuers, I knew it was our only hope. The next few days were a blur of constant movement, close calls, and mounting tension. We scavenged for food, slept in short bursts, and slowly made our way towards the mine. All the while, the presence of the entity grew stronger. I could feel it watching us, its malevolent gaze like a physical weight. Finally, on the night of the full moon, we reached the mine. The entrance was guarded, but Hank's knowledge of the area allowed us to slip in through an old ventilation shaft. Inside, the air was thick with the stench of decay and something else, something alien and wrong. We crept through twisting tunnels, the beam of our single flashlight casting grotesque shadows on the rock walls. At last, we reached a large cavern, and there, on a crude altar of stone, lay the key. It was just as I remembered from my vision, old brass with a tree-like design on its head. But we weren't alone. As we approached the altar, shadows detached themselves from the walls. The entity's followers, their eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. What followed was chaos. Hank and I fought desperately, outnumbered and outmatched. I took a blow to the head that left me reeling, my vision blurring. Through the haze, I saw Hank fall, a knife protruding from his chest. With the last of his strength, he tossed the key to me. "Finish it," he gasped. Summoning every ounce of will I had left, I staggered to the altar. The entity's presence was overwhelming now, a suffocating miasma of malice and hunger. I raised the key, reciting the words of the ritual that Hank had made me memorize. The air grew thick, reality itself seeming to warp and twist around me. With a final desperate thrust, I plunged the key into the heart of the altar. There was a moment of absolute silence. Then, a scream that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The cavern shook, rocks falling from the ceiling. The entity's followers fell to the ground, writhing in agony as their master was torn away from this world. I ran, barely staying ahead of the collapsing tunnel. I emerged into the cool night air just as the mine entrance caved in behind me. It was over. The entity was gone, its hold on the town broken. In the days that followed, there would be confusion, investigations, people awakening as if from a long nightmare. but the dark heart of the mystery had been excised. As I stood there, covered in dust and blood, staring up at the full moon, I felt a profound sense of both relief and loss. I had survived, had even triumphed against an evil beyond imagining, but the cost had been high. Doctor, Harper, Hank, and who knows how many others over the years, all victims of a darkness that had finally been banished. I knew then that I could never go back to my old life. I had seen behind the veil, had glimpsed the horrors that lurk in the shadows of our world, and I knew that there were other dark things out there, other mysteries that needed solving. As I turned and began the long walk back to civilization, I made a silent vow. I would continue the work that Hank had started. I would seek out the hidden evils of the world and drag them into the light. My name is Clyde Merrill. I used to be a truck driver. Now, I'm something else. A seeker of truth, a banisher of shadows. And my work has only just begun. I grew up in a small town nestled in the mountains of Montana, where the nearest grocery store was 20 miles away and everyone knew everyone else's business. Back when I was 19 years old, I took a job as a night porter at Pine Ridge Cabins, a collection of rental properties scattered across 15 acres of forest land. The position paid better than flipping burgers at the diner in town, and the work seemed simple enough. Keep an eye on things, handle late check-ins, and make sure nothing went wrong while the guests slept. The office sat at the entrance of the property, a small wooden building with 2 large glass panel windows facing the gravel parking area, and a glass panel door between them. During the day, sunlight flooded through those windows, but at night, they became black mirrors reflecting the dim interior lights back at you. Beyond the glass, the darkness was absolute. No street lights, no nearby houses, just endless forest pressing in from all sides. My boss, a gruff man named Bernard who'd owned the property for 30 years, had recently installed a VHS player in the office. He claimed it was to keep the night porters alert and prevent us from dozing off during our shifts. I suspected he just felt guilty about leaving us alone out there for 8 hours with nothing but a telephone and a logbook for company. Either way, I wasn't complaining. I'd started stopping by the video rental store in town before my shifts, picking up whatever looked interesting for $3 a night. On this particular evening in October 2016, I'd rented Hellraiser, a horror film I'd heard about but never seen. The fall air had turned cold that week, with temperatures dropping into the 30s at night. I'd arrived at 7 in the evening, checked in with the day porter, a college student named Thomas, who was always eager to leave, and settled into the office chair with a thermos of coffee and a sandwich my mother had packed for me. The first few hours passed uneventfully. I logged a couple returning from dinner at 9:30. At 10:15, I took a walk around the property with my flashlight, checking that all the cabin doors were locked and no vehicles were parked where they shouldn't be. Everything looked normal. The guests in cabins 3, 7, and 12 had their lights on, probably reading or watching the small televisions that came with each rental. Cabin 9 was dark, but I knew 4 people had checked in there earlier that afternoon because Thomas had mentioned it during our handoff. I returned to the office, rewound the tape to the beginning, and pressed play. The movie's opening scene flickered across the small television screen, a man buying a puzzle box in Morocco. I turned up the volume just loud enough to hear the dialogue over the hum of the space heater in the corner. By 1 in the morning, I was thoroughly engrossed in the film despite, or perhaps because of, how unsettling it was. The Cenobites had just appeared, their grotesque faces filling the screen, when I heard something outside. A shuffling sound, like something dragging across the gravel. I paused the movie and listened. Nothing, just the wind moving through the pine trees and the distant hoot of an owl. I resumed the film, but less than a minute later I heard it again. This time it was closer to the office, and the sound was more distinct. It wasn't the crunch of boots on gravel, it was something else entirely. A scraping, irregular movement that didn't match the rhythm of human footsteps. My first thought was an animal. Bears occasionally wandered through the property, especially in the fall when they were fattening up before winter. Mountain lions were rarer, but not unheard of. Bernard had shown me how to use the revolver he kept in the cash safe during my first week, explaining that it was primarily for dangerous wildlife, though he admitted it also provided some deterrent against the rare problematic guest. I muted the television completely and sat perfectly still, straining to hear. The sound came again, definitely closer now. It was a wet, dragging sound punctuated by what might have been breathing or panting. My heart rate picked up. Whatever was out there was approaching the office, and it was moving in a way that made my instincts scream that something was wrong. I stood up slowly, careful not to let the chair squeak on the wooden floor, and moved to the safe. My hand shook slightly as I worked the combination. Right twice, left once, right again. The safe door swung open, and I pulled out the revolver, feeling its unexpected weight in my palm. I'd never actually had to draw the weapon before. The most excitement I'd encountered in 3 months of working nights was a drunk couple arguing loudly at midnight. Gripping the gun in my right hand, I grabbed the flashlight from the desk with my left and crept toward the lobby area. The office and lobby were really just one L-shaped room, with my desk and the television in one section and the guest check-in area in the other. The lobby had those big glass windows that looked out over the parking area and the path leading to the cabins. During the day, they provided a clear view of anyone arriving. At night, they were black voids. I positioned myself to one side of the windows and clicked on the flashlight, sweeping the beam across the darkness outside. The light caught the edges of parked cars, the corner of cabin 1, the beginning of the gravel path. Nothing moved. I aimed the beam lower, thinking maybe a wounded animal had crawled close to the building. Still nothing but empty ground and scattered pine needles. Then I heard it right beneath the window, a wet, gasping sound, followed by that same dragging movement. Whatever it was directly below my line of sight, hidden by the angle of the window and the small wooden deck that surrounded the office entrance. I took a step back, raising the revolver slightly, my finger hovering near the trigger guard. Bernard's voice echoed in my memory. Never point it at anything unless you intend to shoot, and never shoot unless you're certain of what you're shooting at. I was trying to decide whether to open the door and confront whatever was out there, when suddenly a shape rose up from beneath the window. In the split second before I jumped backward, my mind registered details in a confused rush. It was a person, a man, his face pressed close to the glass. His mouth was open, and something dark stained his lips and chin. His shirt was soaked with what looked like reddish-brown liquid that gleamed wetly in the reflection of my flashlight. His eyes were unfocused, rolling slightly, and his skin had a grayish tint that looked wrong even in the poor light. I let out a yell, I'm not ashamed to admit it, and stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the chair I'd been sitting in moments before. The man's hand pressed against the glass, leaving a smeared print of that same reddish-brown substance. His mouth moved like he was trying to speak, but I couldn't hear anything through the window. Then his eyes rolled back, his hand slid down the glass, and he collapsed out of view. For several seconds, I just stood there, breathing hard, the gun still raised. My training, such as it was, finally kicked in. Someone was hurt. That much was obvious. The staining on his face and clothes, the way he'd collapsed, the complete lack of coordination in his movements. This wasn't a drunk person causing trouble. This was someone in serious medical distress. I rushed to the phone on the desk and dialed 911 with shaking fingers. It rang twice before a woman's voice answered. 911, what's your emergency? I need an ambulance at Pine Ridge Cabins on Highway 87, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There's a man outside the office. He's hurt, I think. He's got blood on his face and he collapsed. Is he conscious? The dispatcher asked, her voice calm and professional. I don't know. He was standing a second ago, but then he fell. I'm going to check on him now. Stay on the line with me, she instructed. Can you tell me what happened to him? I don't know. I just heard something outside and then he appeared at the window. He looked really sick or injured. I'm sending an ambulance to your location now, she said. I could hear her typing in the background. Can you safely approach him and see if he's breathing? I set the phone down on the desk. It had a long cord that stretched into the lobby and moved to the door. The revolver was still in my hand, though I felt slightly ridiculous pointing a gun at someone who clearly needed medical help rather than threatening. Still, Bernard's other piece of advice had been to never assume anything about a situation until you understood it completely. I opened the door and the cold night air rushed in, carrying with it a smell that made me gag, something sour and organic, like spoiled meat mixed with chemicals. The man was lying on his side on the wooden deck, about 3 feet from the door. In the spill of light from the office, I could see him more clearly now. He was probably in his 40s, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt that had once been blue, but was now mostly stained with that reddish-brown substance. It covered his chin and neck, and I realized with growing horror that it wasn't just on him. It was coming from him. As I watched, he gagged weakly and more of the stuff dribbled from his mouth onto the deck. "Sir?" I called out, keeping my distance. "Sir, can you hear me? An ambulance is coming." He made a sound, something between a groan and a word. His eyes opened slightly, but they didn't seem to focus on me. I could hear the dispatcher's voice calling from the phone inside. "Hello? Are you there?" I ran back to the phone, picking it up with the hand that wasn't holding the gun. "He's alive. He's conscious, I think. But he can't really talk. He keeps vomiting this reddish stuff. It looks bad." "Has he been drinking?" the dispatcher asked. "Can you smell alcohol?" It was a fair question. On a Saturday night in a cabin resort, alcohol-related incidents weren't unusual. But something about this felt different. I went back to the door and called out, "Sir, what did you drink? Can you tell me what you drank?" The man's lips moved. I crouched down, staying out of arm's reach but trying to hear him. He was trying to speak, forcing words through obvious pain. Number? I repeated. "What number?" "9, he managed, then gagged again, his body convulsing. I ran back to the phone. He said number 9. That's one of our cabins. I think that's where he's staying. There was a pause on the other end of the line. "The ambulance is approximately 12 minutes away," the dispatcher said. "I need you to stay with him and monitor his breathing. If he stops breathing, you'll need to perform CPR. 12 minutes. I looked at the man on the deck, at the puddle of reddish-brown vomit spreading around him, and felt my stomach turn. But then another thought hit me, one that sent ice-cold fear through my chest. If he was this sick, what about the other people in cabin 9? "There are other people in that cabin," I told the dispatcher. "At least 3 more. If he's this sick, they might be too." "I'll send additional units," she said immediately. "How many people total?" 4 checked in this afternoon. I need to check on them." "Sir, I need you to stay." But I was already setting the phone down. If the other 3 people were in the same condition as this man, 12 minutes might be too long. I grabbed the flashlight and the revolver and ran out into the night, leaving the man on the deck and the dispatcher's voice calling after me. The path to cabin 9 wound through a cluster of pine trees, with smaller paths branching off to the other cabins. My flashlight beam bounced as I ran, creating wild shadows that seemed to leap and dance. The cabins were numbered based on when they'd been built, not their position on the property. So cabin 9 was actually one of the farthest from the office, maybe 200 yards along the main path, then another 50 down a side trail. I covered the distance in less than 2 minutes, my breath coming in gasps that had nothing to do with the physical exertion. As I rounded the final bend, my flashlight caught the cabin's front door standing wide open, and my heart sank. More of that reddish-brown substance was smeared on the front step and the door frame. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and scared even to my own ears. "This is the night porter. Is anyone in there? I'm coming in." The cabin's interior lights were on, casting a warm glow that seemed obscene given what I was seeing. The main room was chaos. Bottles covered every surface. Wine bottles on the dining table, liquor bottles on the kitchen counter, beer bottles lined up on the windowsill. But it was what was between the bottles that made me stop in the doorway. 2 people lay on the floor near the couch, both on their sides, both in that same terrible state as the man at the office. A woman, probably in her late 40s, was closer to the door. Her blonde hair was matted with vomit, and her eyes were closed. But her chest was moving, shallow, rapid breaths that whistled slightly with each exhale. Beyond her, a man lay curled in a fetal position, his arms wrapped around his stomach. From the kitchen area, I heard retching sounds. I moved farther into the cabin, stepping carefully around the woman on the floor, and found the 4th person, another man bent over the kitchen sink. He was gripping the counter with both hands, his knuckles white, as he vomited into the sink. The substance was definitely reddish-brown, but in the better light of the cabin, I could see it had a strange, almost grainy texture, like blood mixed with mud. He heard my footsteps and turned his head slightly. His face was pale, almost gray, and sweat poured down his temples. "Help," he managed to say, the word barely more than a whisper. "Please, help us." "An ambulance is coming," I said, though my voice shook. "What did you eat? What happened?" He tried to answer, but another wave of nausea overtook him. He pointed weakly toward the dining table with one trembling hand before turning back to the sink. I moved closer to the table, shining my flashlight across its surface. Wine bottles, 3 of them, all empty or nearly so. Plates with the remnants of what looked like an elaborate meal. Pasta, salad, bread. A cake sat in the center, partially eaten. Wine glasses, some still half full, were scattered around the plates. It looked like they'd had a dinner party, a celebration of some kind. But now all 4 of them were dying, and I had no idea why. I ran back to the office at full sprint, my boots pounding against the gravel path. The man on the deck had moved slightly, rolling onto his back, and was making weak, gasping sounds. I grabbed the phone, which was still off the hook. "This is Pine Ridge Cabins," I said urgently. I checked cabin 9. There are 3 more people here, all in the same condition. They're all vomiting, barely conscious. It looks like they ate a meal together, but I don't know what made them sick. They need help immediately. "Additional ambulances are en route," the dispatcher assured me. "Can you describe what they're vomiting? Any specific color or odor?" "It's reddish-brown, kind of thick. The smell is awful, sour, chemical. There's alcohol everywhere in the cabin, lots of empty bottles. But this doesn't look like alcohol poisoning. It's something else." "Do not consume any food or drink from that cabin," she instructed, "and try not to touch any surfaces if possible. Is there any indication of what they ate?" "Looks like pasta. Salad, cake, a whole dinner. I can't tell which dish might have been bad." "Emergency services are approximately 8 minutes away. Stay where you can see the access road, and guide them in when they arrive." Those 8 minutes felt like hours. I positioned myself where I could watch both the man on the deck and the road. He was still breathing, but each breath seemed more labored than the last. I'd covered him with a blanket from the office closet, though I wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do. Everything I knew about first aid I'd learned from a 4-hour class when I started the job, and none of it covered anything like this. Finally, I saw headlights in the distance, followed by the flash of red and blue emergency lights. The first ambulance came up the drive faster than I'd have thought possible on the gravel road. I waved my flashlight to guide them to the office, then pointed urgently toward cabin 9. "There are 3 more down at cabin 9, I shouted to the paramedics as they jumped out. "That way, about 200 yards. This man came from there." The lead paramedic, a woman in her 30s with her hair pulled back in a tight bun, knelt beside the man on the deck. She took one look at him and immediately called for her partner to bring the stretcher. "How long has he been like this?" "Maybe 15 minutes since I found him. I don't know how long he was sick before that." "Did he say what he consumed?" "No, he could barely talk. Just said number 9, which is his cabin. They had a dinner party. There's food and alcohol everywhere." 2 more ambulances arrived within minutes, and I guided them to cabin 9. The property suddenly swarmed with activity. Paramedics rushing back and forth, equipment being unloaded, radios crackling with medical jargon I didn't understand. I stood back, feeling useless and overwhelmed, watching as they loaded the 4 victims onto stretchers and into ambulances. Bernard arrived about 40 minutes after I'd called him, his truck's headlights cutting through the darkness. He was in his early 60s, with gray hair and a weathered face that rarely showed much emotion. But even in the poor light, I could see the shock on his face as he surveyed the scene. "What in God's name happened here?" he asked, staring at cabin 9. "I don't know. They were having dinner and then they all got sick. Really sick. It happened fast. We watched the last ambulance pull away, its siren wailing as it reached the highway. Then Bernard suggested we check out cabin 9 before the police arrived. They'd been notified and were on their way, but they were coming from the county seat 30 miles away." The cabin was worse than I remembered. In my panic earlier, I'd focused on the people. Now I could really see the devastation they'd left behind. The kitchen sink was filled with that reddish-brown vomit. More of it stained the floor, the couch, the walls, in places where someone had clearly stumbled and fallen. The smell hit us like a physical force. Blood, stomach acid, and something else. Something chemical that burned my nostrils. "It smells like blood in here," Bernard said, his voice tight. "But that vomit, that's not just blood. What the hell is that?" The paramedics didn't say. They just got them loaded up as fast as possible. Bernard moved carefully through the cabin, taking in the scene. He paused at the dining table, studying the empty wine bottles and the remains of the meal. 4 people checked in this afternoon, late check-in around 4 o'clock. They were all women, middle-aged, came in 2 cars, said they were old friends having a reunion weekend. "All women?" But there were 2 men in here. He frowned. You sure? Positive. I saw them myself. 2 men, 2 women. Then somebody else must have come later. But I didn't see any additional vehicles when I drove up. The county sheriff arrived around 3 in the morning, along with 2 deputies. Sheriff Anderson was a tall, lean man in his 50s who'd been in law enforcement for 30 years. He took my statement first, having me walk him through everything from the moment I heard the sound outside the office until the ambulances left. He took notes in a small pad, asking clarifying questions, his face giving away nothing. Then he and his deputies examined cabin 9 for over an hour. I stayed at the office with Bernard, both of us nursing strong coffee and trying to make sense of what had happened. Guests from other cabins had started emerging, drawn by the commotion. Bernard went out to reassure them that everything was under control, that there was no danger to anyone else on the property. I wasn't so sure about that, but I kept my doubts to myself. Sheriff Anderson returned to the office just as the sky was beginning to lighten in the east. He looked grim. The hospital called, he said without preamble. All 4 victims are alive, but they're in critical condition. The doctors say they were poisoned. Deliberate poisoning, not food that went bad. They found high concentrations of herbicide and rodenticide in their systems. Weed killer and rat poison? Bernard's face went pale. Someone poisoned them? That's what it looks like. We found the bottles in the cabin's trash, both empty. Someone mixed it into the food or drinks, probably the wine based on residue we found in the glasses. I felt sick to my stomach. But why? Who would do that? The sheriff consulted his notes. Here's where it gets interesting. The cabin was registered to a woman named Judith Monroe, address in Washington State. According to the credit card receipt, she paid for the full weekend. But when we contacted the hospital to get information about the victims, we found out that Judith Monroe isn't one of the 4 people we transported. The victims are Lisa Chen, Robert Patterson, Angela Foster, and James Wong. All of them live in Montana. And according to their initial statements, what little they could give us, Judith Monroe was the one who organized this reunion. She invited them all here. So where is she? Bernard asked. That's the question. Her car is gone. A blue Honda Civic registered in her name. We found the phone line to cabin 9 had been cut, probably so the victims couldn't call for help from inside. Based on the timeline the hospital gave us for when the poisoning likely occurred, we think she fed them dinner around 7. Waited until the poison started taking effect, then drove away. The implications were staggering. This wasn't an accident or a case of contaminated food. Someone had deliberately poisoned 4 people, watched them begin to die, and then calmly left them to suffer. If that man hadn't managed to crawl to the office, if I hadn't found them when I did, they all would have died in that cabin. Do you know why she did it? I asked. Sheriff Anderson shook his head. Not yet. We've contacted authorities in Washington to bring her in for questioning. But from what the victims told the doctors, this was supposed to be a friendly reunion. They hadn't seen each other in years. They were all college friends back in the 90s, lost touch after graduation. Then Judith reached out a few months ago, suggested they all get together. They thought it was a nice gesture. The sun rose over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. It seemed wrong somehow that the world could be so beautiful after such an awful night. Sheriff Anderson and his deputies were still processing the scene at cabin 9, photographing evidence, bagging bottles and plates, measuring distances. News vans started showing up around 8 o'clock, having caught wind of the story from their police scanners. Bernard dealt with them, giving brief statements and asking them to respect the privacy of the other guests. I was finally allowed to leave around 9 in the morning, exhausted and traumatized. The day porter Thomas arrived for his shift and immediately started asking questions. I gave him the basics but left out most of the details. I didn't want to relive it all again so soon. Driving home through the morning light, I couldn't stop thinking about those 4 people. They'd come to Montana expecting a happy reunion with an old friend. Instead, they'd been poisoned and left to die in a remote cabin, far from any help. If the symptoms had progressed just a bit faster, if that man hadn't managed to crawl to the office, if I'd been on break or in the bathroom when he arrived. My mother was waiting for me when I got home. Somehow she'd already heard about what happened. Small-town gossip traveled faster than any news broadcast. She made me breakfast and listened while I told her the whole story, then sent me to bed despite it being mid-morning. I didn't think I'd be able to sleep, but exhaustion won out. and I was unconscious within minutes. I woke up in the early evening to find my mother in the living room, watching the news. Judith Monroe's face filled the television screen, a driver's license photo, showing a pleasant-looking woman in her mid-40s with short brown hair and a slight smile. The news anchor was saying that she'd been apprehended by Washington State Police at a rest stop on Interstate 90, approximately 6 hours after the poisoning had been reported. She'd been charged with 4 counts of attempted murder. "They're saying she confessed," my mother said quietly. "Told the police she'd been planning it for months. Something about a grudge from college. Something that happened back in the 90s that she never got over." Can you imagine holding on to anger for that long? I couldn't. But then again, before last night I couldn't have imagined a lot of things. I returned to work 3 days later. Bernard offered to give me time off, said he'd understand if I wanted to quit entirely, but I needed the money and didn't want to let fear control my choices. Besides, what were the odds of something like that happening again? The media attention died down after a week. Judith Monroe pleaded guilty to 4 counts of attempted murder and was sentenced to 35 years in prison. The 4 victims all survived, though they spent weeks recovering in the hospital. One of them, Angela Foster, suffered permanent kidney damage from the poison. They all moved out of state afterward, wanting to put Montana and the whole terrible experience behind them. Bernard had Cabin 9 professionally cleaned and decontaminated, but he could never bring himself to rent it out again. It sat empty for the rest of the season, and the following spring he had it demolished. He built a new cabin on a different part of the property and never assigned the number 9 to any structure again. As for me, I worked at Pine Ridge Cabins for another 2 years before heading off to college. I never watched Hellraiser again. Couldn't bring myself to finish it after that night. But I learned some important lessons about human nature, about how ordinary situations can turn deadly in an instant, and about the importance of paying attention to those instincts that tell you something isn't right. Sometimes I still think about that night, about the man rising up at the window with blood and poison staining his face, about the smell in Cabin 9, about how close 4 people came to dying while I sat watching a horror movie 50 yards away. I think about how a simple reunion among old friends became a nightmare, because one person couldn't let go of the past. And I think about all the other cabins I watched over during those years, all the reunions and celebrations and quiet weekends that happened without incident. Most people are good. Most gatherings are exactly what they appear to be. But sometimes, in the mountains of Montana on a cold October night, evil comes wearing the face of an old friend, and survival comes down to nothing more than luck and a night porter who happened to be paying attention at exactly the right moment. I'll carry that knowledge with me for the rest of my life. September 2nd, 1987, started like any morning filled with youthful optimism. My 3 college friends and I had spent nearly 12 months planning this expedition, constantly rescheduling whenever someone's work shift or family obligation got in the way. Finally, with our junior year at the University of Washington looming just days ahead, we'd managed to align our calendars for one last adventure before buckets of textbooks and lecture halls consumed our lives again. The 4 of us, myself, Stephen Mitchell, Tommy Bradford, and Lawrence Larry Quinn, had grown close during our freshman year, bonding over late-night study sessions that inevitably devolved into philosophical debates about existence, freedom, and our place in an increasingly corporate world. We were English majors, philosophy minors, and typical products of our generation, hungry for authentic experiences beyond the sterile confines of suburban Seattle life. Olympic National Park had captured our imagination months earlier when Professor Hendricks mentioned it during a lecture on transcendentalist literature. He'd described it as one of the last true wildernesses in the continental United States, a place where a person could still genuinely disconnect from civilization's endless noise. The park itself encompassed nearly 1 million acres, and when combined with the adjacent Olympic National Forest, the wilderness stretched farther than any of us could walk in a week. We departed Thursday morning at 6:30, Stephen's battered 1979 Ford station wagon loaded with camping equipment we'd borrowed from various relatives. The drive took us northwest through Tacoma, then along Highway 101 as it curved around the Hood Canal. None of us had ventured this far from the city before, and the landscape transformed gradually from suburban sprawl to rural farmland, then finally to dense forest that pressed against both sides of the road. Tommy sat in the passenger seat with our collection of topographical maps spread across his lap, tracing potential routes with his finger, while occasionally reading aloud about various trails and landmarks. Larry and I occupied the back seat, wedged between sleeping bags, a cooler full of food, and Stephen's ancient canvas tent that smelled perpetually of mildew and campfire smoke. According to this guidebook, Tommy announced around mid-morning, tapping a worn paperback against the dashboard, the Fairholme area serves as one of the primary access points to the interior wilderness. There's a campground with basic facilities and a general store that's been operating since the 1930s. Perfect, Stephen replied, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. We'll use that as our base camp tonight, get a proper night's rest, then hit the trails fresh tomorrow morning. Larry leaned forward between the front seats. How far are we planning to hike? I mean, realistically with all this gear? The lookout point Tommy found is roughly 15 miles from the trailhead, I answered, having memorized most of our planned route. If we maintain a steady pace and the terrain cooperates, we should reach it by early afternoon tomorrow. We'll camp there Friday and Saturday nights, then make our way back Sunday, stopping to explore that temperate rainforest section everyone raves about. The conversation flowed easily as we drove, punctuated by frequent stops to consult our maps or simply admire the scenery. We paused for lunch at a roadside diner in a town called Sequim, where a weathered waitress with kind eyes served us burgers and warned us about the unpredictable weather patterns deeper in the mountains. "You boys be careful out there," she said, refilling our coffee cups. "Folks get themselves turned around in those woods more often than you'd think. The trees grow so thick in places that you can't see more than 20 feet in any direction." We assured her we'd packed compasses and would stick to established trails, though her warning did little to dampen our enthusiasm. If anything, the prospect of genuine wilderness, the kind where a person could actually become disoriented, only heightened our excitement. We reached Fairholme around 3 in the afternoon. The campground sprawled beneath towering Douglas firs and western hemlocks, their trunks wider than our station wagon. A handful of other campers had claimed spots near the shore of Lake Crescent, which stretched out like a mirror reflecting the surrounding peaks. The general store occupied a weathered building constructed from rough-hewn logs, its porch stacked with firewood and fishing supplies. Inside, we purchased some additional provisions, extra matches, a detailed trail map, and 4 candy bars we planned to save for our return journey. The elderly man behind the counter, whose name tag identified him as Eugene, studied our faces with the scrutiny of someone who'd seen countless young people underestimate these mountains. "You fellows planning to stay on marked trails?" he asked, not unkindly. "That's the intention," Stephen assured him. Eugene nodded slowly, then pulled out a well-worn map and circled several areas with a stubby pencil. "These sections here get overgrown this time of year. The trail markers are old and sometimes hard to spot if you're not paying attention. You drift too far east, you'll end up in territory where nobody goes anymore. Old logging roads that dead-end into nothing. Abandoned structures from Depression-era work camps. Easy place to get confused." We thanked him for the advice and promised to exercise caution. Looking back now, I wish we'd pressed him for more details about those abandoned structures. Asked him exactly what he meant by territory where nobody goes anymore. But we were 20 years old, invincible in our own minds, and his warning seemed like the standard concerns old-timers expressed to every group of college kids who wandered into their store. That first evening at Fairholme passed exactly as we'd hoped. We set up our tents, built a proper campfire, and cooked hot dogs on sharpened sticks while other campers' voices drifted through the trees around us. The air smelled of wood smoke and pine needles, and as darkness settled over the mountains, the stars emerged with a clarity impossible to achieve in the city. We stayed up late, talking about our plans for the upcoming semester, about the futures we imagined for ourselves, about everything and nothing. Around midnight, we finally retreated to our tents. Stephen and Tommy shared the larger one, while Larry and I squeezed into a smaller 2-person tent that forced us to sleep practically on top of each other. Despite the cramped conditions, I fell asleep almost immediately, lulled by the gentle sounds of the forest at night. Friday morning arrived with a penetrating chill that had condensed our breath into visible clouds. We emerged from our tents to find the campground shrouded in a thick mist rolling off the lake, transforming the familiar landscape into something ethereal and mysterious. Other campers were already stirring, their morning routines creating a comforting sense of community that would soon vanish as we ventured deeper into the wilderness. We ate a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal and lukewarm coffee, then broke down our camp with the efficient movements of people eager to begin their adventure. By 7:30, we'd loaded our backpacks, each weighing between 30 and 40 pounds, and stood at the trailhead, studying the weathered wooden sign that listed distances to various landmarks. The trail began innocuously enough, a well-maintained path that wound through stands of old-growth forest. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating patches of sword ferns and Oregon grape. The temperature climbed as the morning progressed, and within an hour, we'd all shed our jackets, tying them around our waists as we hiked. Tommy had taken the lead position, his natural competitiveness driving him to set a brisk pace that the rest of us struggled to maintain. Every so often, he'd stop to consult the map, comparing landmarks to our surroundings before confidently pointing us forward. Stephen followed close behind, his long legs eating up the trail with seemingly effortless strides. Larry and I brought up the rear, occasionally falling behind to examine interesting plants or simply catch our breath during particularly steep sections. Around 10 o'clock, we reached the temperate rainforest area that the guidebook had promised would feel like stepping onto an untamed planet. The description hadn't been exaggerated. The forest transformed dramatically as we entered this zone, the trees growing even taller while their trunks became coated in thick moss that glowed an almost luminescent green. The understory exploded with ferns of every imaginable variety, some standing taller than our heads. Everything dripped with moisture, creating a constant symphony of water droplets hitting leaves. "This is incredible," Larry breathed, his head tilted back to stare at the canopy far above us. "I feel like we've walked into a movie set." We paused for lunch in a small clearing, sitting on a massive fallen log while we ate sandwiches and passed around a bag of trail mix. The forest around us hummed with life. Birds called from invisible perches, insects buzzed through shafts of light, and somewhere in the distance water rushed over stones. "According to the map," Tommy said between bites, "we should intersect with the trail leading to the lookout point within the next 2 or 3 miles. From there, it's a steady climb up the ridge." But as we continued hiking after lunch, a subtle uneasiness began creeping into our expedition. The trail markers, which had been regular and obvious during the morning, became increasingly sparse. Several times we reached junctions where the path split without any signage to indicate which direction we should take. Tommy would pull out the map, orient it with his compass, and make his best guess based on the terrain. "We're still heading generally west," he assured us after one particularly confusing intersection. "As long as we maintain that bearing, we'll hit the ridge system eventually." The problem was that generally west left considerable room for error. The forest had grown denser, the undergrowth thicker, and the trail itself had narrowed to little more than a faint impression in the forest floor. Sometimes we'd walk for 20 minutes without seeing any indication that other humans had ever passed this way. By mid-afternoon, we'd reached a point where we could no longer pretend we were following any established trail. We were simply walking through the forest, trying to maintain our westward heading while picking the path of least resistance through the vegetation. "Maybe we should head back to that last junction," Larry suggested, voicing what we'd all been thinking. "Retrace our steps until we find a proper marker." Stephen shook his head. "We've been walking for hours. That last clear junction was probably 3 miles back. If we turn around now, we'll waste the entire day and accomplish nothing." "He's right," Tommy agreed. "Look, we can see the ridgeline through the trees ahead. It can't be more than another mile or 2. Once we reach higher elevation, we'll have a better vantage point to orient ourselves." It made sense at the time, though I can see now how that decision set us on a course toward the cabin. We pressed forward, our initial enthusiasm giving way to a grim determination to salvage something from the day's hike. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees growing so densely packed that twilight darkness persisted even during the afternoon. Nobody wanted to admit we were lost, though we clearly were. We'd been trudging through increasingly dense forest for what felt like hours, when Tommy suddenly stopped, his hand raised in a gesture for silence. We froze, listening, expecting perhaps to hear a bear or some other wildlife that had caught his attention. "Do you see that?" he asked quietly, pointing ahead through the trees. At first I saw nothing but more forest, more shadows, more endless green. Then my eyes caught it, a straight line where nature preferred curves, an angular shape that didn't belong among the organic chaos of the wilderness. A structure. We approached cautiously, partly from exhaustion and partly from an instinctive weariness about finding anything man-made this deep in the woods. As we drew closer, details emerged from the gloom. The building was a cabin, though calling it that felt generous. It was more like the skeleton of a cabin, a structure slowly being reclaimed by the forest that surrounded it. The roof sagged dramatically in the middle, completely buried under years of accumulated leaves, needles, and debris. Moss covered most of the exterior walls, thick as carpet, and in several places the wood had rotted through entirely, leaving gaps that exposed the dark interior. Vines had worked their way up one entire side of the structure, some as thick as my wrist, creating a living curtain that obscured the windows. Those windows fascinated me. The glass remained intact, which seemed miraculous given the cabin's overall state of decay, but they were so filthy that looking through them was like peering through fog. Dark shapes were visible inside, but their exact nature remained unclear. "What the hell is this place?" Larry whispered, as if speaking at normal volume might somehow disturb the structure. "Old hunting cabin, maybe?" Stephen suggested. "Or possibly one of those Depression-era ranger stations Eugene mentioned." We circled the building slowly, taking in details. The cabin measured perhaps 15 feet by 20 feet, with what appeared to be a small addition on one side. Probably a bedroom or storage area. A stone chimney rose from one end, several of its upper stones missing or displaced. The porch, barely more than a few weathered boards, creaked ominously under Tommy's weight when he stepped on it to peer through the window. "There's definitely stuff inside," he reported. "Looks like camping gear, maybe. Old food containers." The front door hung slightly ajar, its bottom edge dragging across the threshold where the frame had warped. Tommy pushed it gently, and it swung inward with a prolonged groan that set my teeth on edge. The interior emerged from shadow, revealing a single large room that smelled of decay, mildew, and something else I couldn't quite identify. Something organic and slightly sweet that made my stomach turn. We entered slowly, our eyes adjusting to the dim light filtering through the dirty windows. The interior confirmed Tommy's assessment. Someone had used this place as a way station. An old wooden table occupied the center of the room, its surface littered with debris. I could see crumpled aluminum foil, probably used to wrap food for heating over a fire, a half-empty box of matches, the kind with the striking surface worn nearly smooth, a dented tin can, its label long since rotted away, with a crusty spoon still stuck inside. The floor was a minefield of trash. Torn wrappers that had once contained granola bars lay scattered like fallen leaves. A bag of trail mix had spilled its contents across the boards, and rodents had clearly been at work, leaving behind tiny droppings among the scattered nuts and raisins. An old sleeping bag, its fabric stained dark with substances I preferred not to identify, lay crumpled against the far wall beside a pile of firewood that had turned gray with age and moisture. "People have definitely been using this as a stopover," Stephen observed, nudging a pile of debris with his boot. "Probably hikers who got caught in bad weather or needed a place to rest." It made sense. Despite its dilapidated condition, the cabin offered 4 walls and a roof, protection that could prove invaluable during a mountain storm. The stone fireplace, though, filled with old ash and debris, would still function if someone needed heat. "We should clean this up a bit," Tommy suggested. "Take a break here for lunch. Rest our feet before we continue." None of us objected. We were exhausted, our initial excitement long since replaced by the grinding fatigue of hours spent navigating difficult terrain while carrying heavy packs. The prospect of sitting down, of removing those packs even temporarily, was too tempting to resist. We spent the next 20 minutes clearing space, using broken branches to sweep trash into corners, and brushing accumulated dirt off the more stable sections of the floor. Larry and Stephen focused on the fireplace, trying to determine if we could safely build a small fire to heat water for coffee. Tommy and I worked on making the main room habitable enough for a meal break. Once we'd created a reasonably clean space, we moved out to the porch where the air was fresher. Tommy set up our small camp stove, and we heated cans of soup while the forest around us maintained its eternal whisper of wind through branches and birds calling from unseen perches. For a while, we simply sat in comfortable silence, too tired for conversation, content to rest our aching muscles and fill our empty stomachs. But curiosity is a powerful force, especially when you're young and still believe the world holds only interesting secrets rather than dangerous ones. After finishing my soup, I found myself staring at the cabin's interior. wondering about the people who'd used it over the years, about the stories these walls could tell if they could speak. "I'm going to look around a bit more," I announced, standing and stretching. "Maybe there's something useful in here we can salvage." The others barely acknowledged me, too focused on their food and rest. I stepped back into the dim interior, moving past the trash we'd swept aside, toward the smaller addition we'd identified as a bedroom. The door to this space hung partially open, revealing an interior even darker than the main room. I pushed it wider, wincing at the prolonged creak of hinges that hadn't moved in years. The smell hit me immediately, stronger here, that sweet rotten odor of organic decay mixed with mildew and something else, something almost chemical. The bedroom was smaller than I'd expected, perhaps 10 feet square. An old mattress occupied one corner, its fabric so stained and discolored that I couldn't determine its original color. Dark patches covered the surface, and the stuffing bulged through multiple tiers. The whole thing practically radiated contamination, and I instinctively covered my nose and mouth with my shirt as I stepped further inside. A nightstand stood beside the mattress, its surface covered in cobwebs so thick they looked like cotton batting. 3 drawers faced me, their wooden fronts warped and water-damaged but still intact. Something about those drawers called to me, suggested they might contain something more interesting than the garbage scattered throughout the main room. I approached carefully, waving away cobwebs that clung to my hand with disturbing tenacity. The top drawer resisted briefly, before sliding open with a scraping sound. The interior was too dark to see clearly, so I leaned closer, using the faint light from the dirty window to illuminate the contents. I wish I hadn't looked. The drawer contained a used condom, old and dried but unmistakable in its purpose. My stomach lurched and I slammed the drawer shut with more force than necessary, my mind recoiling from the implications. Someone had not only stayed in this cabin but had used it for intimate purposes, leaving behind evidence of their activities like some kind of grotesque calling card. I should have stopped there, should have walked away from that nightstand and rejoined my friends outside. But something compelled me forward, some mixture of disgust and fascination that overrode common sense. I opened the second drawer more cautiously, half expecting another unpleasant discovery. This one contained glass bottles, small medicine containers with prescription labels so faded that I couldn't read the text. I picked one up, tilting it toward the light, trying to make out any identifying information. The label was completely bleached, just a ghost of text that might once have listed a patient's name and medication instructions. I set it back among its companions. There must have been a dozen bottles in total, and wondered what illness had required so many prescriptions, and whether whoever took them had found relief or succumbed to their condition out here in the wilderness. The third drawer stuck when I tried to open it, the wood swollen with moisture. I had to pull hard, bracing one foot against the nightstand's base, before it finally surrendered with a sound like tearing paper. Unlike the others, this drawer wasn't empty or filled with trash. It contained a single item, a leather-bound notebook. I lifted it carefully, surprised by its weight. The leather was worn smooth, darkened with age and handling, and possessed that distinctive smell of old books, musty and slightly sweet. A leather cord wrapped around the cover, holding it closed, tied in a simple bow that came loose with a gentle tug. The first page contained a date written in careful, deliberate script, July 3rd, 1972. I stood there in that dim bedroom, my friends' voices drifting in from the porch as distant murmurs, while I opened the journal to its first entry. The handwriting was beautiful, the kind of precise, flowing script that suggested education, care, and abundant time. Each letter had been formed with obvious intention, and the ink, though faded to a rusty brown, remained perfectly legible. July 3rd, 1972. Today marks the beginning of my true life. I have shrugged off the suffocating embrace of modern civilization and stepped into the honest reality of the natural world. This cabin, which I discovered quite by accident 3 months ago during a preliminary scouting expedition, shall serve as my home and sanctuary. It requires work, certainly. The roof leaks in several places, and the chimney needs repair. But these are honest problems with honest solutions, not like the Byzantine complications of urban existence, where every simple need is filtered through layers of bureaucracy, commerce, and social obligation. I have brought supplies sufficient for 6 weeks, though I intend to stretch them further through careful rationing. By the time they run out, I should be proficient enough at hunting, trapping, and foraging to sustain myself indefinitely. This journal will serve as both record and instruction manual, a guide for others who feel called to reject the artificiality of modern life and embrace a more authentic existence. The forest has already begun to work its magic on me. I feel lighter, clearer, more present in each moment. The constant anxiety that plagued my city life has begun to fade, replaced by a profound sense of purpose. I am exactly where I am supposed to be, doing exactly what I was meant to do. I flipped through several more pages, each entry documenting the author's daily activities in remarkable detail. He described building improvements to the cabin, learning to identify edible plants, constructing snares and traps. His enthusiasm radiated from every word, and I found myself genuinely impressed by his dedication and skill. This wasn't some naive dreamer playing at wilderness living. This was someone approaching their goal with intelligence and methodical planning. A few pages in, I found an entry that made me smile despite the strange circumstances. August 17th, 1972. Today I successfully snared my first rabbit. The creature was young, perhaps not fully grown, but it represented a milestone nonetheless. I have been eating grain and dried goods for weeks, rationing my provisions carefully, but the psychological barrier of taking a life for sustenance loomed large in my thoughts. Could I do it? Would my modern sensibilities prevent me from this necessary act? The answer, I now know, is that the act feels neither cruel nor momentous. It simply is. The rabbit lived, then it died, and now it will provide sustenance. There is an honest exchange in this, the creature's life for my continued survival, that contains more integrity than any meal I purchased from a sanitized grocery store, where the violence of meat production is hidden behind plastic wrap and marketing. The rabbit is now cooking over my fire. The smell is intoxicating. The entries continued in this vein for pages and pages, documenting the author's growing confidence and competence. He wrote about successful hunts, about discovering a reliable water source, about the changing seasons and how they affected his daily routines. There was poetry in his observations, genuine wonder at the natural world that made me want to experience what he was experiencing. I was so absorbed that I'd almost forgotten where I was, until Stephen's voice called from the main room. "Hey, you find anything interesting in there?" "Actually, yes," I called back, emerging from the bedroom with the journal in my hands. "Check this out. Someone's been living out here deliberately, like full Henry David Thoreau style. This is his journal." I expected more enthusiasm, but Stephen barely glanced at the book before returning his attention to the fireplace, where he and Larry were attempting to clear decades of debris from the chimney. Tommy showed a bit more interest, standing up from where he'd been examining the cabin's support beams. "No kidding. Let me see." We moved back out to the porch, settling on the steps with the journal between us. I showed him the first entries, and his eyes widened as he read the careful script. "Holy shit," he breathed. "This guy really did it. Just walked away from everything and decided to live like a mountain man." "Keep reading," I urged, flipping ahead to show him later entries. "It gets even better." For the next 30 minutes, Tommy and I passed the journal back and forth, reading passages aloud to each other when we found something particularly interesting or well-written. The author's journey fascinated us. Here was someone who'd actually done what we'd only fantasized about during late-night dorm room discussions about rejecting societal expectations and finding authentic existence. But as we read deeper into the journal, moving from 1972 into 1973 and then 1974, a subtle shift began to appear in both the content and the quality of the writing. The entries, which had been daily at first, became less frequent, weekly, then monthly. The careful script grew looser, more hurried, as if the author couldn't be bothered to take the same care with his penmanship, and the content itself began to change. March 1976. Spotted a deer today. Beautiful creature, young buck with antlers just starting to branch. I watched him for perhaps an hour, completely motionless, barely breathing. At one point he looked directly at me, and I swear I saw recognition in his eyes. Not awareness of me as a threat, but recognition of me as a fellow creature of this place. We are the same, him and me. We both exist according to the forest's terms, subject to its laws rather than man's arbitrary rules. Sometimes I wonder if I'm thinking clearly anymore. The solitude affects perception in strange ways, but maybe that's the point. Maybe clarity is exactly what I'm losing, and in its place I'm gaining something more valuable. Truth without the distortion of human perspective. This is getting a bit weird, Tommy observed, reading over my shoulder. Yeah, I agreed. Keep going, though. It gets weirder. The entries from 1977 and 1978 grew increasingly erratic. Sometimes they were short, just a sentence or two. Other times, they rambled for pages, the handwriting growing larger and wilder as the author's thoughts spiraled into tangential observations about nature, consciousness, and his place in the cosmic order. October 1978. The forest speaks, but only when you've been quiet long enough to deserve its words. Most people never hear it because they bring the noise of civilization with them, cluttering their minds with worries about money and status and all the meaningless constructs that humans invented to torture themselves. But out here, in the pure silence, when you've emptied yourself of all those false concerns, the trees whisper secrets, the wind carries messages, even the rocks hum with ancient knowledge if you press your ear against them and listen with intent that transcends mere hearing. Am I going mad? The thought occurs with decreasing frequency, and when it does, I find I care less and less. Madness is just another construct, another way for society to categorize and control. If what I'm experiencing is madness, then madness is far superior to the gray sanity of modern life. Tommy had stopped reading, his enthusiasm fading as the journal's tone shifted from inspirational to unsettling. I think I'm done, he said, standing and stretching. Guy obviously lost his mind out here. Kind of takes the romance out of the whole wilderness living fantasy. He wandered back inside to help Stephen and Larry with the fireplace, leaving me alone with the journal. I should have followed him, should have set the book aside and rejoined my friends. But I couldn't stop reading. Something about the author's descent fascinated me in a horrifying way, like watching a car accident in slow motion. I flipped ahead more quickly now, scanning entries rather than reading them in detail. The years blurred past. 1979, 1980, 1981. The handwriting deteriorated further, becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. In some entries, entire words were illegible, obscured by angry scratching or simply rendered in script, too rushed and frantic to parse. And then, around 1982, the content shifted from merely unsettling to genuinely disturbing. January 1982. Killed a pigeon today. Felt its heartbeat flutter against my palm like a trapped butterfly before the final squeeze. In that moment of transition, life to death, being to not being, I swear I could feel something transfer between us. Not just the bird's life ending, but something of its essence entering me, joining with whatever I am now. Am I collecting these deaths? Are they accumulating inside me, building toward something? Sometimes when I look at my hands, I don't recognize them. They move according to my thoughts, perform tasks I intend, but they seem to belong to someone else, someone stronger and more honest than the soft academic who first stumbled into this forest. I am becoming something new, something that doesn't fit the categories I used to understand. The entry ended there, and the next one wasn't dated at all, just a scrawl of words that took me several minutes to decipher. The sky sings when the birds are silent. I hear it. God must hear it too. Does God know I'm listening? Does he approve? The game has rules, but nobody explained them before starting. I think I'm losing, but maybe losing is actually winning. Maybe the point is to lose everything until nothing remains but the essential true thing at the core. I felt my pulse quicken as I read. This wasn't just isolation affecting someone's mental state. This was complete psychological collapse documented in real time. The author hadn't simply grown eccentric or developed odd beliefs. He'd fragmented, his sense of self shattering into pieces that no longer fit together coherently. The entries from 1983 and 1984 grew shorter but more frequent, sometimes multiple per week, each one a glimpse into further deterioration. My face in the water. Not my face. Whose face? Face is changing. All the animals I've killed looking out through my eyes. I am them. They are me. We are God's joke. Can't remember why I came here. Can't remember where here is. Forest, prison, heaven, hell, all the same, all different. Words don't work anymore. Tried to leave yesterday. Or maybe it was last month. Time does funny things. Tried to walk out, find people, remember how to be human. Got to the ridge and couldn't move forward, like hitting a wall made of air. The forest won't let me go, or I won't let me go. Same thing. By 1985, many entries weren't even written in recognizable language. The author had developed a kind of personal shorthand, cryptic symbols, abbreviated words, strange compound terms that only he could understand. When readable text appeared, it was angry, bitter, lashing out at God, at society, at himself. June 1985. God cheated. Rules weren't real. Game was rigged from the start. I hate everything. The trees mock me. The animals plottist me. Even the rocks whisper about me when they think I'm not listening, but I'm always listening now. Can't stop listening. Sound never stops. Even silence is loud. I flipped pages faster now, disturbed but unable to look away. The journal had become a testament to one man's complete mental disintegration, a descent into madness so gradual that he'd documented every step of the journey without recognizing what was happening until it was far too late. 1986, 1987, 1988. The entries grew even more sparse and even less coherent. Sometimes weeks or months passed between writings. When they appeared, they consisted mostly of those strange compound words I'd noticed earlier. Phrases like blood god, kill death, sick brain, pain peace. Occasionally, complete sentences emerged from the chaos. I am what I am not. My offense is truth. The cosmic game plays me instead of me playing it. When the final rule reveals itself, all the other rules will make sense. But the final rule never comes. Maybe there is no final rule. Maybe the joke is that there never were any rules at all. The entry chilled me despite the warm afternoon air drifting through the cabin's broken windows. This person, whoever they were, whatever they'd once hoped to achieve by retreating into wilderness, had been destroyed by their isolation. Not just changed or affected, but fundamentally destroyed, their personality and rationality shredded by years of solitude until nothing remained but fractured thoughts and incoherent rage. I turned the page expecting more of the same, and found instead a full page of symbols. Not random marks, but deliberate, carefully drawn designs, geometric patterns, repeated glyphs, strange hieroglyphics that seemed to follow some internal logic I couldn't begin to understand. They covered the page completely, drawn with such pressure that the paper had torn in places. The next page was the same, and the next, page after page of symbols, sometimes accompanied by single words or short phrases, in what was barely recognizable as English anymore. Finished. Must finish. It is finished. I finish it. Finishing. The finish. The repetition of that single concept, finishing, completion, ending, appeared dozens of times across multiple pages. The handwriting varied wildly from instance to instance, sometimes large and aggressive, other times small and precise, as if different aspects of the author's fragmenting personality had taken turns with the pen. I was about to skip ahead further when Stephen's voice made me jump. You still reading that thing? We've got the fireplace mostly cleared. We're thinking about trying to actually get a fire going before we move on. Yeah, just give me another minute, I said, unable to explain my compulsion to finish reading, to see where this dark journey ended. But it didn't end. The entries continued into 1989, then 1990, 1991. The symbols grew more elaborate, more intricate. Sometimes they filled entire pages with no text at all. When words appeared, they were usually variations on themes I'd seen before. Anger at God, references to games and rules, descriptions of cosmic understanding that remained frustratingly unexplained. Then I turned a page and my blood turned cold. Well, it didn't literally turn cold, but I felt genuine fear lance through me. 1993. The year was scrawled at the top of the page in thick, aggressive script. This year, the year we were currently living through. Below the date was another page of symbols, but beneath those, in slightly neater handwriting than the previous entries, fall approaches. The leaves will die again. Everything dies again and again and again. My rules or nature's rules, same rules, death rules. I have died so many times. The animals I've killed have killed me. We are all dead together. The cabin remembers everything. The forest remembers everything. You can't escape the remembering. My hands started shaking as I turned to the next page. Another entry. This one even more recent. September 1993. Strangers have been here. I can smell them. They touched my things. They disturbed the order. There are rules about disturbing the order. The forest has rules. I have rules. The rules must be enforced or everything falls apart more than it's already fallen apart. Must find them. Must teach them about rules, about finishing, about how everything must finish properly. I slammed the journal shut, my heart hammering against my ribs. We weren't reading about some long-ago wilderness experiment gone wrong. We were reading about someone who was still out here, still living in this cabin or nearby, still descending deeper into madness. And we were in his home. I burst into the main room where Stephen, Larry, and Tommy were huddled around the fireplace, poking at the debris they'd cleared from the chimney. All three looked up at my sudden entrance, their expressions shifting from curiosity to concern as they registered what must have been written on my face. "We need to leave," I said, my voice coming out higher and more strained than I intended. "Right now. We need to go." "What?" Tommy frowned, standing up from his crouch. "Why? What's wrong?" "This place." I held up the journal, my hands still trembling slightly. "It's not abandoned. Someone lives here, someone who's completely insane, and they were here recently. Like, possibly this week." "Slow down," Stephen said, approaching me with his hands raised in a calming gesture. "What are you talking about? What did you read?" I flipped the journal open to the most recent entries, showing them the deteriorating handwriting, the angry symbols, the disturbing content. "Look at the dates. The earliest entries are from 1972. But there are entries from this year, from this month. The person who wrote this has been out here alone for over 20 years, and they've completely lost their mind." Larry had joined us now, reading over Stephen's shoulder. His eyes widened as he took in the symbols and fragmented text. "Holy shit. This is genuinely disturbing." "That's an understatement," I said, flipping through more pages to show them the progression of the author's decline. "The early entries are almost beautiful. All this stuff about living authentically and connecting with nature. But it keeps getting worse and worse, until they're just writing gibberish and these creepy symbols everywhere. And then look, I showed them the most recent entry about strangers disturbing the cabin." "That's us," Tommy said quietly, the implication sinking in. "He's talking about us." A heavy silence fell over the group as we stood there in the dusty cabin, surrounded by debris and the physical evidence of the journal's author. The garbage scattered around the room took on new significance. This wasn't just trash left by random hikers. These were the remnants of someone's life, someone who might return at any moment. "Okay," Stephen said, his natural leadership asserting itself despite the situation's strangeness. "Let's not panic. This is definitely weird, and yeah, we should probably leave. But we don't know for sure that whoever wrote this is dangerous, right? I mean, disturbed, absolutely, but dangerous? Are you kidding?" I stared at him. "Did you read the parts about killing animals and feeling like he was absorbing their deaths? About hearing voices and not being able to tell reality from delusion? This person is severely mentally ill and has been isolated in the wilderness for over 2 decades. Of course they're potentially dangerous." Larry nodded emphatically. "I'm with him. We should not be here when this guy comes back. If he finds strangers in his cabin after writing about how that breaks his rules, there's no telling what he might do." Tommy had been quiet, still reading through the journal's later entries. Now he looked up, his face pale. "There's another problem. Some of these entries mention watching people, observing them from the forest. What if he already knows we're here?" The thought hit like a physical blow. I'd been so focused on the danger of the author returning and finding us that I hadn't considered he might have already spotted us, might even now be watching from the tree line, waiting for what? For us to leave? For nightfall? To determine if we posed a threat to his isolated existence. "That settles it," Stephen said decisively. "Pack up. Everything. We're leaving now." What followed was controlled chaos as we scrambled to gather our belongings. The meal we'd been preparing was abandoned, our camp stove hastily disassembled and shoved into a backpack. Stephen and Tommy dumped the debris they'd pulled from the fireplace back into the hearth, trying to restore the cabin to its previous state. Some instinct, suggesting that leaving evidence of our presence would only anger the author more. Larry and I grabbed our packs from the porch, our eyes constantly scanning the tree line for any movement, any sign that we were being observed. The forest, which had seemed peaceful and beautiful just an hour earlier, now appeared menacing. Every shadow could hide a watching figure. Every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves might signal the approach of the cabin's owner. "Should we take the journal?" Tommy asked, as we prepared to leave. "As evidence or proof that someone's out here?" "No," I said immediately, perhaps too forcefully. That's his property, his life story, however disturbed it is. If we steal it, he'll definitely track us down. Plus, taking it would just make him more angry, more convinced that strangers are a threat. Stephen agreed. Leave it. Leave everything exactly as we found it. We were never here. I placed the journal back in the nightstand drawer where I'd found it, trying to position it exactly as it had been, though I couldn't quite remember the angle it had been lying at. My hands were still shaking, making the task more difficult than it should have been. When we finally left the cabin, practically fleeing into the forest, I cast one look back at the structure. It stood there among the trees, decrepit and haunting, keeping its secrets. Somewhere in the wilderness around us, the journal's author was going about whatever his daily routine had become. Hunting, foraging, slowly losing more of his grip on reality. We hiked without speaking for the first hour, moving as quickly as our loaded packs and the difficult terrain allowed. The forest, which we'd been wandering through leisurely that morning, now felt like hostile territory we desperately needed to escape. Every sound made us jump. Every snap of a branch sent our heads whipping around to check our backs. Tommy took the lead, consulting his compass frequently and choosing paths that led generally eastward, back toward Lake Crescent, back toward the campground at Fairholme, back toward civilization and safety. None of us suggested stopping, even as the afternoon wore on and our legs began to burn from the sustained exertion. Around 5 in the evening, we finally spotted the ridgeline that we'd been aiming for that morning. From this elevated vantage point, we could see for miles the folded mountains stretching to the horizon, the dark green of the forest broken occasionally by granite outcroppings or meadows. There, Stephen said, pointing to the southeast. That's got to be the area around Lake Crescent. We're probably 6 or 7 miles out. If we maintain this pace, we could make it by nightfall. Should we camp somewhere between here and there? Larry asked. I don't know if we can maintain this pace for another 6 miles. I was about to agree. My legs were trembling from exhaustion and my shoulders ached from the pack's weight, when Tommy shook his head firmly. No camping, he said. Not out here. Not tonight. I don't care if we have to walk until midnight. We're not stopping until we're back at that campground surrounded by other people. None of us argued. The thought of spending a night in the forest, knowing that somewhere in these same woods lurked someone as disturbed as the journal's author, was intolerable. We'd pushed ourselves this far. We could make it the rest of the way. We continued hiking as the sun began its descent, the quality of light shifting from afternoon brightness to the golden glow of early evening. The shadows lengthened, reaching across the forest floor like dark fingers. Every deeper shadow became a place where someone might be hiding. Every dark space between trees was a potential threat. By 7 o'clock, we'd descended from the ridge and were making our way through thicker forest again. The lookout point we'd originally planned to camp at was visible in the distance, and we used it as a landmark to orient ourselves. According to the map, a series of valleys led from that area back toward the lake. We'd just entered one of these valleys, the trees closing in around us as we descended, when we heard voices ahead. Human voices, real, normal people talking and laughing. The relief was overwhelming. We practically ran toward the sound, emerging into a small clearing where a family, parents and 2 teenagers, had set up camp. They looked up in surprise as we appeared from the forest, our faces flushed and sweaty, our eyes probably wild with the day's tension. You folks okay? The father asked, standing up from his camp chair. You look like you've seen a ghost. We're fine, Stephen assured him, managing a smile. Just had a longer day of hiking than we planned, getting pretty tired. The family offered to share their dinner, but we declined politely, too eager to continue our exit from the forest. But knowing that other people were nearby, that we weren't alone in the wilderness with whatever the cabin's owner had become, eased some of the anxiety that had been building all afternoon. We hiked for another 2 hours, the light fading gradually as the sun set beyond the western mountains. By the time we finally saw the lights of the Fairholme campground twinkling through the trees, full darkness had fallen. We'd been hiking for nearly 12 hours, covering who knows how many miles of difficult terrain. But we'd made it. We were safe. The Fairholme campground welcomed us like a sanctuary. Electric lights illuminated the main pathways. Car doors slammed as campers moved about their sites. Children's laughter echoed from nearby campsites. The sounds and sights of normal human activity, mundane, peaceful, beautiful in their ordinariness, washed over us like a wave. We found an empty site near the lake's edge and set up our tents by flashlight, our movements automatic despite our exhaustion. None of us spoke much. The day's events had drained us not just physically but emotionally. We'd gone from excited adventurers to genuinely frightened young men in the span of a few hours, and the psychological whiplash left us numb. Once the tents were up, we built a campfire, a real proper fire, in the designated fire ring, using purchased firewood from the camp store instead of forest deadfall. Larry volunteered to walk to the general store and get us some proper food, something we could cook over the flames. He returned 20 minutes later with hot dogs, buns, a bag of chips, and 4 bottles of soda. We ate in silence at first, too hungry and too tired to talk. But gradually, as the food restored our energy and the fire's warmth seeped into our bones, conversation returned. "Do you think we should report this?" Tommy asked, staring into the flames. "Tell the rangers or park service or whoever that there's someone living out there who might be dangerous." "And tell them what exactly?" Stephen countered. "That we found an old cabin with a journal written by someone who sounds disturbed. They'd probably say what I said earlier, that being eccentric doesn't make someone dangerous." "But he's not just eccentric," I argued. "He's seriously mentally ill. The progression from those early entries to the recent ones shows clear psychological deterioration. That's not just someone being weird. That's someone experiencing a complete break from reality." Larry nodded. "Plus, the isolation makes it worse. If he was living like that in a city, someone would have intervened years ago, gotten him help. But out there, completely alone, there's no intervention possible. He just keeps sinking deeper into whatever mental illness he's experiencing." "Assuming he's even still alive," Tommy added. "Those entries could be weeks or months old. Maybe he finally died out there, or walked out of the forest, or, I don't know, something." We fell silent again, each of us contemplating the journal's author and the lonely, terrible fate he'd chosen for himself. Despite the fear he'd instilled in us, I felt a measure of pity for him too. Whatever ideals had driven him into the wilderness 20 years ago, whatever dreams of authentic existence and connection with nature he'd harbored, they'd been thoroughly destroyed by the reality of prolonged isolation. "I keep thinking about those early entries," I said quietly. How hopeful he sounded, how excited about his new life. He genuinely believed he was doing something noble, something that would bring him peace and purpose. "The road to hell is paved with good intentions," Stephen murmured. Around us, the campground was settling in for the night. Families retreated to their tents. Conversations dropped to murmurs, and the campfires burned low. The lake's water lapped gently at the shore just beyond our sight, creating a rhythmic background sound that was deeply soothing. We should have gone to bed. We were exhausted, and tomorrow we'd planned to drive back to Seattle, return to our normal lives. Our wilderness adventure had been cut short and transformed into something darker than we'd anticipated. The smart thing would have been to sleep, to let the day's events fade into dreams, to wake up tomorrow with fresh perspective. But we stayed up, feeding our fire, talking in circles about the cabin and the journal, unable to let go of the experience. It was as if we needed to process it verbally, to integrate this disturbing glimpse of how badly wrong a person's life could go when they stepped too far from the safety of human community. It must have been close to 11 when our conversation naturally lulled. We'd exhausted the topic, said everything there was to say about the journal and its author. The fire had burned down to glowing coals, and one by one, my friends were yawning, their bodies demanding the sleep we'd been putting off. I stared into those coals, watching the subtle shifts of red and orange, feeling drowsiness finally claiming me. The fear that had driven us through the forest for 12 hours had receded, replaced by the comfortable security of being surrounded by other people, protected by the thin but significant barrier of civilization. Then, from somewhere across the valley we'd hiked through, a sound shattered the peaceful night. It started low, barely audible over the lake's gentle sounds. Then it grew, rising in pitch and volume until it became unmistakable, a scream. But calling it a scream doesn't capture the full horror of what we heard. It was rage and pain and madness all compressed into a single vocalization that echoed across miles of forest. The sound raised every hair on my body. Around the campground, conversations stopped. Other campers emerged from their tents, looking around in confusion and alarm, trying to determine the source of that terrible cry. It lasted perhaps 10 seconds, an eternity of sustained fury, before cutting off abruptly, leaving a silence that felt even more ominous than the sound itself. "That was him," Larry whispered, his face pale in the firelight. "That was the guy from the cabin. None of us contradicted him. We knew. Somehow, we absolutely knew that what we'd just heard was the journal's author, out there in the darkness, aware that strangers had invaded his territory. The scream wasn't random wilderness sound, not an animal, not a natural phenomenon. It was communication, a statement of rage and warning broadcast across the forest. He knew we'd been there, and he was letting us know that he knew. "We need to leave," Tommy said, already standing. "Now. We need to get out of here right now." What followed was a frantic reversal of everything we'd just done. We tore down our tents without bothering to fold them properly, just cramming them into their bags. Our gear was thrown into backpacks with none of the careful organization from earlier. Everything we'd unpacked was repacked in minutes, driven by a primal fear that the source of that scream was even now making his way toward the campground. Other campers watched us with confused expressions, some calling out to ask if we were okay, if we needed help. We barely responded, too focused on our escape to explain the situation. What would we even say? There's a crazy person in the forest who screamed at us? They'd think we were overreacting, being paranoid college kids, spooked by normal wilderness sounds. But we knew better. That scream had been directed at us, a response to our presence in the cabin. Whether the author had been watching us the entire time, or had simply returned to find evidence of our intrusion, he was aware of us now, and his response suggested he was less than pleased. We reached Stephen's station wagon in record time, throwing our gear into the back with no regard for order or care. Stephen's hands shook as he tried to fit the key into the ignition, missing twice before finally getting it inserted and starting the engine. The headlights illuminated the parking area as we pulled out, revealing other vehicles and the dark forest beyond. For just a moment, I thought I saw movement at the tree line, a figure stepping back into shadow, but it might have been my imagination, my fear creating threats where none existed. We drove through the night without stopping, taking turns behind the wheel when exhaustion threatened whoever was driving. Nobody suggested we stop at a motel or pause for rest. The need to put distance between ourselves and that cabin, between ourselves and its owner, overrode every other concern. Dawn was breaking as we finally pulled into Seattle, the city's familiar skyline emerging from the morning mist. Never had urban sprawl looked so beautiful, so welcoming. We were back in civilization, surrounded by millions of people, protected by the sheer density of human population. Stephen dropped each of us off at our apartments. When he pulled up to my building, I grabbed my pack from the back and stood there for a moment, looking at my friends' exhausted faces. "We don't talk about this," Tommy said from the front seat. We pretend it didn't happen. We went camping, had a nice time, came home. That's the story." Larry and I nodded. What else could we do? Report the cabin and journal to authorities who might dismiss our concerns? Try to explain to people who'd never been there what we'd experienced? Better to bury the memory, let it fade, move forward with our lives. "But we should have taken that journal," Larry said quietly. "Should have brought it as proof that someone's out there." "No," I said firmly. "That would have made everything worse. He would have tracked us down for sure if we'd stolen it. At least this way we just disturbed his space. That's forgivable, or at least survivable." None of us truly believed that, but we needed to believe it. We needed to think that by leaving the journal, by fleeing rather than confronting or reporting, we'd avoided something terrible. I carried my pack upstairs to my apartment, dropped it by the door, and collapsed onto my bed still fully clothed. Sleep came immediately, the exhaustion of the past 36 hours finally claiming me. I slept through most of Saturday, waking briefly to eat and shower before returning to unconsciousness. On Sunday, I tried to return to normal life. I unpacked my camping gear, did laundry, prepared for the start of classes on Monday. But the cabin and the journal haunted my thoughts. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those deteriorating entries, those angry symbols, those warnings about strangers and rules and finishing. Monday came, and with it, the return to academic routine, classes, lectures, homework, all the familiar rhythms of college life. My friends and I saw each other on campus, but didn't discuss the camping trip. We'd agreed to forget, to move on, and we stuck to that agreement. But forgetting proved impossible. That night, lying in bed in my apartment, I kept thinking about the journal's author. Was he still out there in the cabin, furious about our intrusion? Had our presence triggered something in his damaged mind, pushed him toward some action he might not have otherwise taken? Or had he already forgotten about us, his fractured consciousness moving on to other concerns, other manifestations of his isolation-induced madness? I thought about those early entries, about the intelligent, idealistic person who'd walked into the forest hoping to find authentic existence. I wondered where that person had gone. At what point the isolation had broken something fundamental in his psyche. Was there any part of the original man remaining? Or had he been completely subsumed by the disturbed consciousness documented in the later pages? Most of all, I thought about how close we'd come to something terrible. If we'd stayed at the cabin longer, if we'd decided to camp near it, if we'd encountered the author face to face, what would have happened? Would he have been hostile, violent? Would we have tried to help him, to convince him to return to civilization? Would we have ended up as new entries in that journal, strangers who'd violated the rules and received their punishment? I never returned to Olympic National Forest. The experience had poisoned the wilderness for me, transformed it from a place of adventure and peace into a landscape that might hide dangerous secrets, might shelter lost souls who'd wandered too far from the safety of human community. Sometimes, though, I wonder about him. The journal's author, whoever he was, whatever became of him. Did he survive out there? Is he still living in that cabin even now, 30-some years later? Or did he finally succumb to the elements, to malnutrition, to the various dangers of wilderness existence? Part of me hopes he found his way back eventually, that something broke through his madness and guided him home. But I know that's probably wishful thinking. Someone that far gone, that isolated for that long, likely never returned to the person they'd once been. And that scream, that terrible, rage-filled howl that echoed across the valley, still haunts my dreams occasionally. I wake in the night sometimes, convinced I've heard it again, only to realize it was my imagination supplying phantom sounds in the darkness. I'm grateful we escaped when we did. Grateful we didn't take the journal, didn't try to confront or help its author, didn't make any of the decisions that might have led to a far worse outcome. We were young and stupid, wandering into the forest with romantic notions about wilderness and adventure, unaware that sometimes people don't just visit the wild, they're consumed by it. The forest has rules, the journal had said, and one of those rules I learned that September is that you don't venture too deep alone, you don't stay too long in isolation, you don't trust that you can maintain your humanity without the regular presence of other humans to remind you what humanity means. Break those rules, and the forest keeps you. It changes you. It reduces you to something primitive and damaged, something that screams at the night and writes gibberish in old journals and forgets that it was ever anything other than alone. I thank God we got out, and I pray I never again encounter whatever that man became. I signed the papers in a windowless room in Detroit, 3 blocks from where I grew up, 2 miles from the house I was about to lose. The man across from me, Howard, he said his name was, didn't smile when he slid the folder across the metal table. He just watched me with eyes like frozen Lake Michigan in February, waiting. "You understand the nature of the work," Howard said. Not a question. I understood desperation. I understood that my VA benefits barely covered my medications, that the auto plant job I'd held for 6 months had evaporated when they moved production to Mexico, that my landlord had stopped returning my calls about the heat that hadn't worked since October. I understood that my daughter Sophia lived 2 states away with her mother, and the child support I owed kept piling up like snow in a Michigan winter. What I loved: coffee from the corner bodega on Verner, old Motown records my dad left me, the Red Wings even when they were losing. None of that paid bills. "I understand," I said, and signed my name, Warren Mitchell. The job was simple, Howard explained. Not simple like easy, simple like clear. People went missing in America's wild places, not the ones who wandered off trails drunk or underprepared. The other ones, the ones who vanished from locked tents, the ones whose clothes were found folded neatly on rocks miles from any path, the ones the park rangers stopped talking about after the first 48 hours. "We're a rapid response team," Howard said. "Department of Interior, officially. Off the books, actually. You'll work with a small unit, former military mostly, people who can handle unusual circumstances." The pay was more than I'd made in 2 years. The signing bonus cleared my debts. The work would take me away from Detroit, from the empty apartment and the memories of better days. Away sounded perfect. I met the team in Pennsylvania 3 days later. The Allegheny National Forest looked like something from a postcard in autumn. All gold and crimson leaves, morning mist settling in the valleys like cotton. Beautiful until you learned about the 3 hikers who'd disappeared there in the past month. Our team assembled at a ranger station that had been quietly evacuated. 6 of us, including me. There was Curtis, a broad-shouldered former Marine who spoke in monosyllables and checked his weapons with the precision of a watchmaker. Doug, thin and nervous, handled the technical equipment. Radios, GPS, thermal imaging cameras. Perry, our medic, who had a soft Georgia accent and a prosthetic left hand he never explained. Evelyn, the only woman on the team, who'd been doing this work for 3 years and had the kind of scars that made you stop asking questions. And Roy, our team leader, a gray-haired man in his 50s who'd introduced himself by saying, "You'll see things that don't make sense. Your job is to do the job anyway." The briefing was short. 3 missing persons, 2 college students and a local hunter. Last known positions formed a rough triangle about 4 miles into the forest. No distress calls. No signs of struggle at the campsites. Just absence. Local folklore calls it the Wendigo, Roy said, pointing at a map. Hungry spirit that wears a deer skull. Makes people walk into the woods until they're lost. Then it takes them. Curtis snorted. "We hunting ghosts now?" "We're hunting patterns," Roy said. "The folklore matters because it tells us how people have tried to explain this before. These disappearances cluster around old stories. Michigan has the dogmen. Oregon has the tree whistlers. Every region has something." He looked at me. "You believe in this stuff, Warren?" I thought about the unemployment office. My daughter's voice on the phone asking when I could visit. The winter coming to Detroit. I believe in the paycheck. "Good enough," Roy said. "Gear up. We move in 30. The forest swallowed us whole. We found the first campsite just before noon. 2 tents, still zipped shut. Food hung properly in bear bags. A camp stove, cold but clean. 2 backpacks with wallets, phones, and car keys inside. "They left on foot," Evelyn said, crouching by the campfire ring. "In the middle of the night by the burn pattern. Walked out with nothing." "Direction?" Roy asked. She pointed northeast, into deeper woods. Single file. Barefoot, both of them. We followed the trail. That's when I started noticing things that made my skin crawl. The birds had stopped singing. The usual forest sounds, rustling leaves, distant animal calls, had faded to nothing. Just our boots crunching through underbrush, our breathing, the occasional crackle of Doug's radio trying to maintain signal. "Anyone else feel that?" Perry whispered. We all felt it, like being watched by something patient, something that had waited in these woods for a very long time. The footprints led to a clearing I wish I'd never seen. Trees around the perimeter had been stripped of bark in long vertical gouges too high for any bear. In the center, arranged in a perfect circle, shoes, dozens of pairs, some new, some decades old, rotting into the earth. "Jesus Christ," Doug breathed. "No one touches anything," Roy ordered. "Warren, Curtis, perimeter watch. The rest of you, document everything. We extract in 10 minutes. But Curtis had already moved to the far side of the clearing, his rifle raised. "Roy, you need to see this." Carved into a massive oak tree, the letters were rough but clear. "They're still hungry." The date below it was yesterday's. We lost the trail in Pennsylvania. The 2 college students never turned up. The hunter's truck was found 3 counties away. Driver's door open, keys in the ignition. Local police ruled it a missing persons case and stopped asking questions. We moved on. That's how the job worked. We weren't there to solve mysteries. We were there to track, document, and try to bring people back alive. Sometimes we did, most times we didn't. North Carolina was next. The Great Smoky Mountains, where a family of 4 had vanished from a rental cabin. Mother, father, 2 children ages 8 and 10. The cabin had been locked from the inside. When rangers broke in, they found dinner still on the table, ice cream melting in bowls. The television was on, playing a nature documentary about wolves. The family's car was in the driveway. Their luggage was in the bedroom. They'd simply ceased to exist in the middle of desert. "This is different," Evelyn said, studying the scene. The others walked out willingly. This was something else. Roy made us set up base camp a mile from the cabin. He wouldn't let us sleep there. "These places," he said, "they get into your head. Start following their rules, you end up following their rules." I didn't understand until the first night. I was on watch, sitting by our campfire when I heard it. A child's voice, drifting through the trees, singing, "Ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies." "Anyone else hear that?" I whispered into my radio. Static. Then Roy's voice, tight with tension. "Stay in the light, Warren. Don't look for the source. Whatever you do, don't follow it." But the singing continued. A little girl's voice, sweet and clear. Then a boy joined in, harmonizing. "Ashes, ashes, we all fall." A scream cut through the night. Not the children. Something else. Something that had learned to mimic human sounds but didn't quite have the pitch right. Too high, too sustained. Like a recording played backwards. Every hair on my body stood up. "Team, back-to-back formation now," Roy commanded. We pressed our backs together, facing outward, as shapes moved in the darkness beyond our firelight. Not quite human, not quite animal. They circled us, always just beyond clear sight. Curtis fired a shot. The muzzle flash lit up something I wish I hadn't seen. A figure wearing what looked like a deer skull, but wrong. The skull was too large, the antlers too many, and underneath it the body was stretched and pale like something that had been underground too long. The shapes retreated at the gunshot, melting back into the forest. "We leave at first light," Roy said. No argument. But Doug was missing when dawn came. We found Doug 3 days later, wandering a highway in Wisconsin, 200 miles from where we'd lost him. He couldn't remember how he'd gotten there, couldn't remember the 3 days in between. He had leaves in his hair and dirt under his nails, and when Perry examined him, he found dozens of thin scratches all over Doug's back, parallel lines too precise to be from branches. Doug quit the next day. I didn't blame him. I'd started smoking again, something I hadn't done since Afghanistan. The nightmares were back too. Different content, same dread. We were down to 5. Howard, back in his climate-controlled office somewhere, sent us to Wisconsin anyway. A town called Eagle River, up north where the forests grew thick and dark. 7 people missing in 2 weeks. All adults, all locals, all with families. "This is escalating," Evelyn said during the briefing. "Whatever's doing this, it's getting bolder." Roy spread maps across the hood of our truck. Local tribe has stories about the Wendigo going back centuries. They say it walks when people get too hungry, too desperate. Not just for food, for anything. They say it feeds on want. I thought about my want, my daughter's face on my phone screen, the money in my account that still didn't feel real, the fear that it would all disappear like morning fog. "How do we stop it?" I asked. Roy looked at me like I'd asked how to stop winter. "We don't stop it, Warren. We track it. We document it. Sometimes we save people, that's all." "That's bullshit," I said. 7 people are missing. Families are destroyed. We have guns, equipment, training. We do something. You want to do something? Roy's voice was sharp. You walk into those woods with that attitude, you become the 8th missing person. This thing, whatever it is, it's been here longer than our country, longer than our language. You don't kill it, you survive it. We went into the woods at dawn. The forest in Wisconsin was different from Pennsylvania or North Carolina. Older somehow. The trees grew closer together, their branches interlocking overhead like fingers. The ground was soft with decades of pine needles. It muffled our footsteps, made everything feel distant and close at the same time. We found the first victim by noon, a man named Harold, according to his wallet. He was alive, barely, standing in a stream, hypothermic, staring at nothing. When Perry tried to approach him, Harold started laughing, not normal laughter, the kind that comes when something inside breaks permanently. "They're beautiful," Harold whispered as we wrapped him in emergency blankets. "They showed me what I really want. They're going to help me get it." "What did they show you?" Evelyn asked. Harold's eyes focused on her, and for a moment he seemed almost sane. "Everything I've ever wanted, fed to me one piece at a time, forever and ever and ever." He died before we got him back to the vehicles. "Hypothermia," Perry said. But I saw his face in those last moments. He wasn't cold. He was starving. The final location was supposed to be Michigan, completing our circuit. But Howard called with new coordinates. Oregon. The Cascade Mountains. Emergency priority. "Entire hiking party," he said over the satellite phone. 12 people. Vanished mid-trail. Their emergency beacon was triggered 3 hours ago. Then went silent. Roy tried to argue. We're exhausted. We've lost team members. Whatever's happening, it's getting worse. The pay is double, Howard said. And Warren, you're team leader now. Roy, you're on medical leave effective immediately. Roy was gone when I woke up the next morning. Just a note. Don't follow the patterns. Break them. So it was 4 of us in Oregon. Me, Curtis, Perry, and Evelyn. 4 exhausted, traumatized people, walking into a forest that felt wrong from the first step. The Cascades were beautiful in a way that hurt. Snow-capped peaks, alpine meadows, the kind of wilderness that made you feel small and insignificant. The hiking party had been following a popular trail. We found their last campsite easily. 12 tents, all empty. No signs of struggle, just absence. This is a trap, Curtis said flatly. Of course it is, I replied. Question is, do we spring it or do we leave? We found the trail markers 10 minutes later. Not official markers. These were made of bones, small ones, arranged in arrows, pointing deeper into the forest. We should turn back, Perry said. This is exactly what Roy warned us about. But I thought about Harold in Wisconsin, about the college students in Pennsylvania, about Doug's 3 missing days, about the families waiting for answers, about my daughter, who I was doing this for, even if she'd never know it. We follow the markers, I said, but we follow them smart, rope line between us, night vision ready. First sign of trouble, we extract immediately. The bone arrows led us up the mountain, into places no trail existed, through boulder fields and across streams, always higher, always deeper into wilderness. The sun was setting when we reached the cave. It wasn't a natural cave. Someone, something, had carved it from the mountainside. The entrance was too regular, too perfect, and inside, I could hear breathing. Multiple sources, slow and deep. Warren, Evelyn whispered. Look at the ground. Footprints, dozens of them, leading into the cave, overlapping, all different sizes, none leading out. The 12 hikers are in there, I said. Alive. Or something wearing their shapes, Curtis said, his rifle raised. I clicked on my flashlight and entered the cave. The chamber opened up 20 feet in, revealing something impossible. The walls were covered in carvings, thousands of them going back centuries. Stick figures, animals, symbols I didn't recognize. And in the center, arranged in concentric circles, people. The 12 hikers, all alive, all sitting perfectly still, eyes open, not breathing. No, they were breathing, just once every 30 seconds or so, slow, hibernating. What the hell? Perry started forward. That's when they opened their eyes, all 12, simultaneously, and smiled. He's hungry, they said in unison. So hungry. We feed him our want, our need, our everything, and he gives us peace. The cave started to change. The walls rippled like water. The carvings began to move, stick figures walking across stone. And from the darkness at the back of the chamber, something emerged. I can't describe it. My mind won't let me hold the full memory, but I remember antlers, so many antlers, and eyes that held entire lifetimes of hunger, and a mouth that should not be able to smile but did. Warren Mitchell, it said, and its voice was every missing person, every victim, every desperate moment I'd ever felt. You came looking for them, but you're just as lost, just as hungry. You want your daughter back. You want to stop being poor. You want to matter. I can give you all of that. All I ask is that you sit, rest, let me ease your wanting. And God help me, I almost did, because it was offering me everything. I could see it. Sophia smiling, running toward me. The house in Detroit, warm and paid for. Purpose, meaning, everything I'd lost. Curtis's gunshot brought me back. He'd fired into the ceiling, and the creature recoiled from the sound. Run, he screamed. We ran. The cave collapsed behind us as we emerged into twilight. The entire mountainside shuddered, and somewhere far below, I heard screaming. The 12 hikers, maybe, or the thing wearing their hunger. I don't know. We made it to the vehicles by midnight, drove without stopping until we reached Portland. Howard was waiting at a safe house with termination papers. The program is being shut down, he said. Too many incidents, too many personnel lost. You'll receive full payment and a non-disclosure agreement. The people in that cave, I said. We left them. They were already gone, Howard replied. You understand that, don't you? The moment they walked into the darkness voluntarily, they were gone. You can't save them. You can only document. That's always been the mission. I signed the papers, took the money, flew back to Detroit. That was 3 months ago. I paid off my debts. I see my daughter every other weekend now. I got a job at a community college, teaching basic first aid. It's honest work. But I still hear them sometimes, late at night. The voices in the forest, singing, promising, offering to ease every ache, every want, every desperate need. And the worst part? The part that keeps me awake? I know exactly where they are. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Oregon. I have coordinates. I have maps. I know where the hungry places wait. And I know that someday, when the weight of the world gets too heavy, when the bills pile up again, when my daughter's voice on the phone isn't enough, I know I'll go back. We all go back, eventually. That's what the folklore is really about. Not the monster in the woods. The hunger inside us. The wanting that never stops. The creature doesn't make you walk into darkness. It just waits there, patient as stone, knowing that sooner or later, everyone gets hungry enough. I keep Roy's note in my wallet. Don't follow the patterns. Break them. But patterns are just another name for the paths we walk because we're too tired to forge new ones. And I'm so very tired. The phone rang yesterday. Unknown number. I answered. Warren, Howard's voice. We're reinstating the program. Different approach. Higher pay. We think you learned something important out there. I should have said no. I should have hung up. But I thought about the bills that are already starting to pile up again. I thought about the custody battle my ex-wife is threatening. I thought about the ache of being ordinary in a world that doesn't care. When do I start? I said. Howard was quiet for a moment. Then, you already have. Check your email. Michigan, the Upper Peninsula. 15 missing in 2 weeks. Whatever's there, it's feeding well. The folklore has 1,000 names. Wendigo, Dogman, Tree Whistler, Shadow Walker. But they're all the same thing underneath. The thing that knows what you want. The thing that offers to take the pain of wanting away. I'm packing my bags tonight. I leave for Michigan in the morning. Back to where I started, closing the circle. I tell myself it's for Sophia. For the money. For all the sensible reasons. But late at night, when the house is quiet, I hear the singing. I see those antlers in my mind. I remember that perfect moment when the creature offered me everything. And I know the truth. I'm not going to hunt it. I'm going to find it. We're all hungry here, at the end. The only question is what we're willing to feed to the darkness to fill the empty spaces inside us. I guess I'm about to find out. I'm not the kind of person who goes looking for trouble. I'm from Louisville, late 20s, the sort who packs rain gear, even if the forecast says clear. My buddy Tyler is the checklist type. Bare cables, site number, printout of the rules on the board by the pay station. He's got it covered. We like Red River Gorge because it's close and honest. Trails that climb just enough to make you breathe. Arches that look like they've been holding the sky since before any of us showed up. Mid-October, we took a weeknight spot at Coomer Ridge Campground, planning to walk the loop at dawn and see Gray's Arch through low fog. The rain was steady, but never heavy, the kind that darkens leaves and keeps voices down. The campground was maybe half full, quiet hours posted 10 to 6. It should have been a forgettable damp night. I'm telling you this by firelight because it's not a ghost story. It's a human story, and like most of those, the warning signs were plain as day. We rolled in late afternoon and chose an outer loop site near the bathhouse. The isolation felt good at first. Fewer neighbors meant less noise. The table was already glossed with drizzle. We strung a blue tarp from the post to a maple and kept it low so water would run clean and not pool. Tyler set a small legal fire for morale, just enough to see our hands. The smoke curled low, pressed down by the moisture in the air. As we unpacked, I noticed things, small things. A tent stake driven deep into the ground near our fire ring, not ours. Fresh tire tracks through the grass where no vehicle should have driven. A plastic bag caught on a branch, too new to have weathered any storms. Tyler saw me looking and shrugged. Previous campers, he said. But the stake was clean. No rust, no dirt caked in the grooves. We talked through morning plans while the rain tapped steady on our tarp. Park at the Gray's Arch trailhead off Tunnel Ridge Road. Circle the loop slow. Be back by lunch. Nothing fancy. The woods around us were already going dark. that deep October dark that comes early and stays late. We were kicking mud off boots when a man walked up like he belonged there. Brown jacket, ball cap, worn work boots, a cheap watch that looked like it came out of a blister pack. He had a red light clipped to his brim, not turned on yet. His face was ordinary in that way that makes you forget it the moment you look away. Except for his eyes. They moved too much, scanning, cataloging, filing things away. He opened with a smile that didn't reach anything and said he was a volunteer trail host just making rounds, seeing who was hiking what. I've met real volunteers. They always show a laminated badge, ask if you've got questions about rules or closures, hand you a number if you need help. This man didn't do any of that. Which trail you boys planning? His voice was soft, conversational, but there was something underneath it, like hearing a dog growl from inside a house. Tyler answered before I could think better of it. Gray's Arch Loop, early morning start. Smart, smart. Beat the crowds. The man stepped closer, and I caught a smell. Old sweat and something chemical, like starter fluid. You got extra batteries? AA or AAA. Headlamps eat through them on foggy mornings. We're good, I said. Beer in that cooler? He asked it casual, but his body had shifted. Now he could see our setup better. The cooler, our packs leaning against the picnic table, the truck with Kentucky plates. Just water and sandwiches, Tyler lied smooth. The man's eyes flicked to the cooler latch, then back to us. Anyone else know where you're going? Family expecting you back? That's when the wrongness crystallized. Real volunteers ask about your experience level, whether you have maps, if you know about the weather. They don't inventory your supplies and check if anyone's waiting for you. We're fine, Tyler said, stepping between the man and our camp. Thanks for checking. The man didn't leave. He asked about batteries again, like he hadn't heard himself the first time. His fingers drummed against his thigh, a nervous tick or maybe impatience. When he finally stepped back, it wasn't with any, "Have a good night," he said, "See you around the loop," and headed toward sites that looked empty. I watched him go. His walk was wrong too. Not a hiker's gait or a ranger's purpose. He moved like someone who'd learned to be quiet in places where noise got you caught. We weren't brave about it, just practical. We moved the cooler to the truck bed and looped a cable lock through the handle. The spare batteries went under the driver's seat. We added a second guideline to the tarp and snugged it hard. Every few minutes one of us would glance toward the empty sites where the man had headed. Probably harmless, Tyler said. But he was already packing our food into a bear bag to hang. Just some local who likes to mess with tourists. I wanted to believe it, but I kept thinking about his questions, the specific way he'd asked them, like he was filling out a checklist in his head. As dark settled, the campground took on that peculiar quiet you get in wet woods. Not silence. You could still hear rain dripping from leaves, the distant hum of the bathhouse lights. But everything felt muffled, wrapped in cotton. We built up the fire a bit, not enough to violate any rules, just enough to push back the dark. That's when we saw it, a red pin of light drifting past the lane like somebody testing a headlamp on low. It didn't stop, didn't swing around to check sights, just passed steady and deliberate, like someone memorizing the layout. The light disappeared around a bend, then came back 5 minutes later from the other direction, circling. Could be anyone, Tyler said, but he'd already moved his knife from his pack to his pocket. We turned in early, zipping into our tents with that edgy feeling you get when you're trying to convince yourself everything's fine. I left my boots on, laces loose, kept my keys, wallet, and headlamp in my sleeping bag. Through the tent wall I could hear Tyler doing the same shuffle and preparation. The rain kept up its steady patter on the fly. Normal forest sounds filtered through, a barred owl calling somewhere distant, the rustle of small animals in the understory. I started to relax, telling myself we'd overreacted. Then, maybe an hour after we'd settled, I heard footsteps in the leaves. Slow, deliberate, circling our camp. Sometime after midnight I woke to complete stillness. The rain had stopped, leaving that damp hush you get in mist. Not silence exactly, just everything padded and close. I lay there listening, trying to identify what had woken me. Then I heard it, a soft footstep in wet duff, barely there. The kind of sound that only registers because you're already afraid. Through the tent fabric, a dim red glow bloomed and faded. Someone was standing just outside, that red headlamp on its lowest setting. The guideline on my side drew tight once, then again. I told myself it was stretched from the rain, but then the line tightened a third time, sharp and deliberate. There was the clean snap of cord parting. No drama, just the sound a knife makes when it does one job right. My tent fabric pushed in, an inch from a knee or a hand pressing against it, testing, seeing if anyone would react. My heart hammered so loud I was sure whoever was outside could hear it. Then a low voice, so even it almost sounded like a reminder. "I know you're up." Not a threat you could repeat to a judge. Not a shout to bring neighbors. Just a sentence meant for two sets of ears in the dark. The pressure on the tent wall moved, sliding along the fabric toward the zipper. I heard Tyler's sharp intake of breath from his tent. He was awake too. The red light moved between our tents now, unhurried. Whoever it was knew we were trapped, knew we'd have to unzip and crawl out to face them. The light stopped at Tyler's tent. More pressure on fabric, a scraping sound, like someone testing the zipper pull with a stick or a knife tip. Then that voice again, same tone, like he was reading items off a grocery list. "Nice night for a walk." We didn't talk about it. We moved. I palmed my keys, wallet, headlamp, and unzipped my tent in one quick motion, stepping out into the drizzle with my heart going like a boot on a hollow log. Tyler had the same three things in his jacket. We kicked dirt on the last glow of the fire. The man in the brown jacket stood between us and the lane, that red light now hanging at his side. He didn't run, didn't shout, just stood there like this was all part of some plan we didn't understand yet. "Headed somewhere?" he asked, conversational again. We didn't answer. The plan was simple. Make the lane, go straight to the host's RV by the entrance, knock and hand the problem off to someone who could call it in. We started walking, giving him a wide berth. "Wait up," he called, following. "Your car won't start. I can help." We kept moving. In the lane we pulled up short. A beater sedan sat crosswise like a shrug across the gravel, hood propped with a stick. One headlight was fogged from the inside. The bumper was held together with zip ties. It hadn't been there when we'd arrived. The man in the brown jacket caught up, lifted a palm like a traffic cop. "Need a jump. Won't take but a minute." His other hand was in his jacket pocket, wrapped around something. We shifted to pass wide around the car. As we did, he pulled out a small canister and snapped a short burst of pepper spray at our feet. Not a full blast, just enough to sting our eyes and make us blink and cough. And as soon as he did it, he cut sideways into the trees and ran. Not away from the campground, deeper into it. He didn't want to fight. He wanted us shaky and turned around, second-guessing our choices. The spray burned, made our eyes stream, but we didn't shout, didn't chase. The smart play was straight ahead, eyes down to keep from rubbing them, one hand out to keep us centered on gravel. Behind us I could hear branches snapping as he moved through the woods, parallel to our path. The host's RV sat under the dim cone of a light near the entrance, like a checkpoint you were thankful for. I banged the side hard and said, "Sir, someone's messing with sights." A door opened on a man old enough to be my dad in a t-shirt and a jacket, hair stuck on one side from sleep. His face went from annoyed to alert as he took in our streaming eyes and the way we kept glancing back toward the lanes. "What's going on?" he asked, already reaching for a flashlight. I told him about the volunteer trail host. He shook his head once and said, "We don't have volunteers tonight." That confirmation hit like cold water. He made a quick call to county dispatch, speaking in low professional tones while stepping into boots. "2 campers report suspicious individual. Possible assault with pepper spray. Send a unit." When you've got someone older, steady, and official next to you, your calm comes back. We walked the lane as a group, host in the middle with a big light, me on one side, Tyler on the other, keeping to the center so we weren't giving anyone a chance to reach from the brush. The sedan was still there, hood up. The host aimed his beam inside without touching anything. "That's been reported stolen," he said quietly. "Saw the bolo yesterday." He called the plate into dispatch and told us to hang on there with him rather than split up. As we waited, his light cut across the wood's edge, methodical. He'd done this before. "Had problems last month too," he said. "Someone going through camps during the day, asking questions. We increased patrols, but..." He gestured at the empty darkness around us. On the way back to our site to pick up anything left out, the host's light swept across a mossy stump near an empty pad. Something reflected back. Plastic. Tucked behind the stump, wrapped in a grocery bag, was a bundle. The host used a stick to pull it out, not touching it directly. 3 tourist headlamps in mixed brands, the kind you buy at gas stations. A rubber band wad of AA and AAA batteries, maybe 20 or 30 of them. 3 cheap folding knives with gritty pivots, the blades showing spots of rust. And at the bottom, a gray sweatshirt stamped with the name of a park from out of state. "That's not good," the host muttered. A couple 2 sites down wandered up as the light moved, drawn by the activity. The woman had a blanket around her shoulders, and the man had that tight jaw that says he's trying not to show he's mad. "That the guy in the brown jacket?" the man asked. "He opened our cooler at dusk, said he was checking for food safety." The woman added, "Asked if we were hiking tomorrow, where we'd park, if we had family in the area." More people emerged from sites. A solo camper who'd been approached about batteries, a family who'd been asked about their plans. All the same pattern. Innocent questions that weren't innocent at all. The host told them, calm and clear, that no one checks coolers without the host present, and certainly not a stranger asking about beer. He advised everyone to lock their vehicles and stay in groups if they needed to use the bathhouse. We were all still standing there when a county deputy rolled in with his lights off, quiet as rain. He parked by the host lot, walked up and took in the scene in 3 sweeps of his flashlight. Us, the sedan, the stump bundle, the growing group of nervous campers. The deputy ran the plate from his car and came back confirming it was stolen. He asked us to stay by the host while he did a quick pass of the lane edges. Not a search with a line of people. One man shining a light into the places someone might squat and wait. He found more than expected. 2 more stashes tucked behind trees. A tarp shelter barely visible in a drainage area. Fresh tracks leading deeper into the woods. Whoever this was had been operating here for a while. He photographed everything, bagged the bundle with practiced motions, and radioed for backup and a tow. We gave written statements in the host's RV, the fluorescent light harsh after all that darkness. Times as best we could recall. What the man asked us, where he stood, how the pepper spray hit. The deputy's face didn't change when I repeated the words, "I know you're up." But he did look over at Tyler and ask if the voice sounded the same to both of us. We both said yes. "We've had similar reports around a few parks," he said. "Started with theft, coolers, camp stoves, anything left out. Then this kind of thing, night approaches, testing boundaries, seeing who's vulnerable." He explained that they'd been tracking a pattern, someone who learned routines, figured out who was hiking when, which sites would be empty. The batteries and headlamps suggested he'd been taking them from campers, maybe to resell or to leave people without light. When he finished, he asked if we planned to stay or leave. We chose to drive out. He said it was a sound plan and offered to escort us to our site to pack up. As we rolled sleeping bags and collapsed tents, the deputy stood watch, his presence both reassuring and a reminder of why we needed it. We slept the last hours in a highway pull-off, seats reclined, jackets over us for warmth, the sound of trucks moving east and west. Neither of us talked about it, but we both kept checking the mirrors. Before sunrise, we drove to the Gray's Arch lot anyway. Pride, maybe, or just not wanting him to win completely. The trail was slick but manageable. We moved quick and stayed together. The arch showed itself only as a big shape through wet leaves. No payoff to write home about. Just a sense that rock doesn't care if you're there. The deputy called 2 days later. They'd arrested someone based on fingerprints from the stolen car and the knife handles. A drifter with a record of similar intimidation tactics across 3 states. He'd been escalating, the deputy said. We were lucky we'd moved when we did. Since then, we do things different. We don't share our route with anyone who walks up and asks. We keep keys and wallets and one light on us after dark. If someone tries to control the lane with a car or a story, we don't argue. We walk to the host. These aren't heroic moves. They're ordinary moves that keep your night yours. So that's my story. Not dramatic, not tidy, but true in the way a damp October night is true. If you find yourself at Coomer Ridge on a weeknight with mist in the air and quiet hours posted, enjoy it, but stay alert. Some people only get to run the dark if you let them. Don't let them. It's been 6 months since we lost David. 6 months of a silence between my sister Chloe and me that felt heavier and more suffocating than any grief I could process. He was the glue, the vibrant laughing bridge between my pragmatism and her artistic chaos. With him gone, we were just two strangers sharing a history of inside jokes that no longer felt funny. The laughter had died with him on that mountain in Colorado, his body broken at the base of a cliff face I should have warned him about. I was the experienced climber. I was the one who should have seen the unstable rock. Instead, I watched him fall, and the sound of his body hitting the ground became the metronome of my nightmares. That's why I booked the cabin. I thought the Ozark National Forest, with its rugged, honest wilderness, could be the neutral territory where we might find our way back to each other. I thought the quiet would be healing. I thought wrong about a lot of things. The last few miles to the cabin were a testament to the word secluded. My sedan bounced and rattled over a winding dirt road the color of rust that seemed to burrow deeper into the earth with every turn. Towering oaks and hickories formed a dense canopy overhead, swallowing the late afternoon sun and plunging us into a humid green twilight. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, my architect's mind cataloging the remoteness, the sheer distance from anything resembling civilization. We'd passed the last house, a dilapidated trailer with a rusted swing set in the yard, nearly 40 minutes ago. Are we there yet? Chloe's voice was flat, devoid of its usual melodic lilt. She hadn't looked up from her sketchbook since we'd left the main highway. Her pencil moved in short, angry strokes across the page, creating something dark and twisted that I didn't want to examine too closely. Almost, I said, trying to inject some cheer into my tone. The owner said to look for a hand-carved sign. Still water. The name should have been my first warning. Still water. Dead water. Water that doesn't move, doesn't flow, doesn't sustain life. The cabin, when we finally found it, sat in a small, lumpy clearing that looked like a wound in the forest. It was smaller than the pictures had suggested, built from massive dark logs that looked ancient. The gaps chinked with a gray, crumbling mortar that resembled dried bone. It had the presence of something that had grown out of the earth rather than been built upon it, a tumor of wood and stone pushing up through the soil. My first thought was of structural integrity, load-bearing walls, foundation stability, the age of the timber. Chloe's, I'm sure, was of its rustic charm, though even she seemed subdued as we stared at the structure. The porch sagged in the middle, and the windows were small and dark, like closed eyes. A stack of firewood sat beside the door, covered in a green film of moss that shouldn't have been there in the dry summer heat. The clearing itself was wrong too, perfectly circular, as if something had scorched or poisoned the ground years ago, preventing anything from growing back properly. Only sparse yellowed grass covered the hard-packed earth. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of wood smoke and damp earth, but underneath was something else, something organic and rotting, like vegetables left too long in a root cellar. A single large room served as living, dining, and sleeping space, with a stone fireplace dominating one wall. The furniture was sturdy, handmade, and worn smooth with time. Two narrow beds occupied opposite corners, their mattresses thin and lumpy. A wooden table with mismatched chairs sat in the center of the room, and a tiny kitchen area with a hand pump for water occupied the back wall. Well, it's authentic, I said, running a hand over the rough-hewn mantel. My fingers came away covered in a fine gray dust. Chloe finally looked up from her sketchbook, her eyes, the same deep brown as David's, scanning the room. For a moment I thought she would turn around and walk right back out to the car. Then something in her face shifted, a kind of resignation settling over her features. "It's perfect," she whispered, a ghost of her old smile touching her lips. But her eyes remained dead. The first day was a fragile truce. We unpacked in silence, each of us claiming our respective corners of the cabin like territorial animals. I organized my things with methodical precision, clothes folded and stacked, toiletries arranged by size, my laptop and phone charging from the solar battery pack I'd brought. Chloe scattered her belongings with her usual creative chaos, art supplies spilling across her bed, clothes draped over chair backs, half-empty water bottles collecting on every surface. By mid-morning, the cabin felt claustrophobic. We needed space, air, distance from each other and from our own thoughts. I suggested we tackle a 5-mile loop of the Ozark Highlands Trail. The trail map showed a route that would take us up to a ridgeline with panoramic views before looping back to the cabin. It would be strenuous, but the physical exertion would leave us little breath for conversation, which suited us both fine. The hike started well enough. The trail was clearly marked with white blazes painted on tree trunks, and the morning was still relatively cool under the forest canopy. We climbed steadily, our boots crunching on the leaf litter, the only sounds our breathing and the occasional bird call overhead. The forest here was beautiful in its wildness. Massive oaks and hickories hundreds of years old, their trunks thick as cars, their branches forming a ceiling so dense that little sunlight reached the forest floor. Ferns and moss carpeted the ground, and every few hundred yards we'd cross a small creek, the water running clear and cold over smooth stones. But as we climbed higher, I began to notice things that my rational mind tried to dismiss, but my gut couldn't ignore. The trees near the trail bore marks, deep gouges in the bark, some old and weathered, others fresh and oozing sap. They were too high and too deep to be from deer rubbing their antlers, too wide and too irregular to be from bears sharpening their claws. They looked like something had dragged itself past, scraping its body against the trunk, leaving behind parallel grooves that ran vertically down the bark. I didn't point them out to Chloe. She was already fragile enough. The air grew thick and hot as the sun climbed toward noon, the humidity pressing down on us like a wet blanket. Sweat soaked through our shirts and dripped from our faces. My bad knee, a souvenir from a climbing accident years ago, began to throb, but I pushed through it. At the summit, the view was exactly as promised. A sweeping panorama of rolling green mountains, stretching to the horizon, ridge after ridge fading into a blue haze. It should have been breathtaking. Instead, it felt oppressive, as if the entire forest was watching us, waiting for something. We ate our sandwiches in near silence, but it was a comfortable silence for the first time in months. I caught Chloe looking at a hawk circling on the thermals, a genuine spark of interest in her eyes. It was a start. Maybe this trip wouldn't be a complete disaster after all. The descent was easier on our legs but harder on our nerves. The temperature had continued to climb, and by the time we stumbled back into the clearing around the cabin, we were both exhausted and dehydrated. We spent the afternoon in a kind of stupor, sprawled on the porch, drinking water and watching the shadows lengthen across the clearing. That evening, as the sun began to dip below the tree line, I noticed it first. The gradual dimming of the forest sounds, the insects, the birds, the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. It was like someone was slowly turning down the volume on the world. By the time the sun touched the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that looked disturbingly like blood, the forest had gone completely silent. It wasn't the gradual, layered hush of a normal forest night, where one sound fades as another begins, crickets replacing songbirds, owls replacing hawks. This was abrupt, like a switch had been flipped. One moment the air was filled with the chittering of insects and the droning of cicadas. The next, there was nothing. A profound, unnatural silence pressed in on the cabin from all sides, so complete that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears and the mechanical ticking of my wristwatch. "Do you hear that?" Chloe asked, her voice a little too loud in the stillness. She had set down her sketchbook and was staring out into the darkening woods, her body tense. "Hear what?" "There's nothing to hear," I said, trying to sound dismissive, trying to convince myself as much as her. But she was right. It wasn't a peaceful quiet. It wasn't the comfortable silence of a library or a sleeping house. It was an absence, a void where sound should have been, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. We went inside as darkness fell, suddenly uncomfortable on the exposed porch. I locked the door and wedged a chair under the knob, an old habit from my years living alone in the city. Chloe raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. We made dinner on the propane camp stove, instant ramen with vegetables, instant coffee, granola bars for dessert. The meal was utilitarian and tasteless, but we were both too unsettled to care about food. The silence outside remained absolute. No wind, no animals, no insects, nothing. We sat at the wooden table, our forks scraping against our bowls the only sound, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I wanted to say something meaningful, something that would bridge the gap between us, but every potential sentence died in my throat. What was there to say? Sorry I let our brother die? Sorry I've been a terrible sister? Sorry I dragged you out to this God-forsaken place? We went to bed early, more to escape each other than from any real tiredness. I lay on my narrow bed, staring up at the rough-hewn beams of the ceiling, counting knots in the wood to keep my mind from wandering to darker places. From across the room, I could hear Chloe's breathing, quick and shallow, the breathing of someone pretending to sleep. Outside, the silence continued, pressing against the thin walls of the cabin like a living thing. The second night, the silence returned with the sunset, heavier and more complete than before. We didn't bother with the pretense of normalcy. We sat on the porch, nursing cups of lukewarm tea that neither of us really wanted, the quiet stretching our nerves taut. The stars overhead were brilliant, more stars than I'd seen in years, but their beauty felt cold and distant, and utterly indifferent to our presence. Then a new sound started, a slow, rhythmic scrape, scrape, scrape coming from the edge of the woods. It was the sound of rock grinding on rock, deliberate and methodical, with a weight behind it that I could almost feel vibrating through the ground. "What is that?" Chloe whispered, her eyes wide, her teacup frozen halfway to her lips. A small amount of tea sloshed over the rim, spattering on her jeans. "A deer, maybe rubbing its antlers on a rock," I offered, my own heart beginning to beat a little faster. But even as I said it, I knew it was wrong. The sound was too heavy, too consistent, too purposeful. Deer were random, sporadic in their movements. This was rhythmic, almost mechanical in its precision. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause, scrape. The sound continued for nearly an hour, seeming to move parallel to our clearing, staying just inside the tree line where the darkness was absolute. I tried to track it, to pinpoint its location, but the acoustics of the forest were deceptive. Sometimes it sounded like it was directly ahead of us. Other times it seemed to come from behind the cabin. Once, I could have sworn it was above us, in the trees themselves, though that made no logical sense. My analytical mind tried to catalog possibilities. A bear rubbing against a tree, though that wouldn't produce the grinding sound. A falling branch scraping against stone, though the rhythm was too regular. Some kind of geological process. Rocks settling in the heat of the day, though that didn't explain the movement or the weight behind it. With each possibility, my rational explanations grew thinner, more desperate. Chloe's hand found mine on the armrest between our chairs. Her palm was slick with sweat and trembling. We sat there, two sisters united in fear, as the scraping continued its slow patrol around our clearing. Finally, after what felt like hours, it faded away, moving deeper into the forest. The silence rushed back in, somehow even more oppressive now that we knew what could fill it. We went to bed that night with the flimsy cabin door locked, the chair wedged firmly under the knob, and our hiking boots on, laced tight, just in case, of what I didn't let myself consider. I told myself we were being ridiculous, that fear was making us paranoid, that there was a rational explanation for everything, but I didn't believe it, not anymore. The next day, a pervasive feeling of being watched followed us everywhere. We tried another hike, determined not to let our fears trap us inside the cabin, but every shadow seemed to hide something. Every rustle of leaves made us jump. The beauty of the forest had transformed into something menacing, the trees no longer majestic but imprisoning, their branches like reaching arms, their trunks like the bars of a cage. We cut the hike short, returning to the cabin before noon, both of us jumpy and exhausted though we'd barely walked 3 miles. That evening the scraping started earlier, while the sun was still setting, while we could still see the tree line clearly in the fading light. It was louder too, and unmistakably closer. It was coming from the darkest part of the woods, where the trail we'd hiked earlier disappeared into shadow, where the trees grew so close together that even in daylight it looked like dusk. "I'm going to see what it is," I said, my voice betraying a confidence I didn't feel. But the not knowing was worse than the knowing. The uncertainty was eating at me, my architect's brain demanding concrete answers, measurable data, something I could understand and therefore control. "Maya, no." Chloe grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my flesh hard enough to bruise. Her face was pale, her eyes showing white all around the irises. "We have to know," I insisted, pulling away. Grabbing the heavy-duty flashlight from my pack, a solid metal mag light that could serve as a weapon if needed, I marched toward the edge of the clearing, Chloe trailing hesitantly behind me, her presence both a comfort and an added weight of responsibility. The scraping stopped as soon as I started moving, as if whatever was making it knew I was coming, as if it was waiting. The silence that replaced it was somehow worse. I swept the beam of the flashlight across the tree line, but the light seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, creating only a small circle of illumination that made everything beyond it seem even darker by contrast. Then I pointed the beam at the ground, at the boundary where the cleared earth of our campsite met the forest floor. My breath caught in my throat, The flashlight trembled in my hand, making the beam dance and waver. There, in the hard-packed, damp earth at the edge of the forest, were two deep parallel gouges. They were about a foot apart and dug several inches into the soil, deep enough that they'd broken through the topsoil and exposed the pale limestone beneath. They ran for about 6 feet, perfectly parallel, before disappearing into the underbrush. They looked as if something impossibly heavy, with two stone-like points or edges, had dragged itself out of the woods and then back in again. The displaced dirt was still dark and moist, piled up on the sides of the grooves like the wake behind a boat. They were fresh, made within the last few hours. Chloe let out a small, choked gasp behind me. I could hear her breath coming in quick, panicked gasps, the beginning of a panic attack I'd seen too many times since David died. I wanted to comfort her, but I couldn't look away from the marks. My mind was racing through possibilities, trying to find a rational explanation. A plow? Out here, miles from any road? A fallen tree? Trees don't leave parallel grooves. Some kind of vehicle? There were no tire tracks, no other disturbance. We stood there for a long moment, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand, illuminating those terrible grooves in the earth. The only sound was the frantic thumping of my own heart and Chloe's shallow, rapid breathing beside me. The rational explanations, a fallen tree, some kind of farm equipment, anything, died in my mind before they could fully form. There was nothing rational about the marks in the ground. They were too deep, too deliberate, too recent. And in the heavy, pressing silence of the Ozark night, I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that whatever had made them was still out there in the dark, and it was coming for us. We scrambled back into the cabin, slamming the door and fumbling with the deadbolt. The chair I had wedged under the knob last night now seemed like a child's toy, laughably inadequate against whatever had carved through limestone like it was soft clay. We didn't speak. There were no words for what we had seen, no vocabulary to describe the fear that gripped us, bone deep and primal. This wasn't the clean, academic fear of statistics and probabilities. This was the fear that lived in our genetic memory, the fear that kept our ancestors alive when the night was full of predators, and the only defense was fire and stone. The silence that had been our companion for 2 nights was now our enemy, a canvas against which every terrifying possibility could be painted. We dragged both beds to the center of the room, pushed them together, and sat back to back on them, facing opposite directions so we could watch both the door and the windows. The flashlight sat between us, within easy reach. My phone showed no signal, as it had since we arrived. Chloe's was the same. We were alone, truly alone, in a way that city dwellers never are. And then the scraping started again. Not from the edge of the woods this time. It was in the clearing. It was slow, deliberate, and getting closer. Each scrape was a drawn-out grinding sound that vibrated through the floorboards and up my spine, resonating in my bones. My mind, usually a safe harbor of logic and reason, was a storm of raw fear. I thought of the gouges in the earth, the sheer weight required to carve into solid rock. I thought of the marks on the trees, too high and too deep for any animal I knew. I thought of David falling, his scream cutting off abruptly, and realized I might hear Chloe scream the same way before this night was over. Scrape. Scrape. It was at the porch steps now. The wood creaked and groaned under a pressure it was never designed to bear. I heard nails popping loose, wood splintering, the sound of something immensely heavy testing each step before committing its full weight. The boards of the porch protested with high-pitched squeals that made me think of animals caught in traps. Chloe had backed against me, her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide and dark. Tears streamed down her face, silent and constant. Her whole body was shaking so violently that I could feel it through my back. I wanted to tell her it would be okay, but I couldn't lie to her. Not now. Not when we could both hear death scraping its way toward us across the porch. Scrape. It was on the porch proper now, the boards bowing and cracking under its weight. The sound was deafeningly close, a heavy dragging weight accompanied by the grinding of stone on wood. Then a new sound, a low grinding noise, like stone rubbing against the logs of the cabin wall right next to the boarded-up window. The wall itself vibrated with the pressure. Dust and bits of ancient mortar rained down from the chinks between the logs. Curiosity, or maybe some desperate need to understand the source of our terror, propelled me forward. Every instinct screamed at me to stay where I was, to curl into a ball and hide. But my analytical mind needed to see, to know, to understand. I crept to the window, my body trembling so violently I thought I might shake apart. I peered through a small, grimy pane of glass between two of the thick wooden slats. What I saw broke something fundamental in my understanding of the world. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't anything I had a name for, anything I could catalog or explain or fit into my neat mental boxes of taxonomy and biology. A hulking, vaguely humanoid shape blotted out the faint moonlight. Its body was a lumpy, asymmetrical mass of what looked like wet river rocks, dark moss, and thick, gnarled roots, all fused together into something that resembled a human form, the way a child's first drawing resembles a person. The basic structure was there, but wrong, all wrong. It stood maybe 8 feet tall, its proportions disturbing, torso too long, limbs too thick and irregular, head too small for the massive body. The surface was textured with stones of various sizes, some smooth and round like river stones, others jagged and sharp like freshly broken flint. Between the stones, moss grew in thick patches, dripping with moisture despite the dry weather. And threaded through everything were roots, thick, pale roots like exposed tendons, some as thin as string, others as thick as my arm, all woven together in a grotesque parody of muscle and sinew. It had no face, no eyes, no features at all. Where a head should be was just another lump of stone and moss, blank and terrible in its emptiness. It was just a thing of stone and earth and ancient organic matter, animated by some unknowable force, moving with a ponderous deliberateness that was somehow more terrifying than any fast, predatory movement would have been. Two long, heavy limbs ended in points of jagged rock, the source of the gouges. As I watched, frozen in horror, it dragged one of them against the wall again, testing its strength with a slow, relentless pressure. Splinters of wood flew from the log surface. The whole cabin shuddered. A deep primal part of my brain screamed, but I couldn't make a sound. My throat had closed up, my breath trapped in my lungs. I couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but stare at this impossible thing, this violation of every natural law I'd ever learned. "Maya, what is it?" Chloe's voice was a ragged whisper, barely audible. I couldn't answer. I just backed away from the window, shaking my head, my hands pressed against my mouth to keep from screaming. The image was burned into my mind, seared into my memory with the intensity of a traumatic wound. The sight of it, the sheer wrongness of it, broke something in me. For a moment all I could see was David falling, the rope snapping, my own hand reaching out, grasping at empty air. I had failed to save him. I would not fail to save Chloe. That single thought cut through the fog of my fear like a knife. A creature moved to the front of the cabin. A tremendous grinding pressure was applied to the door. It wasn't the frantic attack of a bear trying to reach food. It wasn't the panicked scrambling of any animal. It was slow, methodical, and patient, the action of something that had all the time in the world, something that knew its prey was trapped and couldn't escape. The thick oak of the door began to groan, the wood fibers screaming in protest. Splinters of wood rained down from the doorframe. Dust and bits of deteriorated mortar trickled from the ceiling like snow. We were in a box, and something was trying to patiently pry it open, like a child taking apart a puzzle box to get at the candy inside. Chloe let out a sob, a raw sound of pure terror that seemed to come from her soul. "We're going to die here." "No, we're not," I said, my voice shaking but firm. My mind was racing, running through options, discarding them as quickly as they formed. Fight? With what? Run? The front door was blocked. Windows? Most were too small, and the ones that weren't were boarded over. "Think, Chloe, think." "I can't," she cried, her body racked with shudders. Then her eyes went wide with something other than fear. A memory. "The map," she stammered, pointing a trembling finger at my backpack, which had fallen near the door when we'd scrambled away from the window. The map. There was an old trail, a logging trail. It went to a fire tower. A fire tower. A metal structure high off the ground, impossible for anything that heavy to climb. A place we could see from all directions, where nothing could sneak up on us. A place with a radio, maybe, or at least visibility. A place where we might signal for help. A chance. A slim, desperate chance, but the only one we had. I scrambled for the pack, my hands clumsy as I unzipped it and pulled out the crumpled topographic map. While the creature's attention was focused on its slow, grinding assault on the front door, I spread the map on the floor, using the flashlight to read it. Chloe pressed close beside me, her breath hot on my cheek, her fear bleeding into mine. In the dim light we found it, a thin dotted line labeled old logging reed, branching off the main trail about a half-mile back the way we'd come. It snaked through the contour lines for several miles before ending at a small symbol marked FT, Fire Tower. The elevation change was significant, maybe 800 feet, mostly uphill. Normally, in daylight it would take maybe 2 hours. In the dark, with something hunting us, I didn't let myself finish that thought. Hope, as sharp and painful as a needle, pierced through my fear. "The back window," I whispered, pointing to the small square window above the kitchen sink. It was maybe 2 feet on a side, barely big enough for us to squeeze through, but it was our only option. The window faced away from the porch, away from where the creature was focused on destroying the front door. The creature at the door gave a tremendous shove, and a loud crack echoed through the cabin. I saw the wood around the deadbolt beginning to splinter. We didn't have much time. While the grinding and splintering at the front of the cabin covered our movements, we worked on the window. It was swollen shut with decades of humidity, the frame warped and sealed with layers of old paint. We put our shoulders into it, grunting with effort, trying to be quiet but desperate enough not to care about the noise we made. For a terrifying moment, it wouldn't budge. I could feel time running out, could hear the door beginning to give way behind us. Panic clawed at my throat. Then, with a shriek of protesting wood that seemed impossibly loud, the window gave way, swinging open into the night. Cool air rushed in, carrying the scent of forest decay and damp earth. Beyond the window was darkness, absolute and impenetrable. I hoisted Chloe up. "Go, don't look back, just run for the trail." She scrambled through, her body barely fitting through the narrow opening. I heard her drop to the soft ground outside with a thud and a gasp. I followed, hoisting myself up on the sink, pushing my shoulders through the opening. For a horrible moment I thought I was stuck, my hips too wide, my pack snagging on something. Behind me I heard a tremendous crack as the front door finally gave way. I pushed harder, feeling skin scrape away on the window frame, not caring, and then I was through, falling, landing awkwardly on my ankle. A sharp pain shot up my leg, bright and immediate. I had to bite down on my cry, but I ignored the pain, scrambling to my feet. We didn't dare look back, though I could hear it now. The sound of heavy footsteps inside the cabin, methodical and slow, the creature exploring the space we'd just escaped from. Behind us, the cabin's back wall shuddered as it moved inside. We ran. We crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, drawing blood, catching in our clothes and hair. The oppressive silence of the forest had returned now that the scraping had ceased, making every sound we made seem amplified, a beacon advertising our location. The only sounds were our own ragged breaths and the frantic pounding of our feet on the damp earth. The moon was a sliver, offering little light to guide us through the absolute darkness under the canopy. We ran with our hands outstretched like blind people, feeling for trees before we crashed into them, stumbling over roots and rocks, falling and scrambling back up without pause. Every shadow was a monster. Every rustle of leaves was a new threat. The image of the rock and moss thing, faceless and relentless, propelled us onward, our fear a cold, hard knot in my stomach that pushed us beyond exhaustion, beyond pain, into a place of pure survival instinct. We ran blindly, desperately into the suffocating darkness of the woods. My lungs were on fire. Every breath was a ragged, tearing gasp that did nothing to quell the burning in my chest. Pain, sharp and insistent, radiated up from my ankle with every jarring step. Beside me, Chloe ran with a wild, desperate energy, her face pale and streaked with dirt in the faint moonlight that occasionally penetrated the canopy. The woods were a disorienting maze of black trunks and grasping branches. We ran without clear direction, propelled only by the memory of splintering wood and the image of that faceless, rock-hewn thing dragging itself through our cabin. Just when I thought my legs would give out, that I would collapse right there on the forest floor and never get up again, my foot caught on something, not a root but a rut. I stumbled and fell hard, my bad ankle twisting beneath me. I cried out, a sound that was immediately swallowed by the immense silence, as if the forest itself had absorbed it. "Maya!" Chloe was at my side instantly, hauling me up with strength I didn't know she had. "I'm okay," I gasped, though my vision swam with pain and I could feel warm blood trickling down my shin where I'd scraped it on a rock. I looked down, trying to get my bearings. It wasn't just one rut. It was 2 faint, parallel depressions in the earth, mostly overgrown with weeds and small saplings, but still discernible beneath the plant growth. It was a path, a man-made path, The old logging trail. Hope, thin and fragile as spider silk, flickered within me. We had found it. We followed the faint trail, half running, half stumbling. It was a grueling, endless journey through the dark. My ankle sent bolts of agony up my leg with every step. Sweat stung my eyes and soaked through my clothes. My throat was raw from gasping for air. The silence pressed in, a physical weight that seemed to slow us down, to make every step harder. I found myself listening, straining to hear the scrape of rock on rock behind us, the sound of pursuit. But there was nothing, only the sound of our own labored breathing and the crunch of our feet on the forest debris. The absence of pursuit was almost as terrifying as the pursuit itself. Where had it gone? Was it following us silently? Was it ahead of us, waiting? Could something that large move without sound? My mind conjured images of it, standing just off the trail, perfectly still, letting us run past before reaching out with those terrible stone limbs. The trail climbed steadily, and my injured ankle screamed with every upward step. Chloe stayed beside me, half supporting me, neither of us speaking because we needed every ounce of breath for movement. Time lost meaning. It could have been an hour or 3 hours. I had no way to know. My world had contracted to the next step, and the next, and the next. The sky ahead began to soften, almost imperceptibly from impenetrable black to a deep bruised purple, the first hint of approaching dawn. And then we saw it. As we crested a small rise, a silhouette emerged against the lightening sky, a stark skeletal structure of metal crossbeams and struts pointing a finger at the heavens, the fire tower. It rose maybe 60 feet into the air, a testament to a bygone era of forest management. Even from a distance, I could see the rust on the metal, the age of the structure, but it was there, it was real, and it was our salvation. The sight broke through our exhaustion. We summoned a final, desperate burst of energy, adrenaline flooding our systems, giving us strength we shouldn't have had. We scrambled up the steep incline toward its base, grabbing at saplings and rocks to pull ourselves up faster. The tower was old, rusted and forgotten. A chain-link fence surrounded it, the metal corroded, the warning signs faded and illegible, but a section had long ago collapsed, probably torn down by weather or vandals, leaving a gap we could squeeze through. We squeezed through and ran to the base of the metal staircase that spiraled up into the sky. The steps were narrow, made of perforated metal that would give any modern safety inspector a heart attack. But I had never been so happy to see rusted steel in my life. The climb was terrifying in its own right. The metal steps groaned and creaked under our weight, slick with morning dew. Some of the bolts holding the structure together were missing, leaving the railing loose and wobbly. With every upward step, I expected a rung to give way, sending us plummeting back into the darkness. We didn't stop, didn't look down, just climbed and climbed, our hands gripping the railing so hard that my fingers went numb. 60 feet has never seemed so far. My legs burned. My ankle was a source of constant agony. But we climbed, step after step, the spiral staircase seeming to go on forever. Finally, we reached the small glass-paneled cab at the very top. I shoved the door open. Thankfully, it wasn't locked, and we collapsed inside, huddling together on the floor, our bodies shaking uncontrollably, too exhausted even to cry. From our vantage point, as our breathing slowly returned to normal and the adrenaline began to fade, we watched the sun rise. It was the most beautiful and welcome sight of my life. Ribbons of orange and pink unfurled across the horizon, pushing back the shadows and illuminating the vast rolling sea of the Ozark National Forest. The dark, menacing forest of night, transformed into something beautiful again under the light of day. Just trees, just hills, just nature. And with the light came sound. First a single bird chirped tentatively, as if testing whether it was safe. Then another joined in. Within minutes, the air was filled with a chorus of birdsong, the rustle of wind through the canopy, the hum of insects, the normal, natural sounds of the world reasserting themselves. The unnatural silence was broken, pushed back by the sun, by the daylight, by reality reasserting itself over nightmare. We were safe. We stayed in the tower until the sun was high in the sky, its full light a comforting blanket. We found an old logbook, its pages yellowed and water-stained, with entries dating back to 2016, the last time anyone had been here. We found emergency supplies, bottles of water, energy bars, a first aid kit. We treated my ankle, wrapping it tightly, and ate the stale energy bars without tasting them. We were alive. That was all that mattered. We made the difficult choice. The car, our phones, my laptop, Chloe's art supplies, all of it would be left behind at the cabin. They were just things, replaceable. We could not bring ourselves to hike back, could not force ourselves to approach that clearing again, to see what might be waiting. The walk out, following the logging trail to where it eventually met a gravel service road, was a long, nerve-wracking ordeal. Even in daylight, every shadow seemed to hold a lurking shape. Every snap of a twig made us jump. It took hours before we finally saw a plume of dust from an approaching truck, an old Ford driven by a park ranger, a man in his 60s with weathered skin and kind eyes. He saw our torn clothes, our scratched faces, my swollen ankle, and our exhaustion, and listened with a patient, practiced skepticism as we told him we got lost, that a bear had torn apart our cabin. It was easier than trying to explain the truth. Who would believe the truth? We didn't even fully believe it ourselves, not in the bright light of day, not sitting in the cab of his truck with the radio playing country music and the air conditioning blowing. He nodded, his expression giving nothing away, and drove us back to the nearest town, a small place called Ferndale, population maybe 1,500. We filed a report with the local sheriff, who promised to send someone to check on the cabin and retrieve our belongings. We gave him directions, marked the location on his map. We never heard from him again. We didn't push it. We took a Greyhound bus back to the city, leaving that entire chapter of our lives behind in the Arkansas woods. We sat in the back, watching the mountains disappear behind us, neither of us speaking about what had happened, both of us knowing we never would. Months have passed. Winter has come and gone. Chloe and I talk now. We talk about everything except that night. The shared terror forged a bond between us that grief had nearly shattered. She's sculpting again, not with wood and stone. She can't touch stone anymore, but with welded metal, creating things of stark, angular beauty, abstract pieces that galleries are starting to notice. I'm designing buildings again, finding comfort in the solid, predictable laws of physics, in foundations and load-bearing walls and structures that make sense. We meet for coffee every week, sometimes twice a week. We are survivors. That is our ending. But sometimes, in the quiet moments when I'm alone in my apartment and the city outside has fallen into a momentary hush, between the passing of one car and the arrival of another, in that brief pocket of silence, I can still feel it, that profound, unnatural stillness. And I remember the slow, rhythmic scrape of rock on rock and the faceless, silent thing that lurks in the deep woods, waiting in the stillness of the Ozarks. We know what we saw. We know that there are places humans shouldn't go, where the normal rules don't apply, where things exist that have no place in our understanding of the world. And we know that we were lucky to escape with only our memories and our nightmares. Some people, I think, aren't so lucky. Some people never make it out at all. The 11th of June, 1955. There I was, trekking through the Gila Wilderness in New Mexico. Some folks head to the beach for vacation, but not me. I always head for the hills, a sucker for a good trail. The crunch of gravel under my boots, the smell of pine needles sharp in my nose, nothing beats it. This time, though, the trail took a turn I wasn't expecting, a turn that still makes my gut clench when I think about it, even all these years later. It was day 3 of my solo hike. The sun was beating down like a hammer on an anvil, and I was sweating like a sinner in church, but the scenery made it all worthwhile. Towering ponderosa pines stretched into the clear blue sky. The occasional flash of a blue jay caught my eye, and the distant rumble of a waterfall provided a soothing soundtrack. It was just me, Mother Nature, and a granola bar that tasted like cardboard. Life was good. And then I saw it, lying smack in the middle of the trail like someone had dropped it from the sky. A backpack, and a fancy one at that, all high-tech nylon and shiny buckles. It looked brand spanking new. I figured some city slicker had overestimated their wilderness skills and dumped their gear to lighten their load. Cautiously, I poked the pack with the toe of my boot. No response. I unzipped a pocket and found a wallet inside. Driver's license, credit cards, the works. The name on the ID read, Stanley Burdock. Poor bastard probably wouldn't make it far without his supplies. With a sigh, I slung the heavy pack over my shoulder, adding a good 10 pounds to my load. But hey, good karma, right? I'd drop it off at the ranger station when I got back to civilization. No skin off my back. Oh, how naive I was. A couple hours later, I came across something else unexpected. A campsite tucked away under a cluster of Douglas firs. The tent was ripped to shreds, the sleeping bag torn open like a gutted fish. And there, lying next to the cold remnants of a campfire, was Stanley Burdock, or what was left of him anyway. I'd never seen anything like it. Half his face was just gone, like something had taken a massive bite out of a ripe watermelon. His clothes were in tatters, limbs twisted at sickening, unnatural angles. The stench of decay hung heavy in the air. I didn't stick around to examine the gory details. I just turned, threw up the meager contents of my stomach, and hightailed it out of there as fast as my trembling legs could carry me. I ran until my lungs burned and my muscles screamed for mercy. Finally collapsing by a gurgling stream, I gasped for breath, my heart threatening to hammer right out of my heaving chest. What the hell had happened to that poor guy? A bear attack? A mountain lion? Or something far worse that my mind shied away from contemplating? I didn't sleep a wink that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Burdock's mangled face, that garish wound gaping like a second screaming mouth. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig had me jumping like a scared rabbit, clutching my hunting knife with white knuckles. I've never been so glad to see the sun rise. By the time dawn broke, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink, I was an exhausted, jittery wreck. I decided then and there to cut my trip short and hike back to the ranger station as quickly as my weary legs could manage. The return trek felt twice as long as the hike in. Every shifting shadow morphed into a hulking, bloodthirsty beast. Every whisper of wind carried the echo of an agonized scream. My imagination ran wild with dark possibilities. When the rustic ranger station finally came into view, I could have wept with relief. I practically kissed the sun-baked earth. So glad was I to return to some shred of civilization and sanity. The ranger on duty, a grizzled old-timer by the name of Bill, listened to my frantic tale with a stony expression that could have been carved from the faces of the surrounding cliffs. "We've had reports of missing hikers," he said, his voice gravelly from years of barking orders and breathing campfire smoke. "Search parties haven't found a goddamn thing." He took Burdock's wallet from my shaking hands, fixing me with a piercing stare. "You sure you didn't see anything else out there, son? Hear anything unusual?" "Just something moving in the bushes," I lied, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. In truth, I thought I had glimpsed a flash of matted fur, the curve of a wicked claw, but I didn't want to sound like some raving lunatic spouting tall tales of monsters lurking in the woods. I was rattled enough as it was. Ranger Bill just nodded slowly, his weathered face unreadable. "You best stay put. I've radioed the sheriff. She'll be wanting a word with you." The sheriff, as it turned out, was a young woman by the name of Deputy Ramona Garza. Sharp eyes, sharper mind, and a tongue that could cut glass. She grilled me for the better part of an hour, her pen scratching across a battered notepad as I recounted my story for the umpteenth time. When I got to the part about the shredded campsite and Burdock's mutilated body, I thought I saw a flicker of something dart across her chiseled features, but it was gone in an instant, replaced by a mask of cool professionalism. "We'll take it from here," she said briskly, snapping her notebook shut with an air of finality. "The body will be retrieved and examined. In the meantime, I suggest you head on home, mister, and maybe stick to city parks and greenways for a while, yeah? The wilderness isn't always as idyllic as it seems." I wanted to protest, to tell her about the icy dread that still lurked in my gut, the certainty that something out there was watching, waiting, that Burdock's death was no freak animal attack. But I bit my tongue, just nodded meekly and mumbled my thanks. I knew when I was being politely dismissed, and frankly I was only too happy to oblige. I made the long drive back to the city in a daze, Burdock's blood-splattered face and Garza's warning echoing through my mind. At home I tried to settle back into my old routine, the 9-to-5 grind, microwave dinners, too much whiskey and not enough sleep. But I couldn't shake the sense that something fundamental had shifted. A dark veil lifted to reveal the savage teeth of an uncaring universe. The familiar rhythms of my life felt hollow, flimsy camouflage stretched over an inky primal void. The nightmares began almost immediately. Night after night I bolted awake in a cold sweat, fragments of disturbing dreams still clinging to my consciousness like cobwebs. Trees with grasping, claw-tipped branches, hulking shadows crashing through the underbrush, a wet ripping sound, and a gurgling scream. And always, that oppressive sense of being stalked by an ancient, ravenous gaze. After a week of increasingly sleepless nights and coffee-fueled days, I hit a breaking point. I couldn't keep going like this, jumping at every creak of the floorboards and flinching from my own shadow. I needed answers, needed to make sense of the insensible, and I knew just where to start looking. Steeling my nerves with a generous slug of bourbon, I upended Burdock's backpack on my kitchen table. Most of it was standard hiking fare: dehydrated rations, a basic first aid kit, water purification tablets, a compass. But buried at the very bottom, wedged between a rumpled slicker and an extra pair of socks, I found a small, leather-bound journal. Hands trembling slightly, I cracked it open and began to read. The first few pages contained mundane notes about trail conditions and wildlife sightings, Burdock's tight, spidery handwriting marching across the weathered pages in orderly lines. But as I delved deeper, the entries grew darker, more disturbed. "Something's out there," he'd written, the words slanting drunkenly across the page. "Watching me. I hear it at night, moving in the trees, catch glimpses of its eyes reflecting the moonlight. It's not a bear, not a cougar. Something else. Something wrong." The next entry chilled me to the bone. "It's getting closer. Can smell it sometimes on the breeze. A fetid reek of decay and damp fur, like death itself gone feral. Woke to find clawed footprints circling my tent. I'm being hunted. May God have mercy on my soul." The final entry was just 2 words, scrawled in a shaking hand. "It's here." I slammed the journal shut, pulse pounding in my ears. There was no denying it now. The thing that had stalked Burdock, savaged him and left him as a macabre warning. It was real, and it was still out there somewhere, prowling the Gila in search of new prey. A desperate, half-formed idea seized me and wouldn't let go. I had to go back, had to see for myself, get proof of the creature's existence. Maybe then I could find a way to stop it before it claimed any more innocent lives. It was madness, sheer suicidal folly, but I didn't care. I was a man possessed. I made my preparations with a grim sense of purpose. Bought myself a shiny new rifle, enough ammo to take down a rogue elephant. Studied topographical maps of the wilderness until I could trace the craggy contours of canyons and mesas in my sleep, and reached out to the one person who might just be desperate or crazy enough to join me on this ill-advised quest: Deputy Ramona Garza. Much to my surprise, she agreed to meet, and so, 2 weeks to the day since I'd first stumbled across Burdock's bloody remains, I found myself once again bumping down the dusty back roads of New Mexico. But this time, I wasn't some hapless wanderer. I was a man with a mission, and heaven help any beast that tried to stand in my way. The sun was just starting its slow descent towards the serrated horizon when I pulled into the parking lot of a shabby roadside diner on the outskirts of Silver City. The flickering neon sign above the door read, "Cactus Jacks," in sputtering green letters, half of them long since burnt out. I killed the engine and just sat for a moment, drumming my fingers on the steering wheel as I scanned the mostly deserted lot. A couple of beat-up pickup trucks, a rusty VW van that had seen better decades, no sign of Garza. I was just about to give up and head inside when a cloud of dust billowed up from the access road, and a battered Jeep Cherokee came bouncing into view. It screeched to a halt a few spaces down from me, the driver's side door swinging open to reveal a familiar slight figure in a khaki uniform. Deputy Ramona Garza, right on time. She strode over to my car, one hand resting casually on the butt of her service pistol. Even in the fading light, I could see the sharp angles of her face, the wary set of her dark eyes as she sized me up through the windshield. I popped the door and climbed out, hands held carefully away from my body. The last thing I needed was to spook her with any sudden moves. "Deputy Garza," I said, inclining my head in greeting. "Thanks for meeting me." She didn't return my smile, just gave a curt nod. "You said you had information about the Burdock case. I'm listening." I reached slowly into my jacket pocket and withdrew the dead man's journal, holding it out to her like a peace offering. "I found this in his backpack. I think you should read it." Garza took the battered little book, flipping it open and scanning a few pages with a deepening frown. When she looked up at me again, there was a new intensity in her gaze, a flicker of something I couldn't quite read. "This is disturbing," she said carefully, as if weighing each word. "If even half of what Burdock wrote is true, we could be dealing with a highly dangerous animal, possibly even a new species." I barked a humorless laugh. I think we're a bit beyond cougars and bears here, Deputy. You read the same thing I did. This is no ordinary predator we're talking about. She closed the journal with a snap, her mouth set in a grim line. Look, I'll admit there are some oddities about this case. The savagery of the attack, the lack of tracks or scat at the scene. But I'm a cop, not a cryptozoologist. I deal in facts, not flights of fancy. I took a step closer, holding her gaze without blinking. Then come back out there with me. Help me track this thing, find the truth. You're the only one who's taken this seriously from the start. The only one I trust to watch my back. Please, Ramona, I need your help. For a long moment, she just stared at me, searchlight eyes boring into mine like she could sift through the very contents of my soul. Then, at last, she gave a slow nod. All right, she said, a hint of steel threading through her tone. We'll do this your way, Mr. Tan. But we do it smart, we do it careful, and if I say fall back, you damn well better listen. I'm not about to have your blood on my hands, you hear? Loud and clear, I said, trying not to let my relief show too plainly on my face. So, when do we start? She glanced over her shoulder at the sinking sun, the sky slowly purpling into dusk. First light tomorrow. I'll clear my schedule, take a few personal days. Meet me at the ranger station at dawn. And mister, yeah? Bring that fancy new rifle of yours. Something tells me we're going to need it. And with that ominous pronouncement hanging in the air between us, she turned on her heel and stalked back to her jeep without so much as a backward glance. I watched her taillights disappear into the gathering dark, a queasy mix of anticipation and dread churning in my gut. Come hell or high water, I'd begun this hunt. Now all that remained was to see it through, to the bitter, bloody end. Morning came all too soon, the anemic light of dawn barely denting the gloaming shadows of the Gila. I was waiting at the ranger station when Garza pulled up in her jeep, clutching a thermos of strong black coffee like a holy relic. I'd barely slept a wink, too keyed up with nerves and morbid imaginings. From the pinched set of her features and the purple smudges under her eyes, I guessed the deputy hadn't fared much better. We set out with grim purpose, hiking in silence through the mist-wreathed trees. I led the way to Burdock's ravaged campsite, steeling myself for the grisly tableau I knew awaited us. But even the lurid embellishments of my nightmares hadn't prepared me for the sight of the scattered debris, the ripped and blood-stiffened tatters of the tent. Death hung heavy on the air, thick and cloying at the back of my throat. To her credit, Garza barely flinched. She moved methodically through the carnage, snapping photos, bagging samples with a clinical detachment I could only envy. Whatever did this was big, she remarked, crouching to examine a ragged swatch of fabric, and extremely powerful. Look at the force needed to rend this nylon. I just nodded, not trusting myself to speak around the hard lump of dread lodged in my chest. We picked up Burdock's trail leading deeper into the backcountry, noting the occasional splash of rusty brown on the leaves, a scrap of cloth snagged on a thorny branch. Then, maybe half a mile from the crime scene, we found the first print. It was like no animal track I'd ever seen, a deep gouge in the soft earth nearly 2 feet long. The splayed toes were tipped with viciously curved claws, the pad eerily human-like in its breadth and contours. Garza measured it against her own boot, a bleak smile twisting her lips. Bigger than a grizzly, she said softly, an undercurrent of awe threaded through the words. What the hell are we dealing with here? I didn't have an answer. Or maybe I just didn't want to give voice to the primal fears swirling behind my eyes. Nightmare visions of something ancient and obscene lurking in the primeval shadows of the world. Something that had no name in any human tongue, but hungered nonetheless for our warm flesh and bright terror. We pressed on, following the grim trail ever deeper into the wilderness. The sense of being watched, of some malevolent presence dogging our every step, grew more oppressive with each passing mile. The very trees seemed to crowd closer, their gnarled branches grasping and clawing at our clothes. An unnatural hush lay over the forest, broken only by the occasional harsh cry of a crow, the scurrying of small creatures through the underbrush. By mid-afternoon, we stumbled across another abandoned campsite, the scene eerily similar to Burdock's: shredded tent, scattered gear, dark stains soaked into the loam. A quick check of a discarded wallet confirmed my worst suspicions. The mauled remnants had once belonged to a young couple, avid hikers who'd been reported missing over a month ago. No bodies, but the gruesome detritus of frenzied violence told the tale well enough. Garza's face was grim, her knuckles white on the grip of her drawn sidearm. "This is no longer just an animal attack," she gritted out. "This is a goddamned killing spree, and we're walking right into the lion's den." I swallowed hard, my own fingers tightening convulsively around the stock of my rifle. But I couldn't turn back. Not now, not when we were so close. The beast had to be stopped, no matter the cost. I owed that much to Burdock, to the nameless missing, to myself. And so we soldiered on, two lonely pinpricks of determined humanity in a vast, pitiless wilderness. The shadows lengthened, the light taking on the sepia tinge of old photographs. My every nerve was strung taut as piano wire, senses straining for any hint of movement, of threat. It was almost a relief when we finally found the den. The reek hit us first, a noxious miasma of putrefaction and musk so thick it coated the tongue. We followed our noses to a narrow ravine choked with scrubby brush, the bones of the earth rising sharply to either side. There, half concealed behind a jumble of moss-slick boulders, gaped a jagged fissure in the stone. A rank draft billowed from that dark maw, carrying with it the unmistakable sweet-ripe stench of carrion. We exchanged a loaded glance, pulses beating in tandem. The lair of the beast. Garza unclipped a heavy-duty flashlight from her belt, thumb hovering over the switch. I chambered around in my Winchester, the oiled click unnaturally loud in that charged silence. Together we advanced on that waiting void, the very air seeming to thrum with a subliminal growl. My blood roared in my ears, fight or flight instinct screaming to turn tail and run. But I quelled it savagely, forced my leaden feet to keep plodding forward. There could be no turning back now, not with my sanity hanging by a thread, and a savage killer still on the loose. Whatever awaited us in that Stygian abyss, I would meet it head on. At the lip of the cave mouth, Garza paused, casting me a searching sideways look. "Last chance to back out," she said, and I couldn't tell if it was an offer or a challenge. "There's no shame in—" A bone-rattling roar exploded from the depths of the cavern, the sound slamming into us like a physical blow. Garza's flashlight beam stabbed wildly into the darkness, catching a glimpse of shaggy fur, the wet gleam of teeth and eyes. Then the thing was rushing towards us, a juggernaut of primal fury and rent flesh. Time seemed to slow, syrup thick and crystalline. I saw its massive head swing towards me, jaws dripping gobbets of gore. Saw Garza's pistol barking fire, bullets sparking off the rock walls. Felt the sear of pain as a swipe of scimitar claws opened my shoulder to the bone. I fell back, scrabbling for my rifle, some distant part of my brain marveling at how the wet crunch of the beast's teeth in my arm sounded so very similar to a man biting into a ripe apple. Then Garza was there, dragging me clear, shoving the gun into my bleeding hands. "Shoot, damn it," she screamed, desperation and terror cracking her voice. Operating on pure instinct, I brought the rifle to my shoulder, pointed it at the heaving bulk of the creature, drew a bead on that nightmare visage, the dripping ruin of its throat. Squeezed the trigger once, twice, the kick of the recoil jarring me to the core. The thing jerked and stumbled, dark ichor spraying, but kept coming, an avid hunger burning in its mindless gaze. I fired again, aiming for the malformed skull, the gory eye sockets. On the fifth shot, something finally broke behind those twin pits of hell. With a keening wail, the abomination folded in on itself and crashed to the blood-slick stone, twitching like a beetle on a pin. In the sudden, ringing silence that followed, I could hear the rasp of Garza's breathing, the click of her gun's hammer as she kept it trained unwaveringly on the fallen behemoth. Slowly, painfully, I levered myself to my feet, clamping one shaking hand over the weeping ruin of my shoulder. Together, we limped cautiously closer to the motionless bulk, the stink of its death washing over us in noxious waves. Dear God in heaven, I'd never seen anything like it. It was a perversion of all natural law, a twisted amalgamation of man and beast and some fouler, blacker thing, easily 9 feet tall, with a barrel chest and grossly elongated limbs knotted with ropey muscle under its matted pelt. The head was misshapen, almost canine, trap-like jaws bristling with jagged teeth the length of hunting knives. Intelligence glittered in its glazed porcine eyes, a malign awareness utterly at odds with its animalistic form. But by far the most horrific thing was the tattered remnants of clothing still clinging to its grotesque frame. A plaid flannel shirt stretched to bursting around its massive torso, shredded denim encasing its backward-bending legs, the cruel mockery of a man's hiking boots, split at the seams by taloned paws. Bile scorched the back of my throat as the awful realization crashed over me. This wasn't just some feral creature, warped by injury or inbreeding to freakish proportions and unnatural appetites. No, this living nightmare had once been human, had walked and talked and thought as a man, before succumbing to the twisted hungers of the beast within. What unimaginable torment must Burdock have suffered in his final moments, as his body and mind were perverted into the very thing that he'd feared. I turned away, retching helplessly, dimly aware of Garza doing the same a few feet away. In that moment of agonized revelation, I knew with a bone-deep certainty that the scars we carried away from this day would run soul-deep, indelible and unhealing, that no amount of distance or drink or denials could ever erase the image of that obscene, chittering thing wearing a man's skin like an ill-fitting costume. We burned the corpse where it lay, dousing it liberally with accelerant, and setting it alight with hands that shook only slightly. As the greasy smoke spiraled into the uncaring sky, I saw a glimmer of something like understanding in Garza's haunted eyes, an echo of my own horrified epiphany. There were older and fouler things than wolves or wildcats prowling the untamed corners of the world, hungering for the warm blood and bright terror of mortal men. Things that had no place in a sane and rational universe, but clung tenaciously to the shadows nonetheless. The trip back to civilization was a blur, pain and shock and sickened revulsion blunting the edges of everything. We concocted a hasty story about a rabid bear, made all the necessary calls and reports, and if our voices shook as we repeated the lie over and over, who could blame us? There were some truths too terrible to be borne, some horrors too profane for the light of day. In the end, they closed off that cursed section of the Gila, posted warnings about animal attacks and unsafe hiking conditions. Life went on, the fickle eye of the world soon turning to fresher tragedies and brighter distractions. But for Deputy Garza and me, there was no moving on, no unseeing what we'd witnessed in that charnel cave. She eventually left the force, unable to endure the way every shadow and rustle in the night conjured visions of fang and claw. I retreated into a bottle, pickling my demons in whiskey fumes and chasing monsters to the bottom of each empty glass. And yet, even now, decades later and a lifetime removed from that red-soaked glade, I sometimes catch myself looking over my shoulder on moonless nights, searching the tree line for a shaggy silhouette, a brandished blade of shining teeth, wondering how many of the lost and the lonely have been dragged away to glut the unclean appetites of the dark, how many hikers and transients and drifters simply vanished into the hungry maw of the forest, never to be seen again. Because I know in my shriveled, weary heart that the thing that had once been Stanley Burdock wasn't the only one of its kind, that it was only a harbinger, a herald of horrors yet to come. The wild places of the world hold secrets older than stone, hungers more ancient than civilization itself, and heaven help the poor bastards unlucky enough to stumble across them unawares. The Wendigo walks, you see. It shambles through the lonely woods and forgotten hollows, dead eyes burning with the cold feral light of the stars, and it hungers, oh how it hungers for the sweet marrow of innocence, the hot salt tang of mortal dread. It wears our skins and speaks with our stolen voices, vomits forth our undigested hopes and dreams in spatters of bile and gore. And it will never ever stop, not until the last whimpering cry fades to silence, the last skull is picked clean and gleaming, until all the world is its hunting ground and slaughterhouse, one endless charnel forest echoing with the screams of the damned and the dying. And I'll be waiting for it. Sitting by my cache of bullets and bottles, a loaded gun cradled in my shaking hands, keeping my vigil through the long, cold nights, watching the tree line with feverish eyes, praying for the first twitch of movement, the first huff of fetid breath. Because someone has to remember, to stand witness against the hungry dark, to light a feeble candle against the encroaching gloom and howl defiance with a throat gone raw from screaming. And who better than a damned old drunk with nothing left to lose, and the stench of an atavistic evil forever seared into his mind? So here I sit, stewing in my own sweat and paranoia, bracing for a fight I know I can never win, waiting for the soft tread of twisted feet through the fallen leaves, the glint of an antler-crowned silhouette looming against the moon, muttering a prayer to a god I no longer believe in, just 3 words repeated over and over like a drunkard's barroom chant. Come on, you son of a bitch, I'm ready for you. Come on. I spent nearly 3 decades working for the National Park Service, moving through assignments in Colorado, Montana, and finally Louisiana. That final posting in 2019, at age 54, was supposed to be my wind-down assignment before retirement. I was named deputy director of a sprawling sector in one of Louisiana's most remote national parks, a place I won't name directly, though veteran Park Service employees could probably identify it from context. My sector encompassed roughly 40,000 acres of some of the most impenetrable wilderness in the American South, mile after mile of dense hardwood forest, punctuated by occasional clearings where we maintained campgrounds and hiking trails. The terrain was unforgiving, thick understory that could swallow a person whole, cypress swamps that stretched beyond sight, and a network of waterways that seemed to shift and change with each heavy rain. The heat was oppressive even in October when I first arrived. The humidity clung to everything like a wet blanket, making even simple tasks exhausting. But it was the silence that unnerved me most. In Colorado, you had wind through the pines, wildlife calls echoing off mountain faces. Here, the forest seemed to absorb sound, creating pockets of absolute quiet that felt unnatural. My predecessor, a grizzled man named Boudreaux who'd worked the area for 15 years, spent 2 weeks showing me the ropes before his retirement. He was a man of few words, but what he did say carried weight. On our final day together, as we stood at the edge of what locals called the Deep Country, a particularly dense section of forest that stretched for miles without a single trail, he turned to me with an expression I'll never forget. "You'll hear stories," he said, his weathered face serious in the dying light. "Some of them might seem like backwoods nonsense, but this land," he paused, looking out into the darkening trees, "this land remembers things that happened long before any of us were born. You'd do well to listen to those stories, even if you don't believe them." I thought he was just being dramatic, the way old-timers sometimes get when they're passing on responsibilities. I wish I'd paid more attention to the fear in his eyes. The staff under my supervision was a mix of seasonal workers and lifers. Most were locals who'd grown up in the parishes surrounding the park. They knew the land in ways that no amount of training could teach. Which plants would cut you if you brushed against them. Which waterways were safe to cross, where the ground looked solid but would swallow you up to your waist in mud. During my first month, I threw myself into learning every inch of my sector. I hiked the marked trails, memorized the campground layouts, and studied topographical maps until I could navigate by memory. But even after weeks of exploration, there were vast areas that remained mysteries. The Deep Country in particular seemed to resist mapping. Satellite imagery showed an unbroken canopy of green, but ground-level exploration revealed a maze of game trails, fallen trees, and water features that didn't appear on any official documentation. It was during these early reconnaissance missions that I first heard whispers about places in the forest that the staff avoided. They never called them dangerous outright, but there were certain areas where conversations would grow quiet, where even the most experienced rangers would find reasons to turn back early. The stories began filtering in during my second month, usually during the quiet evening hours when the day staff had gone home and the skeleton night crew was settling in. The park maintained a small ranger station at the edge of my sector, a modest building that served as headquarters for our operations. On particularly slow nights, when the weather kept campers away, the conversation would inevitably drift toward the peculiarities of our corner of Louisiana. Jerome Thibodeau, one of my senior rangers and a third-generation local, was the first to mention what he called the old troubles. Jerome was in his early 40s, a solid man with calloused hands, and the kind of practical knowledge that comes from living on the same land your whole life. He wasn't given to flights of fancy, which made his stories all the more unsettling. "My granddaddy used to work these woods when they were still privately owned," Jerome told me one evening as rain drummed against the station windows. "Back in the 70s, before the federal government bought up all this land, he was part of a logging crew that would come in during the winter months, when the ground was harder and they could get equipment back into the deep areas." Jerome leaned back in his chair, his coffee growing cold as he spoke. "Granddaddy said there were places where the trees would grow different, twisted up, like they were in pain. The other loggers, they had names for those spots, called them sick ground. They'd mark them on their maps and work around them, even if it meant leaving good timber standing." I pressed for details, my curiosity overriding my skepticism. Sick how? Disease? Soil contamination? That's what Granddaddy thought at first. But the state agricultural people came out to test the soil in some of those areas back in the early 80s, found nothing wrong with it. Rich, fertile ground, perfect for growing, but nothing would grow right there. Even today, if you know what to look for, you can spot those places. The trees are stunted, the undergrowth is sparse, and the animals won't go near them. Other staff members had their own stories. Maria Santos, a young biologist working on a temporary research assignment, mentioned finding animal remains in configurations that didn't make sense. Bone circles, she called them, describing deer skeletons arranged in perfect rings in small clearings deep in the forest. The bones were always clean, stripped of flesh but showing no signs of predation or scavenging. It's probably some kind of cultural practice, she admitted. Maybe hunters or locals who use those areas for ceremonies. But I've lived in Louisiana my whole life, and I've never seen anything like it. The arrangements are too precise, too deliberate, and they're always in the same areas where Jerome's grandfather marked those twisted trees. The most disturbing story came from Dwayne Boudreau, the nephew of my predecessor. Dwayne had been working the park for only 2 years, but he'd grown up hunting and fishing these woods with his uncle. He was barely 25, with the kind of enthusiasm that experience hadn't yet tempered, but even he spoke in hushed tones about certain areas of the forest. There's places where the sound don't carry right, he explained during a late-night conversation in December 2019. You can be talking to someone standing 10 feet away, and they can't hear you, but you can hear things from miles off, clear as if they were right next to you. Voices, mostly. Sometimes crying. Uncle Boudreau taught me to stay away from those spots. When I asked what kind of voices, Dwayne's face went pale. Children, mostly. Always children. But here's the thing. They're speaking French. Not the Cajun French you hear around here, but Old French. The kind they might have spoken 200 years ago. I only know because my grandmother spoke it, and she taught me some when I was little. These accounts accumulated over the winter months, creating a picture of a landscape marked by inexplicable phenomena. What struck me most was the consistency of the stories. Different people, from different backgrounds, all describing similar anomalies in overlapping geographical areas. As a man trained in scientific observation and logical analysis, I found myself caught between skepticism and growing unease. The breakthrough came in early 2020, when Jerome brought me a collection of old parish records he'd found in his family's papers. The documents dated back to the 1920s and 1930s, when the state of Louisiana was conducting land surveys in preparation for potential federal acquisition. The surveys included detailed notes about geographical anomalies and unsuitable terrain in areas that corresponded exactly to the locations my staff had been describing. The parish records Jerome shared with me painted a picture of systematic documentation stretching back nearly a century. Louisiana state surveyors in the 1920s had been meticulous in their work, creating detailed maps and reports as they evaluated privately held lands for potential federal acquisition. What I found in those yellowed documents was a pattern of notations that made my stomach turn. Survey team after survey team had marked the same areas as unsuitable for development or geologically unstable, despite soil samples that showed no obvious problems. More telling were the personal notes scribbled in margins, comments like, "Crew refuses to work this section," and "recommend winter survey only," and, most disturbing, "local guides will not enter after dark." But it was a single notation, buried in a 1931 survey report, that connected these modern observations to something much older. The surveyor, a man named Hebert Broussard, had written, "Local informants report this area was site of Thibodeau plantation, destroyed circa 1847. Recommend historical research before final acquisition recommendations." That name, Thibodeau, sent me digging through the Parish Historical Society records. What I found there was a story that had been largely forgotten by official history but lived on in the collective memory of local families. The Thibodeau plantation had been established in the 1790s by Émile Thibodeau, a French immigrant who'd been granted nearly 8,000 acres in recognition of services to the colonial government. The land grant encompassed what was now the heart of my sector, including those areas where modern park staff reported the strangest phenomena. Émile had built his fortune on sugarcane, using enslaved labor to clear the dense forest and establish vast fields. But according to the historical records, his relationship with the local Choctaw tribe had been contentious from the beginning. The tribe claimed that Emil's land grant included a sacred site, a natural spring they called Itahuma, which they believed was a gateway to the spirit world. The Choctaw had tried to negotiate with Emil, offering to trade other lands for the preservation of the spring site, but Emil had refused, viewing their spiritual beliefs as primitive superstition. He'd built his main house directly over the spring, incorporating it into an elaborate garden feature that became the centerpiece of his estate. What followed was a pattern of escalating tensions that played out over decades. The enslaved people working the plantation, many of whom came from African spiritual traditions that recognized the power of such places, began reporting supernatural occurrences around the spring. Children would disappear for hours or days, only to be found wandering the forest with no memory of where they'd been. Tools would be found arranged in strange patterns around the property. Livestock would refuse to drink from the spring water, even during drought conditions. Emil's response was to crack down harder on what he saw as superstitious behavior among his workers. He forbade gatherings, outlawed spiritual practices, and implemented harsh punishments for anyone caught near the spring after dark. But the phenomena only intensified. The historical records become fragmented after 1840, but what emerges is a picture of a plantation in decline. Crop yields dropped despite favorable weather. Workers began dying from diseases that physicians couldn't identify. Emil himself was said to have become increasingly paranoid and violent, convinced that his workers were practicing witchcraft against him. The end came in September 1847, according to a report filed with the parish sheriff by Celeste Thibodeau, Emil's 19-year-old daughter. She'd stumbled into a neighboring plantation just before dawn, covered in soot and blood, claiming that the enslaved people had risen up during the night and murdered her entire family. But when a militia company arrived at the Thibodeau plantation later that day, they found something that didn't match Celeste's account. The main house had been burned to the ground, but so had the slave quarters. The fields had been systematically destroyed, with crops uprooted and scattered. Most strange of all, someone had taken enormous effort to fill in the sacred spring, dumping tons of earth, stones, and debris into what had once been clear, flowing water. The bodies of Emil Thibodeau, his wife, and his 2 sons were never found. Neither were the bodies of the 93 enslaved people who had lived and worked on the plantation. The official report concluded that the enslaved population had killed the family, burned the buildings, and fled into the wilderness. But local observers noted that fleeing slaves would hardly have taken the time to destroy their own living quarters, or to undertake the massive project of filling in the spring. Celeste's testimony was the only first-hand account of what had happened that night, but even that was problematic. She described being awakened by screaming and finding her family's bodies in their beds, throats cut. But when questioned more closely, she couldn't explain how she'd escaped when the rest of her family had been killed in their sleep. She couldn't explain why the slave quarters had been burned along with the main house. And she couldn't, or wouldn't, explain why she'd been found covered in ashes that forensic examination showed came from multiple fires. Within 6 months, Celeste had died under mysterious circumstances, reportedly found drowned in a shallow creek less than 2 miles from where she'd been living with relatives. The official cause of death was listed as accidental drowning, but witnesses reported that her body showed signs of violence inconsistent with a simple drowning. The more I researched the Thibodeau plantation tragedy, the more convinced I became that the official record had been deliberately sanitized. Too many details didn't add up. Too many witness accounts had been dismissed or ignored, and too many of the surviving documents showed signs of deliberate omission. Pages torn out, sections blacked out with ink, entire witness statements missing from files that should have contained them. I spent weeks combing through archives in 3 different parishes, piecing together fragments of the real story. What emerged was far more disturbing than a simple slave rebellion. The evidence pointed to something that had driven both the enslaved population and their enslavers to acts of desperate violence. A letter from Father Benedict Robichaud, the Catholic priest who had served the plantation community, surfaced in the archives of a diocese in New Orleans. Written just 2 weeks before the tragedy, it described conditions at the Thibodeau plantation that were, in his words, an affront to God and nature. Father Robichaud wrote, "I have visited this place 3 times in as many months, called to perform last rites for members of both the family and their workers. Each time, I have found conditions that defy explanation. The master of the house speaks of voices calling to him from beneath the earth. The enslaved people cross themselves when they speak of the spring water, claiming it runs red at night. I have seen with my own eyes children who age years in the span of days, and others who seem to forget their own names. The priest's letter continued. Yesterday, I was summoned to bless a newborn child, but when I arrived, the mother showed me an infant that appeared to be months old, with teeth already showing and eyes that tracked movement like those of an adult. When I questioned her, she insisted the child had been born only hours before. Master Thibodeau claims his workers are practicing dark magic, but I fear the evil in this place runs deeper than human sin. Even more disturbing was a diary entry I found in the personal papers of Dr. Alphonse Guidry, a physician who had been called to the plantation multiple times in the months leading up to the tragedy. His notes, written in a mixture of French and English, described medical conditions that seemed to progress in impossible ways. The Thibodeau boy, age 7, shows signs of premature aging that cannot be explained by any known disease, Guidry wrote in August 1847. His hair has turned white, his skin is wrinkled like that of an elderly man, and he speaks of memories that predate his birth. His mother insists he was a normal child until he began playing near the spring. She begs me to help him, but I confess I have no treatment for such an affliction. Another entry, dated just days before the massacre, was even more alarming. I have now treated 17 individuals from this plantation for conditions that have no name in medical science. Workers speak of time moving differently in certain areas of the property. They claim to have worked full days in the fields, only to return to quarters where their families insist they have been gone for weeks. Master Thibodeau himself appears to have aged a decade in the past month, though he cannot account for the time. These accounts painted a picture of a place where the normal rules of reality had begun to break down. But it was a single document, found in the personal effects of Celeste Thibodeau and donated to the Historical Society by a distant relative, that revealed what might have really happened on that September night in 1847. Celeste's diary, written in a mixture of French and English like many documents of the period, chronicled the final weeks of the plantation in devastating detail. Her entries described a household descending into madness, where family members would disappear for hours only to reappear with no memory of where they'd been. She wrote of workers who aged years overnight, of livestock that gave birth to stillborn animals with human-like features, and of a spring that seemed to whisper her name when she passed it after dark. The final entry, dated September 15th, 1847, the day before the massacre, was barely legible, written in what appeared to be a shaking hand. The ground beneath the house moves at night. Papa says it is the foundation settling, but I know better. Something is trying to come up from below. The workers know it too. They have stopped trying to run away. They gather around the spring at night, chanting in languages I do not recognize, but I understand what they are doing. They are trying to send it back down. The entry continued. Mama has not spoken in 3 days. She sits by her window, staring at the spring, moving her lips like she is speaking to someone I cannot see. Jean Baptiste found baby Claude floating face down in the kitchen wash basin this morning, but Claude was in his cradle, alive and breathing. We buried the floating baby behind the carriage house, but tonight I saw it crawling across the gallery, leaving wet handprints on the wooden floor. The final lines were the most chilling. I know what must be done. The Choctaw were right. Some places are not meant for the living. Tomorrow night, when the moon is dark, we will make our choice. Better to destroy everything than to let this evil spread beyond our borders. God forgive us for what we have awakened. God forgive us for what we must do to stop it. Reading those words in the quiet of my office, surrounded by modern maps and contemporary reports, I felt a terror that went beyond rational fear. This wasn't just an historical curiosity anymore. The places described in these old documents were places I walked every day. The spring that had driven the Thibodeau family to destruction was somewhere in the heart of my sector, buried under nearly 2 centuries of earth and debris, but perhaps not as dormant as everyone assumed. In March 2020, just as the COVID-19 pandemic was beginning to reshape every aspect of American life, I received a call that would change everything. The caller identified himself as Dr. Vincent Arsenault, a professor of Louisiana history at one of the state universities. He spoke with the measured cadence of an academic, but I could hear an underlying excitement in his voice that suggested this was more than routine scholarly inquiry. I've been researching the Thibodeau plantation for the better part of 3 years, Dr. Arsenault explained. I believe I've located the exact site of the original settlement, including the spring that figured so prominently in the historical accounts. I'd like permission to conduct a limited archaeological survey in your sector. Under normal circumstances, such request required months of paperwork and bureaucratic review. But the pandemic had disrupted normal procedures, and frankly, I was intrigued by the possibility of finally locating a place that had become central to my understanding of the area's history. Dr. Arsenault seemed legitimate. He provided detailed references, university credentials, and a research proposal that demonstrated impressive knowledge of local history. What convinced me to fast-track his request was his methodology. Rather than relying on old maps or traditional archaeological techniques, Dr. Arsenault had been using satellite imagery analysis combined with ground-penetrating radar surveys to identify subsurface anomalies in the forest. He'd found what he believed was a spring-fed water source that had been artificially filled, surrounded by geometric patterns that suggested human habitation from the appropriate time period. The satellite data shows clear evidence of deliberate land modification, he explained during our phone conversation. There's a roughly circular area, about 2 acres in diameter, where the forest canopy is noticeably different. The trees are younger, suggesting the area was cleared and later reforested. But more importantly, there are linear features beneath the surface that appear to be foundation remains. Dr. Arsenault sent me his preliminary findings, and I had to admit they were compelling. The location he'd identified was deep in the forest, far from any marked trails, in an area that my staff had always described as somehow off, but never explored thoroughly. When I compared his coordinates to the spots where Jerome's grandfather had marked sick ground, and where modern staff reported strange phenomena, they aligned with disturbing precision. The professor arrived in early April 2020, accompanied by his wife, Dr. Simone Arsenault, who was an expert in soil chemistry and environmental analysis. They were both in their early 50s, soft-spoken academics who seemed utterly unprepared for the physical demands of deep forest exploration. But their enthusiasm was infectious, and their equipment was impressive: ground-penetrating radar units, soil analysis kits, and photographic equipment that cost more than most people's cars. I spent 2 days with them, hiking into the target area and helping them establish a base camp. The location they'd identified was exactly where I'd expected it to be, based on my research into the historical documents. It was a small clearing, perhaps 50 yards across, where the trees grew in an almost perfect circle around a slightly raised mound of earth. What struck me immediately was the silence. In most areas of the forest, you could hear birds, insects, the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. But in this clearing, the quiet was absolute. Even our voices seemed muted, as if the air itself was absorbing sound. Dr. Arsenault was ecstatic. His ground-penetrating radar immediately identified the subsurface features he'd detected in his satellite analysis: linear patterns that almost certainly represented building foundations, and a circular anomaly at the center of the clearing that he was convinced was the filled spring. "This is it," he told his wife as they set up their equipment. "This is definitely the site. Look at these readings. There's a void space about 12 feet down, probably a natural cave system that fed the spring. And these linear features match the description of the plantation house layout from the insurance records." I left them to their work, planning to return in 3 days to check on their progress. They had enough supplies for a week-long survey, satellite phones for emergency communication, and detailed maps showing the route back to the nearest park road. Dr. Arsenault assured me they'd conducted dozens of similar expeditions and were experienced wilderness researchers. That was the last time anyone saw them alive. When I returned to check on them 3 days later, I found their campsite exactly as they'd left it. Their tent was properly erected, their equipment was neatly organized, their food supplies were untouched. But there was no sign of the researchers themselves. Their ground-penetrating radar unit was still running, displaying subsurface readings that showed they'd been making significant progress in mapping the underground features. Most disturbing was what they'd already uncovered. Using hand tools and careful excavation techniques, they'd exposed what was clearly the foundation of a large building. The stonework was consistent with 19th century construction, and they'd found artifacts, pottery shards, metal implements, fragments of glass that dated to the appropriate time period. But it was the condition of their excavation that made my hands shake as I examined their work. They'd been digging methodically, following archaeological protocols, creating careful grids, and documenting everything they found. But their most recent work showed signs of frantic, almost desperate digging. Tools were scattered around the site. Soil was piled in hasty mounds, and their neat excavation grids had been abandoned in favor of what looked like panic tunneling. At the center of their dig site, they'd partially exposed what was unmistakably a stone-lined well or spring opening. The stonework was more elaborate than the foundation remains, carved with symbols that didn't look European. Someone, presumably the Arsenaults, had cleared debris from the opening, revealing dark water about 6 feet down. I called their names, hoping they'd simply wandered off to explore other parts of the site, but the forest remained silent. I checked their tent, finding their personal belongings undisturbed, but discovering something that made my blood run cold. Dr. Simone Arsenault's field notebook was open on their camp table, her final entry barely legible. Vincent has been talking to the water for 2 hours. He says it's speaking to him in French, telling him about the children who were thrown down here. I can't hear anything, but he's becoming agitated. The soil samples we took yesterday show impossible mineral concentrations, elements that shouldn't exist in this environment. Something is very wrong with this place. We should leave, but Vincent won't stop digging. He says we're close to finding them. The entry ended there, the pen trailing off the page as if she'd been interrupted mid-sentence. I immediately contacted park headquarters and local law enforcement, reporting the Arsenaults as missing persons. Within 6 hours, a search and rescue operation was underway, involving park rangers, parish sheriff's deputies, and volunteer search teams from neighboring communities. The coordination was impressive, with search dogs, helicopter support, and experienced trackers combing every inch of the forest surrounding the excavation site. For 5 days, teams searched in expanding circles from the abandoned campsite. They found no footprints leading away from the area, no signs of struggle, no indication that the couple had packed up their equipment or planned to leave. The search dogs, typically reliable in dense forest conditions, seemed confused and agitated near the excavation site, refusing to work in the immediate area and whimpering when handlers tried to force them closer to the exposed spring. The investigation revealed several disturbing details that didn't make it into the official reports. The Arsenaults' satellite phone showed no outgoing calls after their second day at the site, but the call log revealed something strange. Their phone had registered 17 incoming calls during their final night, all from the same number. When investigators tried to trace that number, they found it had been disconnected for over 30 years. It had belonged to a payphone at a gas station that had been demolished in 1989. More puzzling was the condition of their photographic equipment. Dr. Arsenault had been documenting their excavation with a high-end digital camera, taking hundreds of photos of their finds and the excavation process. But when investigators examined the camera's memory card, they found that all photos taken after the second day had been corrupted. The files were still there, showing correct dates and timestamps, but every image was either completely black or showed abstract patterns of light that resembled nothing in the natural world. The only functioning photograph from their final day was a single image that Dr. Simone Arsenault had taken with her phone, apparently just before making her final journal entry. The photo showed her husband standing at the edge of the exposed spring, leaning down as if listening intently to something. His expression was one of rapt attention, almost childlike wonder, but his eyes reflected an intensity that seemed barely human. What made the photo truly disturbing was what appeared in the background. The image showed the stone-lined spring opening, but the water level was much higher than I'd observed when I found the abandoned campsite. The water appeared to be moving, creating ripples and patterns that suggested something large was moving beneath the surface. Enhancement of the digital image revealed what looked like pale shapes floating just below the waterline, shapes that were roughly human in size and configuration. The official search was called off after a week, when it became clear that the couple had simply vanished without leaving any trail that search teams could follow. The case was handed over to state police investigators, who spent another month interviewing university colleagues, examining financial records, and exploring the possibility that the Arsenaults had staged their own disappearance for unknown reasons. But I knew they hadn't walked away from that excavation site. Something had happened to them in that clearing, something connected to the spring they'd uncovered, and the history they'd been so eager to unearth. The evidence was subtle but undeniable. The frantic digging, the corrupted photographs, the mysterious phone calls, and most of all, the complete absence of any trail leading away from the site. In the months that followed, I found myself returning to the excavation site repeatedly, drawn by a combination of professional responsibility and personal obsession. The area had been officially closed to the public, marked with warning signs about unstable ground conditions, but I had legitimate reasons to check on the site, to ensure that the exposed archaeological features weren't attracting unauthorized visitors or causing environmental damage. Each visit revealed new details that deepened my unease. The exposed spring, which had contained dark water when I first found the abandoned campsite, was now completely dry. The water level had dropped steadily over the weeks following the arsinoe's disappearance, until only damp stones remained at the bottom of the 8-foot-deep opening. More disturbing was what the receding water had revealed. The bottom of the spring was littered with objects that had clearly been there for decades or centuries. I could see metal implements, pottery fragments, and what appeared to be personal items, combs, jewelry, children's toys, but I couldn't bring myself to climb down into the opening to examine them more closely. Something about the spring itself radiated a sense of wrongness that made my skin crawl. The surrounding forest was changing too. Trees near the excavation site began showing signs of disease or stress. Yellowing leaves, dead branches, bark that peeled away to reveal pale, sickly wood underneath. Animals avoided the area entirely. Even insects seemed scarce, creating an unnatural silence that made every footstep sound unnaturally loud. Most unsettling were the changes in the excavated foundations. The arsinoes had carefully exposed the stone foundation of what had clearly been a substantial building, probably the main house of the Thibodeau plantation. But over the months following their disappearance, the exposed stonework began to shift and settle, revealing details that hadn't been visible during their initial excavation. Carved into the foundation stones were symbols that didn't match any architectural tradition I recognized. They weren't decorative elements, they were deliberate markings, etched deep into the stone and filled with a dark substance that might have been tar or pitch. The symbols appeared to be some kind of writing, but not in any language I could identify. They had the angular, geometric quality of very old script, possibly predating European settlement of the area. By winter 2020, I had to face the fact that the Arsinoe excavation site had become my obsession. I was visiting it weekly, sometimes more often, always finding new details that demanded explanation. I started bringing a camera, documenting the changes I observed, building a photographic record of what was happening to the site over time. It was during one of these winter visits that I made a discovery that would haunt me for months to come. On a cold February morning in 2021, I was hiking one of the established trails about 2 miles from the excavation site when I noticed something unusual hanging from a branch about 8 feet off the ground. At first glance, it appeared to be some kind of equipment that a hiker had accidentally left behind, but as I got closer, I realized it was a camera, an expensive-looking film camera suspended from the branch by its leather strap. The camera was positioned deliberately, not tangled in the branches as if it had been thrown or dropped. Someone had carefully placed it there, at a height that would require climbing to retrieve it, in a spot where it would be visible to anyone walking the trail but not easily accessible. The leather strap showed no signs of weathering, suggesting it hadn't been there long, but the camera itself was an older model, the kind that serious photographers still preferred for certain types of work. I left it there initially, assuming the owner would return for it. The trail where I found it was moderately popular, used by day hikers and nature photographers who appreciated the old-growth forest and occasional wildlife sightings. It wasn't unusual for visitors to cache equipment while exploring off-trail areas, planning to retrieve it on their way back to the parking area. But when I returned 3 days later, the camera was still hanging there, unchanged. Park policy required us to collect abandoned property after a reasonable waiting period, so I climbed up and retrieved it, planning to tag it for the lost and found at the ranger station. The camera was a professional-grade 35mm model, probably worth several $100s, with a partially exposed roll of film still inside. The camera body showed signs of recent use. The metal was clean, the lens was free of dust, and the film advance lever moved smoothly. Whoever owned it was clearly an experienced photographer who took good care of their equipment. I stored the camera in our lost and found cabinet, where it sat for nearly 8 months while we waited for someone to claim it. Park visitors occasionally asked about lost items, but no one ever inquired about the camera. By late 2021, it had become just another unclaimed item gathering dust on our shelves. It was Jerome who suggested we develop the film. During a slow December evening, as we were going through old, lost, and found items to make room for new arrivals, he picked up the camera and shook it gently. "Still got film in it," he observed. "Might be vacation pictures or something. Could help us figure out who it belongs to." The idea made sense. If the photographs showed identifiable people or locations, we might be able to track down the owner through social media or local photography groups. Jerome knew a guy in town who still developed film for the few photographers who preferred it to digital imaging, and the cost would be minimal. 2 weeks later, Jerome returned with a packet of developed photographs and a confused expression on his weathered face. "You need to see these," he said, spreading the photos across my desk. "I can't make sense of what they're showing." The first few photographs appeared normal enough. Shots of the forest taken from various angles, focusing on specific trees, clearings, and natural features. The photographer had clearly been documenting a particular area, moving systematically through the landscape and recording everything they observed. The technical quality was excellent, with good composition and proper exposure that indicated real skill with the camera. But as I examined the photos more carefully, I began to recognize the locations they depicted. These weren't random forest scenes. They were all taken in the area around the excavation site where the arsonist had disappeared. The photographer had documented the same clearing, the same circle of unusually spaced trees, the same slightly raised mound where the couple had been digging. The middle section of photos showed the excavation in progress. I could see carefully dug trenches, exposed foundation stones, and excavation tools scattered around the site. But these weren't photos of the arsonist dig site as I remembered it. The excavation shown in the photos was more extensive, more sophisticated, with wooden scaffolding and equipment that the missing couple had never possessed. Most disturbing was the human figure visible in several of the photographs. A man in his 50s, wearing work clothes and a broad-brimmed hat, was shown pointing at various features of the excavation, examining artifacts, and posing next to exposed sections of the foundation. His face was clearly visible, and I recognized him immediately. It was Dr. Vincent Arcano, the missing professor. But that was impossible. These photos had been taken with film, using a camera that I'd found hanging in a tree nearly a year after the arsonist's disappearance. Film photography required time for development, and the photos showed Dr. Arcano engaged in excavation work that was far more advanced than anything he'd accomplished during his brief time at the site. The final section of photographs was where things became truly inexplicable. The images showed Dr. Arcano standing near what appeared to be a fully restored 19th century plantation house, complete with whitewashed walls, broad galleries, and elaborate gardens. He was pointing at architectural details, examining decorative elements, and posing in front of various sections of the building, as if giving a guided tour. But there was no plantation house at the excavation site. There never had been. Not in my lifetime or in the lifetime of anyone I'd spoken with. The Thibodeau mansion had been destroyed in 1847, burned to the ground and never rebuilt. The site contained nothing but forest and the foundation stones that the arsonists had partially exposed during their ill-fated excavation. As I continued examining the photos, they became increasingly overexposed, as if the camera had been malfunctioning or the film had been damaged by light. The final images were almost completely white, showing only faint shadows and indistinct shapes that might have been buildings, people, or simply artifacts of the photographic process. Jerome stood quietly while I studied the photographs, his expression troubled. Finally, he broke the silence. "That's the missing professor, isn't it? The one who disappeared at the dig site." I nodded, unable to trust my voice to remain steady. "So how did he take pictures with a camera we found a year later? And what's that building he's standing next to? There ain't no building like that anywhere in the park." Those were the questions that would haunt me through the winter of 2021 and into the following spring. I had physical evidence, photographs developed from film, showing a missing person engaged in activities that seemed to have taken place after his disappearance, in locations that didn't exist in any objective reality I could verify. The rational explanations were limited and unsatisfying. The photos could have been faked, but the film development process made sophisticated forgery extremely difficult. The camera could have belonged to someone else who happened to resemble Dr. Arcano, but the facial features were unmistakably his. The building in the photos could have been located somewhere else entirely, but the background landscape matched the excavation site exactly. I was left with the inescapable conclusion that these photographs documented something that couldn't have happened, taken by someone who shouldn't have been able to take them, showing places and events that existed outside the normal flow of time and space. In the months following the discovery of those impossible photographs, I found myself drawn deeper into an investigation that was slowly destroying my rational worldview. I'd spent 3 decades as a park ranger, trained in scientific observation and logical analysis, but the evidence I was uncovering challenged everything I thought I understood about reality. I began visiting the excavation site almost daily, armed with surveying equipment, cameras, and soil analysis tools. My official reports described routine monitoring of an archaeological site, but my real purpose was to understand what had happened to the Arsenaus and why their disappearance had been documented in photographs that shouldn't exist. The changes at the site were accelerating. The exposed foundation stones had shifted dramatically over the winter, settling into configurations that revealed the complete outline of a large building. But more than that, new stonework was appearing, not being uncovered by erosion or natural processes, but literally materializing in the ground, as if the earth itself was reconstructing the original structure. By spring 2022, nearly 2 years after the Arsenaus' disappearance, the foundation had become a maze of interconnected chambers and passages that descended much deeper than any 19th century building should have required. Using a flashlight and rope, I explored the upper levels of what had become an underground complex, finding rooms that contained furniture, personal belongings, and artifacts that appeared to be from the 1840s but showed no signs of age or decay. In what had clearly been a parlor or sitting room, I found a daguerreotype photograph in a silver frame, showing a family group posed in front of an elaborate mansion. The faces in the photograph were those of the Thibodeau family, based on descriptions I'd found in historical documents. But the mansion in the background was the same building that appeared in the impossible photographs of Dr. Arsenault. The dining room contained a table set for a formal meal, with china, crystal, and silver that looked as if it had been polished that morning. The food on the plates was fresh, still warm, as if the diners had just stepped away and would return momentarily. But dust covered everything equally, suggesting the room had been undisturbed for decades. Most disturbing was the children's nursery on the upper level of the foundation complex. The room contained toys, clothing, and furniture appropriate for several children of different ages. But the toys were arranged in patterns that seemed deliberately symbolic. Dolls positioned in circles, blocks stacked in precise geometric shapes, toy soldiers arranged in formations that created complex designs when viewed from above. On the nursery wall, someone had painted a mural depicting the forest surrounding the plantation, but the forest in the mural was alive in ways that the real forest never was. Trees had faces in their bark, animals watched from the shadows with human eyes, and children played games among the roots and branches. At the center of the mural was the spring, but instead of water it contained what appeared to be stars, as if it were a window into infinite space. It was in this nursery that I found Dr. Simone Arsenault's field notebook, the same notebook I'd seen at their abandoned campsite nearly 2 years earlier. But now it contained dozens of additional pages, filled with handwriting that matched hers perfectly but described experiences that couldn't have happened after her disappearance. The final entries were dated months after the couple had vanished. Day 127. Vincent has stopped aging. I watch him in the mirror each morning, and his reflection hasn't changed in weeks. My own reflection is becoming unreliable. Sometimes I appear as I am, sometimes as I was 20 years ago, sometimes as I will be when I'm old. Time moves differently here, flowing backward and forward like water finding its level. Day 143. The children visit us regularly now. They're the ones who were thrown into the spring during the massacre, but they don't seem to remember dying. They play in the gardens during the day and tell us stories about the plantation when it was alive. They speak French, but I understand them perfectly even though I've never learned the language. Day 158. We tried to leave again today, but the forest has changed. The paths lead back to the house no matter which direction we walk. Vincent says we're not prisoners, we're residents. He's begun helping with the archaeological work, documenting the house and grounds for future researchers. He doesn't seem to remember that we came here from outside. Day 171. I understand now why the enslaved people filled in the spring. It's not evil, exactly, but it's hungry. It feeds on time itself, on the moments between past and future. The plantation exists in all its moments, simultaneously. The day it was built, the night it was destroyed, and every day in between. We experienced them all, living every possibility that ever existed in this place. The final entry was the most chilling. Day 184. A new researcher will come soon. I've seen him in the spring water, a man with a camera who thinks he's documenting the past, but he's really documenting the future, his own future, the moment when he realizes he can never leave. I want to warn him, but the children say that would spoil the game. They've been playing this game for more than a century, and they're very good at it. As I read those words by flashlight in the underground nursery, surrounded by toys arranged in patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them, I finally understood what had happened to the Arsenaults. They hadn't disappeared. They'd been absorbed into something that existed outside normal time, a place where past and present coexisted, and where the rules of reality were negotiable. The spring wasn't just a water source. It was a focal point for something much older and stranger, something that the Choctaw had recognized and respected, something that Emile Thibodeau had disturbed when he built his mansion over it, and something that had been temporarily contained when the enslaved people filled it with earth and debris in 1847. But the spring had never been truly sealed. It had been waiting, patient and hungry, for someone to dig down to it again, to expose it to light and air and human curiosity. The Arsenaults had been exactly what it needed. Researchers driven by academic passion, willing to dig deeper and stay longer than casual explorers. Now it was waiting for the next curious visitor, someone who would see the photographs of Dr. Arsenault, read the historical accounts, and decide to investigate for themselves. Someone like me. As I climbed out of the Foundation complex that evening, I realized I was already trapped. I'd been visiting the site for nearly 2 years, documenting changes, taking photographs, becoming increasingly obsessed with understanding what had happened there. The evidence was all around me. My own camera contained dozens of photos showing the site in various stages of reconstruction, images that documented a process that shouldn't be possible. I was becoming part of the story, another researcher drawn into the spring's patient web. Soon, someone else would find my camera hanging from a tree branch, would develop the film, and would see photographs of me standing next to a fully restored plantation house, pointing out architectural details of a building that existed only in the spaces between moments. The game continues, as it has for more than a century. The spring waits beneath its covering of earth and debris, hungry for time and memory and human curiosity. And somewhere in the restored rooms of a mansion that burned down in 1847, Dr. Vincent and Dr. Simone Arsenault continue their research, documenting a place that exists in all its moments simultaneously, waiting for the next scholar brave enough or foolish enough to dig down to the truth. I write this account as a warning, though I know it will read like the fantasy of an aging ranger with too much time on his hands. But the photographs exist, developed from real film. The excavation site can be found by anyone persistent enough to search for it, and the spring is still there, covered but not sealed, patient as only geological time can be patient. Some places are not meant for the living. Some stories are not meant to be uncovered, and some truths are too terrible to survive in the rational world we think we inhabit. But they survive nonetheless, waiting in the deep places, in the spaces between seconds, in the moments when reality grows thin and the impossible bleeds through. The spring remembers everything, and it's always hungry for more. I moved to the cabin in October 2019, seeking the peace that only deep wilderness could provide. At 28, I'd grown tired of city noise and the constant hum of civilization. The property sat on 43 acres of dense pine forest in northern Montana, miles from the nearest neighbor. The previous owner, an elderly man named Garrison, had warned me about the isolation during our final walkthrough. "Gets real quiet out here," he'd said, his weathered hands trembling slightly as he handed over the keys. "Some folks can't handle that kind of quiet." I'd laughed then, eager to embrace the solitude. The cabin itself was modest but sturdy. 2 bedrooms, a stone fireplace, and windows that looked out into an endless sea of evergreens. I'd brought my German Shepherd Rex, a loyal companion who'd adapted to our new life with enthusiasm. Together we'd established routines, morning hikes, evening maintenance, and the simple pleasure of watching seasons change from our front porch. The chicken coop had been my idea. a way to achieve some self-sufficiency while adding life to the property. I'd spent weeks reinforcing it with hardware cloth and steel mesh, creating what I believed was an impenetrable fortress for my dozen hens. The morning ritual of collecting eggs and the gentle clucking of the birds brought a satisfaction I'd never experienced in my previous urban existence. For the first year, everything felt perfect. I'd wake to birdsong, spend my days writing freelance articles, and fall asleep to the comforting sounds of wind through pine needles. Rex would patrol the property with the confidence of a seasoned guardian, occasionally barking at deer or raccoons, but never showing real alarm. The woods felt safe, familiar, almost protective. But paradise has a way of revealing its shadows, and mine began to show themselves gradually, almost imperceptibly at first. The first sign of trouble came in March 2021. I'd set my favorite coffee mug on the porch railing while checking the chicken coop, and when I returned 10 minutes later, it was gone. I searched the ground thinking it might have fallen, but found nothing. Rex sniffed around the area with unusual intensity, his hackles rising slightly before he whined and moved away. Over the following weeks, other items vanished. A work glove I'd left on the woodpile, a flashlight from the shed. Small things easily misplaced, but the pattern troubled me. I'd lived alone long enough to know my habits, and I wasn't careless with my belongings. The chickens provided the first real evidence that something was wrong. I'd started with 12 birds, but by late spring I was down to 8. No feathers, no signs of struggle, no damage to the coop. The birds simply vanished overnight, as if they'd never existed. I reinforced the enclosure again, adding motion sensors and a battery-powered camera, but the disappearances continued. Rex began acting strangely around this time. He'd stand at the edge of the clearing, staring into the tree line with the kind of focus that made my skin crawl. His ears would prick forward, and he'd emit low, rumbling growls at something I couldn't see or hear. When I'd call him, he'd reluctantly return, but his eyes would keep darting back to the woods. I told myself it was probably a fox or a weasel, maybe a fisher cat that had learned to exploit weaknesses in my defenses. I researched predator behavior, adjusted my barriers, and even considered getting a rooster to alert me to intruders. But deep down I knew something felt wrong about the whole situation. The woods themselves seemed different. The usual chorus of birds had diminished, and I rarely saw deer anymore. Even the squirrels appeared nervous, chattering frantically at sounds I couldn't identify. Rex refused to venture far from the cabin during our walks, staying close to my side with an alertness that suggested he knew something I didn't. The night of July 15th, 2021, changed everything. I'd been working late on a difficult article, the kind that required multiple drafts and constant revision. The clock showed 1:47 a.m. when I finally decided to call it quits. Rex was already asleep by the fireplace, exhausted from a day of anxious pacing. I was performing my nightly routine, checking doors, turning off lights, ensuring the generator was running properly, when the motion sensor near the shed triggered. The sudden flood of LED brightness cut through the darkness like a blade, illuminating the area where I stored tools and feed. At first I saw nothing unusual. The light had a tendency to activate when wind moved the pine branches, creating shifting shadows that could fool the sensor. But as I watched through the kitchen window, something moved at the edge of the illuminated area. It was human-shaped, but wrong in ways that made my mouth go dry. The figure crouched low, moving with a fluid, predatory grace that no person should possess. Its limbs seemed too long, its movements too quick and jerky. From my vantage point, I could see it examining the chicken coop with the methodical thoroughness of someone who'd done this before. Rex woke with a start, his head snapping toward the window. A growl built in his throat, deeper and more urgent than I'd ever heard from him. The sound seemed to carry across the yard, and the figure froze, turning its head toward the house with unnatural speed. I couldn't see its face clearly, but I'll never forget the way it moved, like a person pretending to be human, getting the mechanics right but missing some essential quality that would make it convincing. It approached the coop with deliberate steps, and I watched in horror as it began to dismantle my carefully constructed defenses. The reinforced mesh that had taken me hours to install was peeled away like paper. The steel locks I'd installed were twisted open with bare hands. Within minutes, the intruder had created an opening large enough to slip through, and I heard the panicked squawking of my remaining chickens. Rex's barking exploded through the silence, sharp and frantic. The intruder's head snapped up, and for a moment, Our eyes met across the yard. The distance was too great to make out details, but I felt the weight of its attention like a physical force. There was intelligence in that gaze, a calculating awareness that sent waves of revulsion through my body. I grabbed my Remington 870 from the closet, hands shaking as I loaded it with .00 buckshot. The familiar weight of the weapon provided some comfort, but my military training felt rusty after years of civilian life. Rex continued barking, his voice hoarse with fear and aggression. The intruder straightened to its full height, and I realized it was taller than any person I'd ever seen. Its silhouette seemed to stretch impossibly upward, arms hanging at its sides with the loose, ready posture of a predator. It made no attempt to flee or hide, instead beginning to walk toward the house with measured, deliberate steps. I fumbled for my phone trying to call for help, but the screen showed no signal. The isolation that had once felt peaceful now seemed like a trap. The nearest neighbor was 12 miles away, and the volunteer fire department would take at least 30 minutes to respond, if they believed my story. The intruder stopped at the edge of the porch light's reach, just visible enough to maintain eye contact. It raised one hand and I saw fingers that seemed too long, nails that reflected the light like claws. The gesture was almost casual, as if it were greeting a neighbor, but the wrongness of it made my stomach turn. Rex's barking reached a fever pitch, and I realized the intruder was listening to him with the focused attention of someone learning a language. It tilted its head, mimicking Rex's movements with disturbing accuracy. When my dog finally exhausted himself and fell silent, the intruder nodded once, as if satisfied with what it had heard. I raised the shotgun, sighting down the barrel at the center of the figure's chest. My finger found the trigger, and I drew in a breath to steady my aim. But before I could fire, the intruder stepped backward into the darkness, disappearing so completely it might have been a hallucination. I spent the rest of that night barricaded in my bedroom. Dresser pushed against the door, Rex pressed against my side. The shotgun lay across my knees, safety off, finger ready. Every sound outside, wind through branches, settling timbers, the distant call of an owl, sent adrenaline surging through my system. But it was the sounds that weren't quite right that truly terrified me. Footsteps on the porch that had too many beats, as if the walker had an extra joint in each leg, scratching at the walls that followed no pattern I could identify. The soft thud of something heavy landing on the roof, followed by the creak of shingles under weight. Rex whined continuously, his eyes fixed on the door, ears tracking sounds I couldn't hear. His fear was contagious, confirming that whatever was outside was real, not a product of my imagination. The dog's senses were sharper than mine, and his terror told me more about our situation than any amount of observation could. Around 3 a.m., I heard what sounded like my own voice calling from outside. "Hello? Is anyone there? I need help." The words were perfect, the tone concerned and friendly, but the timing was wrong. The voice came from directly beneath my bedroom window, as if the speaker were standing on nothing but air. I gripped the shotgun tighter, fighting the urge to respond. Some primitive part of my brain recognized the deception, even as another part wanted to help whoever was calling. Rex's growl deepened and I could see his hackles raised in the dim light. The voice tried again, more insistent this time. "Please, I'm hurt. I need to use your phone." The words were exactly what I might have said if I'd been injured and seeking help, but they came from someone who had never heard human speech before learning to imitate it. I remained silent and, after what felt like hours, the voice moved away. But I could still hear movement around the house, the soft scrape of fingernails on wood, the whisper of fabric against siding, the barely audible sound of breathing that came from too close to the windows. Dawn couldn't come fast enough, and when the first rays of sunlight finally penetrated the forest canopy, I heard the sounds retreat. Whatever was outside seemed to withdraw with the darkness, leaving behind only the memory of its presence and the certainty that it would return. The morning revealed the full extent of the previous night's assault. The chicken coop had been completely destroyed, not just opened, but systematically dismantled. The remaining birds were gone, leaving behind only a few scattered feathers and dark stains on the ground that I didn't want to examine too closely. More disturbing were the tracks around the house. They appeared human at first glance, the right general shape and size, but closer inspection revealed abnormalities that made my skin crawl. The toes were too long, the heel too narrow, and the depth suggested someone much heavier than the slender figure I'd observed. Rex refused to leave the porch, whining whenever I tried to coax him into the yard. His reluctance convinced me that staying was no longer an option. I threw essential items into a duffel bag, clothes, documents, ammunition, and loaded them into my Jeep Wrangler. The drive down the forest road should have been routine, but every shadow between the trees seemed to hide a crouching figure. Rex sat in the passenger seat, alert and anxious, his head constantly turning to track movement I couldn't see. The forest felt different now, hostile and watchful, as if every tree were a potential hiding place. I was halfway to the main highway when I saw it standing in the road ahead. The morning sun cast long shadows through the trees, but the figure was solid and real, blocking my path with casual confidence. It stood perfectly still, arms at its sides, watching my approach with the patience of something that had all the time in the world. I gunned the engine, hoping to scare it away, but the figure didn't move. As I got closer, I could see details that made my hand shake on the steering wheel. Its face was wrong, too pale, too smooth, with eyes that reflected light like an animal's. The mouth was too wide, revealing teeth that were too sharp and too numerous. I swerved at the last second, tires screaming on asphalt as I barely missed the motionless form. In my rearview mirror, I saw it turn to watch me go, moving its head in a complete circle without shifting its shoulders. The impossible motion burned itself into my memory, a reminder that I was dealing with something beyond normal human experience. 2 weeks later, I returned to the cabin with 3 friends: Gordon, a veteran like myself, Preston, who worked construction and owned an impressive collection of firearms, and Briggs, a hunter who knew the local wildlife better than anyone. I'd told them about break-ins and vandalism, not wanting to share the full truth until I was certain of their support. We approached the property like a military operation, with planned positions and communication protocols. The cabin looked normal from the outside, but I could see evidence of the intruder's continued presence. Windows that I'd left closed were now open. Items on the porch had been rearranged in subtle ways that suggested someone had been examining them. Inside, the house felt violated. Nothing was obviously disturbed, but the air held a strange scent, musky and wild, like an animal's den. Rex refused to enter, instead pacing nervously beside the Jeep. My friends began loading boxes while I did a final walkthrough, checking for anything I might have missed. It was Preston who noticed the figure first. "Hey," he called from the porch, his voice tight with concern. "We've got company." I joined him outside and saw it immediately, the intruder standing at the edge of the clearing, watching our activities with the focused attention of a predator studying prey. In daylight, its abnormalities were even more pronounced. The proportions were wrong, the posture too still, the gaze too intense. Gordon emerged from the house carrying a box, took one look at the figure, and carefully set down his load. "What the hell is that thing?" "I don't know," I admitted, "but it's been stalking me for months." Briggs joined us, his hunting rifle already in hand. "That's not any animal I've ever seen. Looks like someone playing dress-up, but..." He trailed off, studying the figure through his scope. "The way it's standing, the way it's watching us, that's not human behavior." The intruder began to move, not directly toward us, but in a wide circle around the clearing. Its gait was fluid and predatory, each step placed with perfect precision. It kept its eyes on us throughout the movement, never breaking contact even when the angle should have made it impossible. We finished loading the truck quickly, weapons ready, constantly aware of the figure's presence. It had stopped circling and now stood directly between us and the access road, close enough that we could see details that made our situation clear. This was no human being. The face was a crude approximation of human features, as if someone had described a person to an artist who had never seen one. The eyes were too large, set too far apart, and they didn't blink. The mouth was a gash across the lower face, revealing rows of teeth that belonged on no mammal I'd ever seen. "We need to get out of here," Gordon said, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "Now." I was doing a final count of our group when I realized Preston was missing. We'd been so focused on the figure in the clearing that we'd lost track of each other. Panic surged through me as I called his name, receiving no response. We found him behind the cabin, unconscious and badly injured. Deep gashes across his back and arms suggested an attack by something with claws, but the wounds were too precise, too systematic. It was as if the attacker had been studying human anatomy and testing different approaches. Gordon and I carried Preston to the truck while Briggs kept watch. The figure had vanished from the clearing, but I could feel its presence in the surrounding forest. Rex barked frantically from the passenger seat, his attention focused on the tree line where shadows moved independently of the wind. We drove to the hospital in tense silence, Preston unconscious between us. When the emergency room staff asked about his injuries, we blamed a bear attack, the only explanation that wouldn't result in psychiatric evaluation. The doctors accepted our story, though I caught several exchanging glances that suggested they'd seen similar injuries before. Preston recovered, though he never spoke about what happened behind the cabin. He'd been found with no memory of the attack, and the doctors attributed his amnesia to trauma. But sometimes, when he thought no one was watching, I'd catch him staring into empty spaces with the expression of someone who remembered more than he wanted to admit. I never returned to the cabin. The insurance company eventually paid out on a claim of vandalism and theft, and I used the money to buy a small apartment in Denver. City noise that had once driven me to the wilderness now feels like protection against the silence that harbors things better left undisturbed. Rex adapted to urban life with visible relief, though he still refuses to approach wooded areas. Sometimes, late at night, I'll find him standing at the window, looking out at the streetlights with the same alertness he'd shown in the forest. When I ask what he sees, he just whines and comes to sit beside me, as if seeking comfort from memories we both carry. The woods of northern Montana remain untouched, 43 acres of wilderness that will never again know human habitation. Sometimes I wonder if the thing that stalked me is still there, waiting for the next person seeking solitude to discover that some places are empty for good reason. I've learned to appreciate the constant hum of civilization, the steady flow of traffic, the voices of neighbors through thin walls. These sounds, once irritating, now remind me that I'm surrounded by humanity, protection against the things that watch from the spaces between. The solitude I once craved has been replaced by a deep need for connection, for the constant reassurance that I'm not alone. Because in the deepest woods, in the places where cell phones don't work and the nearest neighbor is miles away, isolation isn't peace, it's vulnerability. The coffee at the Detroit bus station tasted like battery acid, but I drank it anyway. At $3 a cup, it was cheaper than the stuff at the cafe near my old apartment, the one I'd been evicted from 6 weeks ago. I was living in my '98 Honda Civic now, parked behind a 24-hour gym where I'd bought a membership just to shower. $29 a month. Everything came down to dollars anymore. My name is Warren Hayes, and before I became what I am now, I was a staff sergeant in the Army, 2 tours in Afghanistan, an honorable discharge, and a PTSD diagnosis that made civilian employers nervous. I'd burned through my savings in Detroit trying to make rent while working security at a warehouse for $13 an hour. My favorite things used to be simple: Tigers games, fishing on Lake St. Clair, my grandmother's pierogi recipe. Now my favorite thing was finding a parking lot where nobody would knock on my window at 2 a.m. The man who sat down across from me didn't look like he belonged in a bus station. His coat was too nice, his shoes too clean. He set a manila folder on the table between us. "Warren Hayes?" he asked. "Who wants to know?" "My name is Curtis Brennan. I work for a branch of the federal government that you've never heard of." He slid the folder toward me. "We've been watching you. Your military record is exemplary. Your current situation is unfortunate." I didn't open the folder. "If you're about to offer me something illegal." "Nothing illegal. Dangerous, yes. Classified, absolutely." He leaned forward. "We investigate disappearances in remote areas, specific kinds of disappearances, the kind that don't make sense. And you want me because you've seen things that don't make sense before. Afghanistan, that village in Helmand Province, November 2019. My coffee cup stopped halfway to my mouth. Nobody talked about that village. We'd been ordered not to. The bodies we'd found, arranged in patterns that were older than any of us could understand. The sounds in the mountains that followed us for 3 days. "We'll pay you $65,000 a year," Curtis continued, "plus hazard bonuses, full benefits, housing stipend." I opened the folder. Inside were photographs of missing people, dozens of them, faces smiling at cameras, unaware of what was coming. Beneath the photos was a contract and a non-disclosure agreement as thick as a phone book. "What exactly am I looking for?" I asked. Curtis's expression didn't change. "Things that shouldn't exist. Things that our ancestors warned us about in stories." I signed the contract that night. I told myself it was just the money. I needed the money. But that would have been a lie. 2 weeks later, I was standing in a forest in northern Michigan with 3 other people I'd just met. The trees here grew so thick that noon felt like dusk. Our boots crunched on frost-hardened leaves. The team leader was a woman named Grace Morrison, mid-30s, former FBI. She carried herself like someone who'd seen her share of horrors and filed them away in neat mental folders. Next to her was Kirk something. I never caught his last name, a tracker with the National Park Service who barely spoke. And then there was Lily Chen, our tech specialist, who looked barely old enough to drink but had 3 advanced degrees in subjects I couldn't pronounce. Victim's name was Harold Pritchett, Grace said, studying a tablet. 57 years old, experienced hunter, went missing 4 days ago. His truck was found at the trailhead, keys still in the ignition, wallet and phone on the dashboard. His rifle was propped against a tree exactly 2 miles in. No signs of struggle, no blood, no tracks leading away. How is that possible? I asked. Grace looked at me with eyes that had stopped expecting answers to make sense. That's what we're here to find out. Kirk knelt beside a cluster of trees, touching the bark. Something marked these, recently. The scratches were deep, running vertically down the trunk in sets of 3, too high for a bear, wrong pattern for a deer. Lily checked her equipment. Motion sensors, thermal cameras, audio recorders, all the tech in the world to measure the measurable. EM readings are spiking. We're getting interference patterns consistent with. She trailed off. With what? I asked. With things that aren't supposed to exist. We found Harold's rifle where Grace said it would be. It was leaning against a white oak, barrel pointing up, like someone had carefully placed it there. The safety was still on, no rounds fired. He wouldn't have left this behind voluntarily, Kirk said. Not out here. Not at night. I picked up the rifle. It was cold, colder than the air around us. When I turned it over, I saw something carved into the wooden stock. Fresh cuts, 3 words in shaky letters. It called me. Grace photographed the carving. Pack it up, we're setting up base camp before dark. Nobody goes anywhere alone. And Warren? She looked at me directly. Whatever you hear tonight, don't answer it. Don't go looking, don't follow voices, especially if they sound like someone you know. We hiked another mile to a clearing where previous teams had established a camp. There were solar panels, battery packs, floodlights. In the center stood something that looked like a watchtower, just a platform with railings 12 feet high. Kirk climbed up with a thermos of coffee and a night vision scope. Overnight watch, Grace explained. 2-hour shifts. Warren, you take second watch at midnight. As darkness fell, the forest changed. The normal sounds, birds, insects, wind through leaves, faded away. The silence was absolute. Wrong. I'd been in quiet places before, but this was different. This was the quiet of something holding its breath. Lily set up her equipment in a tight perimeter around our tents. If anything crosses these sensors, we'll know. The cameras will catch it. Will they? Grace asked softly. At 9 p.m., we heard the first sound. A voice, distant and distorted, calling out, "Help me. Please, someone help me." It was a man's voice. Harold's voice, maybe. It came from deep in the woods, from the direction we'd been heading. Kirk was on watch. He didn't move, didn't respond, just kept looking through his scope, scanning the tree line. The voice called again. "I'm hurt. Please, I can't move." Every instinct I had screamed to respond, to help. That's what you did when someone called for help. But I remembered Grace's warning. I remembered the scratches on the trees. I remembered the words carved into the rifle stock. It called me. Grace was watching me, her hand resting on the holster at her hip. Not a threat. A precaution. Making sure I didn't do anything stupid. The voice called for 20 minutes, growing more desperate, more anguished. Then it stopped. At 11:45 p.m., something triggered Lily's sensors. All of them, simultaneously. The cameras showed nothing but darkness and trees. The thermal imaging showed nothing. The audio picked up a sound like wind, but there was no wind. The motion sensors registered something large, moving in a circle around our camp, staying just beyond the range of our lights. Grace, Lily, and I stood in the center of the clearing, back to back, flashlights cutting through the darkness. Kirk stayed on the tower, silent as stone. "What is it?" Lily whispered, her scientific composure finally cracking. I don't know, Grace admitted, but it's been watching us since we arrived. At midnight exactly, the circling stopped. The sensors went quiet. Whatever had been out there was gone, or wanted us to think it was gone. I climbed the tower for my watch. Kirk descended without a word, his face pale in the moonlight. From 12 feet up, I could see the forest spreading in every direction, dark and infinite. I thought about Harold Pritchett, who'd walked into these woods and never walked out. I thought about my Civic in Detroit, everything I owned crammed into garbage bags in the back seat. I thought about the $65,000 I was earning to sit in this tower and wait for something that shouldn't exist to show itself. Somewhere in the darkness, something screamed. Not an animal, not human, something in between. My 2 hours felt like 2 days. Morning came slowly, the sun barely penetrating the canopy. We'd all heard the screaming throughout the night. 3 more times, each from a different direction, each sounding like it was circling closer. None of us had slept much. Grace spread a topographical map across a folding table. I need to show you something. She marked locations with a red pen. Harold Pritchett disappeared here. 3 weeks ago, a woman named Evelyn Cross vanished 6 miles west. 2 months before that, Craig Weatherby, 4 miles north. Going back 18 months, we have 12 disappearances in this forest alone. 12? I asked. Why haven't I heard about this? Because we classify them as lost hikers, presumed dead, cases closed. Grace connected the marked points with lines. But look at the pattern. The lines formed a shape. Not quite a circle, not quite random. Something organic, like a spiral, with our camp near the center. Lily pulled up digital overlays on her tablet. I cross-referenced with older records, National Park Service data, county sheriff reports, even Native American oral histories from the Ottawa and Ojibwa tribes. Disappearances have been happening here for over 200 years. Not constantly, but in cycles. Every 20 to 30 years, there's a spike. Then nothing. Then another spike. What changed? I asked. Why are we seeing them now? Kirk finally spoke, his voice rough from hours of silence. We're in a spike year, started last October. Won't end until, he paused. Until it's satisfied. Until what's satisfied? No one answered. We broke camp at 0800 hours and moved deeper into the search pattern. Kirk led us to locations where he'd found signs, broken branches, disturbed earth, patches of ground where nothing grew. Each site had the same 3 scratch marks on nearby trees. The scratches are a marker, Kirk explained. Territory. Warning. Maybe both. At the 3rd site, we found something new. A circle of stones, each about the size of a fist, arranged in the dirt. In the center was a bundle of sticks tied with dried grass, standing upright. It looked like something from a documentary about ancient rituals. Don't touch it, Grace ordered when Lily moved closer. It's not old, Lily observed. This was made recently. Days ago, maybe. Harold? I suggested. Or whatever took him. Kirk was already backing away from the circle. We need to leave, now. But Grace was examining the bundle, photographing it from every angle. This is a message, a warning, a claim? Curtis said we'd see signs like this, evidence of intelligence, of purpose. What purpose? I demanded. What the hell are we dealing with out here? Grace finally looked at me, and I saw something in her eyes I hadn't seen before. Fear. We don't have names for them, Warren. Not real names, just the words from old stories. Wendigo, skinwalker, not deer, the things that came before us and never left. The things that learned to mimic us. It called me. The words from Harold's rifle made horrible sense now. We documented the site and continued our search pattern, moving in a widening spiral. The forest felt wrong here. The trees growing in twisted shapes. The ground spongy beneath our feet. My military training kept me focused. Eyes forward, weapon ready, trust your squad. But my instincts were screaming that we were being herded. At 1,300 hours, Kirk froze. Listen. We heard it. Footsteps. Human footsteps, crunching through leaves, coming from ahead of us, on our planned route. Someone's out there, Lily whispered. The footsteps continued. Steady, purposeful. Not running, not hiding, just walking. Grace raised her radio. This is Team 7. We have possible civilian contact. Proceeding with caution, she signaled us forward. We rounded a massive oak tree and saw him. Harold Pritchett, alive, standing in a clearing, his back to us, wearing the same hunting jacket from his missing person photo. "Harold," Grace called out. "Harold Pritchett? We're federal agents. You're safe now." He didn't turn around, didn't acknowledge us, just stood there, perfectly still. Kirk grabbed Grace's arm. "No." "What?" "That's not him. Look at how he's standing." Harold's posture was wrong. Too rigid. His arms hung at his sides, not quite natural, and he wasn't breathing. I could see that from 30 feet away. His back didn't rise and fall. He was simply standing there, like a mannequin. "Harold?" Grace tried again. "Can you hear me?" The thing that looked like Harold Pritchett slowly turned around. His face was perfect, too perfect, like someone had made a mask from a photograph, capturing every detail but missing something essential. His eyes were open but empty. His mouth hung slack. There was no recognition, no consciousness, just a hollow shell wearing Harold's features. "Fuck," Lily breathed. The Harold thing took a step toward us, then another. Its movements were jerky, puppet-like, as if something was learning how to operate a human body and hadn't quite mastered it yet. "Back away," Grace ordered, slowly. "Don't run." We retreated as the thing advanced. It didn't speak, didn't make any sound, just kept walking, arms swinging unnaturally, that vacant face fixed on us. Then, from behind it, we heard laughter, a child's laughter, high and bright, completely out of place. The Harold thing stopped walking, its head tilted to one side, too far, at an angle that would break a human neck. More laughter, from our left, our right, behind us, children laughing, but wrong somehow, the timing off, the pitch distorted, like a recording played at the wrong speed. "Defensive formation," Grace commanded. We formed a circle, backs together, weapons out. I had my service pistol, though I had no idea if bullets would stop whatever was out there. The Harold thing collapsed, just dropped like a puppet with cut strings, falling face first into the leaves. When it hit the ground, it didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't do anything, because it had never been alive. The laughter stopped. The forest was silent again. Grace approached the body cautiously. Kirk covered her, his rifle steady. When she knelt beside it, I saw her hand shake for the first time. "Jesus Christ. What is it?" I asked. "This isn't Harold. I mean, it looks like him, but it's not even human." She turned the body over. Harold's face was a mask, literally. A layer of something organic but wrong, stretched over a frame of sticks and bone that barely resembled a human skeleton. The thing was hollow inside, like a costume designed to walk around until it found an audience. "It wanted us to see it," Lily said. "It wanted us to follow. Or it wanted to see how we'd react," Kirk added, "testing us." Grace stood, wiping her hands on her pants as if she could wipe away what she'd just touched. "We're pulling out, now. This is beyond our parameters." "What about Harold?" I asked. "The real Harold?" Grace looked at the thing on the ground, then at the forest surrounding us. "Harold's gone, Warren. He's been gone since the moment he walked into these woods." We hiked back to camp at double time, constantly checking behind us, seeing nothing but feeling everything. The forest watched us leave. I could sense its attention, patient and ancient and hungry. When we reached our equipment, Lily went straight to her monitoring station. "Oh no." "What?" "The overnight recordings. I just reviewed them." She played back thermal footage from 0300 hours. The screen showed our camp from above, our tents visible as bright spots of heat. And around the perimeter, just beyond our lights, dozens of cold shapes. Human-shaped but cold as the surrounding air, standing in a perfect circle, watching us sleep. "They were there all night," Lily whispered. "Standing there, waiting." Grace made a decision. "Pack everything. We're evacuating to the rendezvous point. Radio Curtis. Tell him we need immediate extraction and a full tactical team. Whatever's out here, it's not operating alone." As we broke down the camp, I couldn't shake the image from the thermal footage, all those shapes, standing in the darkness, waiting, patient, and I realized the horrible truth. We hadn't been hunting something in these woods. We'd been invited to play. The evacuation order was denied. Grace spent 20 minutes on the satellite phone with Curtis, her voice rising with each passing minute. The rest of us packed equipment, ready to move the moment we got clearance. When Grace finally ended the call, her face was ashen. "We're not leaving," she said. "The fuck we're not," Kirk replied, the most words he'd strung together since I'd met him. "Curtis says we don't have full confirmation of an anomalous entity. The thing we found, the Herald construction, could be explained as a human perpetrator, someone playing games." "You saw it," Lily protested. "That wasn't human craftsmanship, the biomechanics alone." "I know what I saw," Grace cut her off. "But headquarters needs proof. Video evidence of the actual entity. Direct confrontation. Something that can't be explained away." I felt something cold settle in my stomach. They want us to make contact. They want us to complete the mission. Find Harold Pritchett or confirm his death. Document the nature of the threat. Then we extract. "That's insane," I said. "We're not equipped for this. We need tactical support, weapons, at least." "We have what we have." Grace's voice was flat. "This is the job, Warren. The job you signed up for. The job I took because I was living in my car. The job that paid $65,000 a year to walk into nightmares and document them for people who sat in air-conditioned offices in Washington. I thought about Detroit, about sleeping in gym parking lots, about the hollow feeling of being one emergency away from complete destitution. This was still better. Probably. We modified our plan. Kirk would scout ahead using game trails and high ground, staying in radio contact. Lily would monitor from a mobile station, tracking our vitals and movements. Grace and I would continue the search pattern, looking for actual evidence of Harold, or what had happened to him. The scratched trees were everywhere now. We'd stopped counting after 50. They formed corridors through the forest, guiding us deeper into territory that felt increasingly wrong. The trees here were diseased, bark peeling, branches bare even though it was only late autumn. Nothing grew in the undergrowth. The ground was just leaves and rot. "This is a dead zone," Grace observed. "The ecosystem is collapsing. Whatever's here, it's killing the forest." Kirk's voice crackled over the radio. "I've got structures, man-made, quarter-mile ahead, bearing 320. We found them in a depression between two hills, shelters, or what was left of them. Rough wooden frames covered with bark and branches, built against the hillside. They'd been here for years, decades maybe, slowly falling apart, but someone had been maintaining them. The materials were rotting, but the construction was sound." "Homeless camp?" I suggested. "Maybe." Grace entered one of the structures, flashlight cutting through the shadows. I followed. Inside was a sleeping bag, moldy but still intact. A backpack hung from a hook made of bone. Canned goods lined a makeshift shelf, their labels faded, and on the wall, carved deep into the bark, were words. Hundreds of words, covering every surface, written in different hands, different tools, spanning what looked like years. "It watches. Don't sleep. Heard my daughter crying she's been dead 10 years. The things in the trees aren't birds. Harold was here. That last one was fresh, carved recently, the wood still bright beneath. He survived," Grace said. "After he disappeared, he made it here. He was trying to shelter." I examined the other carvings. Dates, when they were legible, went back to 1987. Names I recognized from Lily's research. Craig, Evelyn, others who'd vanished in these woods. They'd all ended up here, in these shelters, trying to hide from something. "Then where are they now?" I asked. Grace didn't answer. She was reading the carvings, her light moving from message to message. The final words, carved lowest, most recently, it learned my voice. "Don't trust anything. I'm going to make it stop." He left, Grace realized. He went after it. Kirk's voice burst through the radio. "Grace, Warren, move now. I've got multiple contacts converging on your position. Fast movers, coming from all directions." We ran. The shelters disappeared behind us as we crashed through dead vegetation, heading for higher ground where Kirk had set up his observation post. Behind us, I heard them. Footsteps. Dozens of footsteps moving through the forest with impossible coordination. And voices, calling out, "Warren! Warren, wait! It's me, it's Harold. I need help." Harold's voice, desperate and frightened. But Harold was dead, or changed, or something worse. I kept running. "Grace, please. Grace, I'm hurt. I can't make it alone." Grace's father's voice. She'd told me about him during training. Dead from cancer 5 years ago. The thing knew. It had pulled the voice from somewhere in her head. More voices joined, Family, friends, people we'd loved and lost. A chorus of the dead, calling us back, begging us to stop and listen and help. "Don't answer," Grace shouted. "Don't even look back." We reached Kirk's position, a rocky outcrop overlooking the dead zone. He was prone with his rifle, scanning the forest below. "They stopped at the tree line," he reported. "Not following anymore." I looked down. The forest floor was alive with movement. Figures, human-shaped, standing among the dead trees, dozens of them. In the fading afternoon light, they looked almost real. Almost. "Are those all?" Lily's voice came through the radio from base camp. "Constructs," Grace confirmed. "Like the one we found. Dozens of them." I focused on one figure at the edge of the group. It stood differently from the others, more naturally. It was looking up at us, and even from 200 yards away I could see its face. Harold Pritchett. The real one. He was alive, emaciated, filthy, his hunting clothes hanging off a frame that had lost 30 pounds, but alive. He was staring directly at us, and his mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear at this distance. "That's him," I said. "Grace, that's actually him." She pulled out binoculars. "Jesus, you're right. But he's not running. He's not signaling for help. He's just standing there." Kirk adjusted his scope. "Because he can't. Look at his legs." Harold's pants were torn at the ankles. Wrapped around his lower legs were thick vines, grown into his skin, rooting him in place. He wasn't standing with the constructs. He was trapped among them, being slowly absorbed into whatever they were. "We have to get him out," I said. "How?" Kirk asked. "The moment we go down there, we're surrounded." Harold's mouth moved again. This time I had binoculars. I could read his lips. "Kill me." Then the constructs moved. All at once, with perfect synchronization, they turned and walked back into the forest. Harold went with them, dragged along by the vines, disappearing into the shadows. "What the hell was that?" I asked. "A message," Grace said quietly. "It's showing us what happens, what it does to people. It's not just killing them. It's keeping them, using them." "Then we go after him tonight," I said. "Full gear, lights, weapons. We cut him loose and we run." "We'll be torn apart," Kirk said. "Maybe, but we came here to find Harold Pritchett. We found him, and I'm not leaving him down there." Grace was silent for a long moment, weighing options, calculating odds. Finally she nodded. "We move at 2200 hours, 4-hour window before dawn. Kirk, you're on overwatch with night vision. Warren and I go in. Lily, you keep every camera pointed at those trees and you document everything. If we don't make it out, at least Curtis will have his proof." We spent the remaining daylight preparing. I checked my pistol, loaded extra magazines, tested my flashlight. Kirk selected a position with clear fields of fire. Grace reviewed maps of the area, plotting escape routes. Lily called from base camp. "I'm seeing something on the monitors. Temperature variations. The constructs, they generate no heat. But there's something else down there. Something big. It's been stationary for the last hour, right in the center of the dead zone." "The source," Grace said. "Whatever's making the constructs. Whatever took Harold." "Do we even have a plan for that?" I asked. Grace looked at me. "Survive. Document. Extract. In that order." As night fell, the forest came alive with sounds. Not natural sounds. Mimicry. Wolves that didn't quite howl right. Birds that sang in human voices. And underneath it all, a low humming that I felt more than heard, vibrating through the ground, through my bones. At 2200 hours, we descended into the dead zone. The night vision goggles turned the forest into a green nightmare. Every shadow was a threat. Every tree a hiding place. Grace moved ahead, her movements professional and controlled. I covered our six, constantly scanning behind us. Kirk's voice was a steady presence in our earpieces, guiding us through the safest routes he could identify from his vantage point. 30 yards to the shelters, he reported. No movement detected. But Warren, Grace, my thermal is picking up that large signature Lily mentioned. It's close, maybe 50 yards past the shelters. Acknowledged, Grace whispered. We reached the first shelter, empty. The carved warnings on the wall seemed to pulse in the green light. It watches. I had no doubt that was true right now. The second shelter held something new. Fresh blood, still wet, pooled on the ground. A trail led deeper into the dead zone, toward where Lily's monitors had detected the heat signature. Harold's blood, maybe, or someone else's. We follow it, Grace decided. That's exactly what it wants, Kirk warned. I know. The blood trail led us through the dying forest, past more of the scratched trees, past stone circles and stick bundles arranged in patterns that hurt to look at. The humming grew louder, more insistent. My head started to ache. Then the trees opened into a clearing, and we saw it. The thing at the center was massive. At first I thought it was a pile of debris, branches, bones, earth, all compressed together. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized it had structure, purpose. It was shaped roughly like a person, if a person was 15 feet tall, and made of everything the forest had discarded. Antlers formed its crown, animal skulls studded its torso, and running through it all, binding it together, were those same vines we'd seen on Harold's legs. It was dormant, or appeared to be, no movement. The heat signature Lily detected was coming from inside it, from the core of whatever this thing was. Grace raised her camera, documenting everything. In my peripheral vision, I saw them. The constructs, dozens of them, standing in a perfect circle around the clearing. Motionless, watching. Grace, I whispered, we have company. I see them. Keep moving. We circled the central figure, looking for Harold. The constructs didn't move, didn't react. They just stood there, their empty faces tracking our progress. Then I heard it. A voice. Weak but human. Here. I'm here. Behind the giant figure, partially hidden by its mass, Harold Pritchett sat on the ground. The vines had climbed higher, wrapping around his waist, his chest. He was being pulled slowly into the ground, inch by inch, becoming part of whatever this thing was. Grace reached him first, pulling out a knife. Harold, we're going to get you out. Stay still. She started cutting the vines. They were tough, fibrous, and they bled when cut, a clear fluid that stank of decay. Harold gasped as she severed each one, like she was cutting into his flesh directly. It's inside me, he said, his voice hoarse. The vines, they're growing inside me, in my lungs, my veins. You can cut what you see, but there's more, so much more. We'll get you to a hospital, I told him, helping Grace cut. They can... No. Harold grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. Listen to me. I've been here for days. I've seen what it does. It doesn't kill people. It transforms them, takes them apart and puts them back together wrong. The constructs, they used to be people. Recent people. It keeps making more. Kirk's voice crackled in my ear. Movement. All of them. The constructs are advancing. I looked up. The circle was closing in. Slowly, deliberately, the constructs walked toward us. Their faces were blank, but their hands were reaching out, grasping. Work faster, I told Grace. She cut the last visible vine. Harold tried to stand and immediately collapsed, coughing blood. Real blood, not the clear fluid. My lungs, he gasped. It's already in my lungs. We're carrying you out, Grace decided. Warren, help me. The ground shook. The massive figure at the center of the clearing moved. It didn't stand so much as unfold, segments of its body shifting and rearranging with sounds like breaking wood and grinding stone. The antlers rose up, up, up. The skull-studded torso expanded. Arms longer than my body reached out, fingers made of sharpened bone clicking together. And it looked at us, not with eyes. It had no eyes, but with an awareness that crashed over me like a physical force. It saw us. It knew us. Every fear, every memory, every person we'd ever loved. It pulled all of that out of our heads and examined it with alien curiosity. Run! Kirk screamed in our earpieces. Grace grabbed Harold's arm. I took the other. We hauled him to his feet and ran, half dragging him between us. Behind us, the giant thing moved, each step shaking the earth. The constructs closed in from all sides. Left, left, left. Kirk guided us through the chaos. There's a gap in the circle, bearing 270. Go now. We burst through the line of constructs, Grace firing her pistol to clear the path. The bullets passed through them like they were made of smoke. They didn't fall, didn't slow, just kept reaching with those grasping hands. One of them touched Harold's leg. He screamed, a sound I'll never forget. Where the construct touched him, his flesh began to change, turning gray and fibrous, the transformation spreading from the point of contact. Grace cut the construct's hand off with her knife. It fell to the ground and kept moving. crawling after us on its fingers. The shelters, Harold gasped between coughs. There's a cave. Behind the shelters. It doesn't go there. Can't go there. Why not? I asked. Wrong kind of earth. Or wrong kind of belief. I don't know. But the native warnings I found carved inside, they're old. Really old. That place is protected somehow. We ran for the shelters, the giant thing crashing through the forest behind us. Trees splintered, the ground heaved, and all around us the constructs closed in, their numbers seeming to multiply with each passing second. Kirk's rifle barked from his position. I'm trying to slow it down. Get to cover. The shelters appeared ahead. Grace pointed to the hillside behind them. There, I see the opening. A crack in the rock face, barely wide enough for a person. We shoved Harold through first, then squeezed in after him. The cave beyond was small, maybe 10 feet deep, the walls covered in ancient carvings, symbols I didn't recognize, predating anything European. They pulsed with faint luminescence, like dying stars. The giant thing reached the cave entrance. Its massive hand, bone fingers clicking, reached into the opening and stopped. It couldn't enter. Something about this place, the symbols, the stone, some ancient protection, kept it out. The hand withdrew. The thing stood outside, waiting. The constructs gathered around it, a forest of false humans, patient and eternal. We were trapped, but we were alive. Harold coughed again, more blood. In the dim light of our flashlights, I could see the vines under his skin, spreading like dark rivers through his veins. He was changing. The process had started before we'd even found him, and now it was accelerating. How long does the transformation take? Grace asked him, her voice clinical, already preparing her report. Harold looked at his hands. The fingers were elongating, the skin taking on that gray, fibrous quality. Hours, maybe. I don't know. I've been fighting it, but he met my eyes. You can't let me leave here. Not like this. If I change, if I become one of them, I'll know how to find people. I'll lead them here. I'll make more. We're not giving up on you, I said. I'm not asking you to give up. I'm asking you to stop it, before I'm gone. He pulled a pistol from his jacket, the one that had been missing from his gear. I was going to do it myself, but I'm too weak now, can't even hold it steady. Grace took the gun, checked the chamber, 1 round left. This is your choice, Harold? She asked. He nodded. I saw what it does to people, what it did to Evelyn, to Craig, to all the others. They're still in there, somewhere, aware but not in control. Puppets that remember being human. I won't be that. Kirk's voice crackled. Grace, what's happening? The thing's just standing there, waiting. It knows we're trapped, Grace replied. It can wait longer than we can. Harold's breathing was getting worse, wet and labored. The vines were in his lungs now. Probably his heart. Hours, he'd said. But looking at him, I'd guess minutes. Do it now, he whispered. Please. While I'm still me. Grace raised the pistol. Her hands were steady. Warren, you don't have to be here for this. But I stayed. If Harold could face this, I could witness it. Thank you, Harold said, for trying, for coming this far. Tell my wife. Tell her I didn't suffer. Tell her it was quick. Grace pulled the trigger. The shot echoed in the small cave, defining the boundaries of our protection. Harold's body slumped against the wall, finally at peace. The vines under his skin stopped moving, withering to black threads. Whatever had been changing him, it couldn't continue without a living host. Grace holstered her weapon. Neither of us spoke for a long moment. Grace, Warren, what happened? Kirk demanded over the radio. I heard a shot. Harold's gone, Grace reported, by his own request. Transformation was too far advanced. Jesus. A pause. The big one's moving, backing away from the cave. The constructs are following it. I moved to the cave entrance, staying in the protected zone. Kirk was right. The giant thing was withdrawing, the constructs moving with it like a receding tide. Within minutes, they had disappeared back into the dead zone, leaving us alone with our failure. Lily's voice joined the channel, shaky with exhaustion. I got it all on video, all of it. Curtis can't deny what we saw now. No, Grace agreed. He can't. We waited until dawn before leaving the cave. The forest was silent in that hollow, wrong way it had been since we'd arrived. Harold's body lay where he'd died and we couldn't carry him out. The best we could do was document his location, photograph the evidence of the vines, and promised to send a recovery team. I hoped they'd find human remains when they came back. I hoped the forest hadn't already reclaimed him. The hike back to base camp took 3 hours. We moved carefully, weapons ready, expecting ambush at every turn. But nothing came. The constructs were gone, the giant thing silent. The forest had returned to its patient waiting. Kirk met us at the camp perimeter. His face was gray with fatigue and something deeper. "I watched through the scope while you were in there," he said. "I saw that thing, saw how it moved. That's not a predator. It's not even an animal. It's more like a process, like watching a plant grow or a river flow. Natural, but not alive the way we understand life." "Did you see where it went?" Grace asked. "Back to its center point, sank into the ground, like it was never there." He paused. "Grace, I've been doing this work for 4 years. I've seen things that shouldn't exist, but that's not something we can fight. That's something we can only avoid." Lily had packed up most of our equipment. Her hands shook as she worked. The EM reading spiked at 0347, right when Harold died. Then they collapsed completely. Whatever that thing is, it's connected to the people it transforms. When Harold was freed, it felt it. "Did it feel anger?" I asked. "I don't think it feels anything we'd recognize, but it noticed, and it remembered." We called for extraction at 0900. Curtis himself answered the radio. "Status?" he asked. Grace delivered her report in crisp, professional language. Location of the entity, number of constructs, Harold's death, the video evidence. When she finished, there was a long silence on the other end. "Copy that," Curtis finally said. "Extraction team is inbound. ETA 6 hours. Well done, Team 7. "Well done?" I repeated after Grace cut the connection. "We lost him. We found Harold Pritchett and he died anyway. We documented an entity that's been killing people for 200 years, Grace replied. "We proved it exists. We gathered data on its behavior, its capabilities, its territory. That's the mission, Warren. That's always the mission. The mission is finding people. Saving people." "No." Grace's voice was hard. "The mission is learning how to fight things that shouldn't exist. Rescuing individuals is secondary. If we can save someone, we do. But the information always comes first, because the information saves more lives in the long run." I understood then. Really understood what this job was. We weren't rescue workers. We were researchers, and the missing people, Harold, Evelyn, Craig, all of them, they were data points, necessary losses in the process of understanding what hunted in the dark places. The evacuation helicopter came at 1500, touching down in a clearing 2 miles from our camp. We loaded the equipment, the video files, the samples Lily had collected, Harold's rifle with its carved warning. Everything went into sealed containers, cataloged and documented. As the helicopter lifted off, I looked down at the forest. The dead zone was invisible from here, just another patch of wilderness among thousands. But it was down there, waiting, and the thing at its center was still alive, still growing, still pulling people into its embrace. "Where will they send us next?" I asked Grace. She was reviewing her mission report on a tablet, making final corrections. "Oregon, probably. We've got a cluster of disappearances around Mount Hood. Similar patterns, same 20-year cycle." "Is it the same thing?" "No. Each region has its own entity, its own folklore. The Pacific Northwest has different stories than Michigan." She looked up at me. "But they all take people, Warren. They all make constructs. They all follow patterns we're only beginning to understand." Kirk was asleep in his seat, or pretending to be. Lily stared out the window, her usual analytical expression broken by something raw and frightened. We were all changed by what we'd seen, but we'd be back out here in days or weeks, walking into another forest, looking for another missing person, facing another thing that shouldn't exist. Because the pay was good. Because someone had to do it. Because once you've seen what's really out there, you can't pretend the world is safe anymore. My phone buzzed. A text from Curtis. "Your hazard bonus for this mission has been processed. $15,000. Your next assignment briefing is Tuesday." $15,000. Add that to my salary and I could afford an apartment again. Not in Detroit. Too many memories there. But somewhere. Somewhere I could sleep without fear of cops knocking on my window. Somewhere I could keep my favorite things safe. Maybe I'd even buy a Tigers ticket, watch a game, pretend to be normal for an afternoon. I texted back, confirmed for Tuesday. The helicopter carried us south, away from the forest. Below, Michigan spread out like a map. Thousands of square miles of wilderness, and in that wilderness, in the spaces between towns, in the dark places where cell phones don't work and GPS signals fade, they waited. The things from old stories, the things that had learned patience, the things that called to us in familiar voices. I thought about Harold's final words. Tell my wife it was quick. I'd write that in my report. I'd lie, because the truth, that he'd spent days trapped and transforming, that he'd fought the change until he couldn't fight anymore, that his last act was begging strangers to kill him. That truth served no purpose except pain. The helicopter landed at a private airfield. A medical team was waiting to examine us, making sure we hadn't brought any contamination back with us. Standard procedure after field contact. They drew blood, scanned for anomalies, asked questions about symptoms. We all passed. Curtis met us in a debriefing room. He was older than his voice suggested, maybe 60, with eyes that had seen too much and categorized all of it. He reviewed Grace's report, watched 10 seconds of the video footage and nodded. Good work. The evidence is conclusive. We'll classify the Michigan site as a Wendigo-class entity, non-mobile, feeding cycle active. Standard protocols: quarantine the zone, increase monitoring, prepare containment strategies for the next spike cycle. He looked at each of us. You all performed admirably under extreme conditions. Take 3 days personal leave, then report for Oregon assignment. What about Harold's wife? I asked. Curtis pulled out a file. Mrs. Carol Pritchett, age 59, lives in Lansing. Local authorities will inform her that her husband's remains were recovered. Natural causes, exposure, closed casket recommended. She'll receive death benefits. That's all she needs to know. She deserves the truth. The truth is classified, Warren. You signed papers agreeing to that. Curtis's expression wasn't cruel, just matter of fact. We tell comfortable lies, so people can sleep at night. That's part of the job, too. I wanted to argue, wanted to say that Carol Pritchett should know her husband died fighting something ancient and evil, that his last act was an act of courage. But Curtis was right. That truth wouldn't comfort her. It would just give her nightmares. We were dismissed. Grace headed to her apartment in Virginia. Kirk disappeared without saying goodbye, probably back to some cabin in Montana where he could pretend the normal world still existed. Lily said she was visiting family in California, but I suspected she was really going to a lab somewhere to run private tests on the samples she'd secretly collected. I drove west from the airfield, putting distance between myself and Michigan, found a Holiday Inn in Indiana, and paid for a week with my hazard bonus. The room was clean and warm and had a door that locked. I showered for 20 minutes, washing away 4 days of forest, then collapsed on the bed. But I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Harold's face in that moment before Grace pulled the trigger. Not afraid, not even sad, just relieved that it was ending, that the thing growing inside him wouldn't have the chance to use him against others. I thought about Detroit, about the warehouse job I'd left behind, about my favorite booth at the diner where they made good pierogi. Simple things, human things. I could quit, call Curtis, tell him I was done, find another job that didn't involve walking into folklore-haunted forests. But the hazard bonus sat in my account, substantial and real, and I'd already seen what was out there, already crossed the line from comfortable ignorance into terrible knowledge. There was no going back. On my phone, I pulled up the mission briefing for Oregon, Mount Hood. 7 people missing over the last 6 months. Native American legends about something that lived in the glaciers, something that collected human faces, different stories, same pattern. Tuesday, Curtis had said. 3 days to pretend I was normal. 3 days to remember what it felt like to be afraid of ordinary things like bills and loneliness instead of constructs that mimicked humanity without understanding it. I ordered room service, a burger and fries, simple food, and turned on the TV. A Tigers game was on. They were losing, but I watched anyway, letting the familiar rhythm of baseball wash over me. Favorite things, I thought. I still had favorite things. That meant I was still human. But in 3 days, I'd go back into the darkness. I'd track another missing person through another cursed wilderness. I'd face another thing that shouldn't exist. And maybe this time, we'd find the person alive. Maybe this time, we'd actually save someone. That possibility was worth the nightmares. Outside my window, The Indiana night was peaceful. No scratched trees, no constructs, no giant things made of bone and antler. Just street lights and distant traffic and the ordinary darkness that humans had learned to live with. But I knew the truth now. That darkness wasn't empty. It was patient. And it was always hungry. I finished my burger, turned off the TV, and forced myself to sleep. On Tuesday, I'd go to Oregon. On Tuesday, I'd do the job I'd signed up for. The job that paid well enough to keep me off the streets, to give me purpose, to make me believe I was fighting something worth fighting. The job that would probably kill me eventually. But not today. Today I was Warren Hayes, former staff sergeant, current field researcher for a government agency that doesn't officially exist. I was alive, I was clean, and I had 3 days of peace. It would have to be enough. I never believed in things that go bump in the night. Not until North Carolina's Uhuru National Forest taught me otherwise. My name is Curtis Webb, and 6 months ago I was bartending at a dive in Detroit, drowning in student loans and back rent, watching my mother's medical bills pile up like accusations. The eviction notice came on a Tuesday. The recruitment call came on a Wednesday. Coincidence, they said. I knew better, but when you're 32 and sleeping on a friend's couch, you don't ask too many questions about jobs that pay 6 figures. The program, that's what they called it, always with a capital P, recruited people like me, desperate, skilled enough to be useful, broke enough to keep quiet, former military, law enforcement, EMTs who'd seen too much and said too little. They found us in our lowest moments and offered salvation wrapped in an NDA thicker than a Bible. You'll be helping people, the recruiter told me in that windowless office in Dearborn. Her name was Sophia, and she had the kind of eyes that had seen things she'd never talk about. People who go missing in places where the official search and rescue teams come up empty. I should have walked away. Should have gone back to pouring drinks and pretending my MOS as a combat medic meant something in the civilian world. But I thought about Mom in that state facility, about the debt collectors, about my love for hiking and the outdoors turning into something that could actually pay. I thought about everything I'd be giving up by staying poor. So I signed, and they sent me to Oregon first, then Wisconsin, then Pennsylvania. Each time the same story. Missing hikers, hunters, campers. Each time we found them, or what was left of them. And each time the official report said something neat and explainable. Animal attacks, exposure, accidental falls. But I'd seen the scratches that went too deep, in patterns too deliberate. I'd found campsites torn apart with a violence that felt personal, and I'd heard the sounds in those dark woods, sounds that didn't belong to any animal in any field guide. Now Michigan was behind me, and I was standing in a clearing in North Carolina, surrounded by pines so tall they seemed to scratch the gray October sky. My partner Eugene stood beside me, studying a topographical map with the intensity of a man trying to find salvation in elevation lines. 3 disappearances in 2 weeks, he muttered, his breath misted in the cold air. Eugene was older, maybe 50, with the kind of weathered face that suggested he'd been doing this long before the program had a name. All experienced outdoorsmen. All vanished within a 5-mile radius. Any bodies? I asked, though I already knew the answer. One. Hiker named Sarah Brennan. Park rangers found her 4 days ago. He folded the map, his hands steady despite the morning chill. Coroner said it was a bear attack. But bears don't arrange bones in circles, and they sure as hell don't carve symbols into trees. I'd seen the photos during the briefing. The symbols had made my skin crawl, not because they were grotesque, but because they were familiar. Variations of them had appeared at every site. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, like someone was leaving us breadcrumbs, daring us to follow the trail. Local folklore, Eugene continued, pulling out a worn notebook, talks about something called the Whisper Man, Native American legends, settler stories, all the way back to the 1700s, a figure that appears in the woods when the veil between worlds grows thin, autumn specifically. Halloween bullshit, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. Eugene gave me a look that said he'd heard that before, probably from people who weren't around anymore. The locals don't come here in October, haven't for generations. There's a reason these woods are so empty. As if on cue, the forest went silent. The bird songs that had provided a distant soundtrack cut off like someone had hit a mute button. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. You feel that? Eugene whispered. I did. A pressure in the air, like the moment before a thunderstorm, except the sky remained that flat, gray nothing. The temperature dropped, not gradually, but all at once, as if we'd stepped into a freezer. That's when I saw him. At first I thought it was just a shadow between the trees, a trick of the overcast light. But shadows don't move against the wind. Shadows don't have eyes that catch the dim light like a cat's, yellow and aware. The figure stood maybe 60 yards away, perfectly still. Tall, taller than any man should be. Its form was wrong somehow. Proportions that my brain refused to process correctly. Too thin, limbs too long, and it was watching us with an intensity that made my combat instincts scream. Eugene, I breathed. I see it. We'd been trained for a lot of things. Hostage situations, armed encounters, medical emergencies in the field. But no amount of training prepares you for the moment you realize your prey. The figure tilted its head, an owl-like motion, too far, too fluid. Then it smiled. I was too far away to see details, but I felt that smile like a knife dragged across my spine. Eugene's hand moved to his sidearm. Protocol says. The figure vanished, not running, not ducking behind a tree, simply gone, like smoke dispersing. We document and withdraw, Eugene finished, his voice tight. But we both knew we wouldn't withdraw. We couldn't, because somewhere in these woods, 2 people were still missing. Olivia Chen, a wildlife photographer from Asheville, Doug Pritchard, a bow hunter from Charlotte. The program's whole purpose was finding people like them, even if it meant confronting things that shouldn't exist. Eugene pulled out his radio, fingers fumbling slightly, the first sign of fear I'd seen from him. Base, this is Team 7. We have visual contact with an unidentified entity, confirming local folklore parameters. Request advisement. The radio crackled with static. Then a voice, Sophia's voice, came through with that same careful neutrality she'd used in the recruitment office. Team 7, you are advised to proceed with extreme caution. Avoid direct engagement. Document everything. Remember, they always leave clues. They? I repeated. But Eugene had already started walking toward where the figure had stood. Against every instinct, I followed. The spot where the Whisper Man had been was marked by nothing obvious. No footprints in the pine needles, no disturbed earth, but carved into the nearest tree, fresh enough that sap still wept from the wounds, was a symbol, a spiral within a spiral, with 7 lines radiating outward. I've seen this before, Eugene said quietly. Pennsylvania. Right before we found the missing hikers. Found them alive? I asked, though I suspected I knew. His silence was answer enough. I photographed the symbol with my phone, then pulled out my field kit. The program issued us strange equipment alongside the standard gear. EMF readers, infrared cameras, things that suggested they knew exactly what we'd be facing, even if they never said it outright. The EMF reader screamed to life, the needle jumping into the red. Readings are off the charts, I reported, trying to keep my voice steady. Whatever was here left a significant electromagnetic signature. Or it's still here, Eugene said, his hand back on his weapon, just watching. That's when we heard it, a whisper, carried on a wind that didn't exist. Not words exactly, but the cadence of speech, the rise and fall of something that might have been language once. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, threading through the trees like invisible smoke. And beneath it, so faint I almost missed it. Help me, Olivia's voice, or Doug's, or Sarah's, from beyond the grave. The sun was already sinking, painting the gray sky in shades of bruised purple. We had maybe 2 hours of daylight left. Every part of my training said to fall back, regroup, wait for morning. But that voice kept whispering, help me, help me, help me. We go deeper, I said, surprising myself. Eugene nodded slowly, checking his weapon. Stay close, stay armed. And Curtis? Yeah? If you see it again, don't look directly at it. Don't listen if it speaks to you. And for God's sake, don't follow it if it runs. Why not? He met my eyes, and in them I saw the weight of too many operations, too many things witnessed in dark places. Because that's what it wants. We moved into the deeper woods, where the pines grew so thick the dying light barely penetrated. Behind us, I could have sworn I heard laughter, ancient, patient, and utterly inhuman. The Whisper Man was hunting. and we'd just accepted his invitation. The forest changed as we descended into the valley. The pines gave way to older trees, gnarled oaks and hickories that predated the park, predated the settlements, maybe predated the country itself. Their branches twisted overhead like arthritic fingers, and the ground beneath our boots grew soft with centuries of decay. My favorite thing about the outdoors used to be the silence, the way nature could swallow up the noise of cities, of debt collectors' phone calls, of hospital machines keeping my mother breathing. But this silence was different, hungry, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Eugene moved like a man in enemy territory, which I suppose we were. Every few steps he'd pause, check his six, scan the tree line. We'd been walking for 40 minutes since the first encounter, moving roughly southeast based on the topo map and the theory. No, the certainty that the Whisper Man was leading us somewhere specific. The other sites, I said quietly, keeping my voice low. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Did they have places like this? Clearings or structures or... Altars, Eugene interrupted. That's what Sophia called them. Not built, grown. Trees arranged in patterns, stones forming circles. Places where the barrier gets thin. Thin to what? He didn't answer, just pointed ahead. Through the trees I could make out a depression in the earth, maybe 30 feet across. As we approached, the EMF reader in my hand began its piercing whine again. The temperature had dropped another 10 degrees, cold enough that I could see my breath in thick clouds. The depression was a perfect circle, too perfect to be natural. Inside it, the ground was bare earth, no leaves, no pine needles, nothing. And in the center stood a structure that made my rational mind rebel. 7 trees grew in a tight cluster, their trunks twisted together like braided rope, forming a kind of cage or cathedral. Their branches wove overhead in a canopy that blocked out the last of the daylight, and hanging from those branches were objects, dozens of them, personal effects. I recognized a camera bag, expensive, professional. Olivia's, I breathed. Eugene was already moving around the perimeter, his flashlight beam playing across the other items. A compound bow, hunting knife, cell phones, wallets, a wedding ring. Some of the items looked recent, others were weathered, ancient, the leather and fabric rotting away. How many? I asked, though I didn't want to know. Too many. Eugene's voice was tight. Curtis, some of this stuff is old. Like, really old. That's a Spanish musket ball pouch. And that, he pointed to what looked like Native American pottery, cracked but still recognizable. This thing's been hunting for centuries. The whisper came again. Louder now. Almost intelligible. Help me. It was coming from inside the tree cathedral. Don't, Eugene warned. But I was already moving forward. The program hadn't hired me to stand on the sidelines. They'd hired me because I'd run toward the sound of gunfire in Kandahar, because I'd pulled 3 soldiers from a burning Humvee, because I was stupid enough or brave enough, same difference, to do what needed doing. I stepped into the circle. The temperature plummeted. My breath came out in frozen clouds. The EMF reader went haywire, then died completely, the needle spinning uselessly, and the whispers exploded into a cacophony of voices, overlapping, pleading, screaming. Help me, I'm lost. Please, God, someone help the darkness. It took my eyes. I can't feel my legs. Mom, if you can hear this, I love you. Please help. Help. Hey, helps, help. I staggered, my hands going to my ears. But the voices weren't external. They were inside my head, drilling into my brain like ice picks. Through the sensory assault, I saw her. Olivia Chen stood in the center of the tree cathedral, or something wearing her shape. She was intact, which was wrong. Sarah Brennan had been found days dead, but Olivia stood there in her hiking clothes, her expensive camera still hanging around her neck, her eyes wide and aware. Curtis, she said, and her voice was her own. I'd heard it in the briefing videos, watched her Instagram posts during research. This was her. Curtis, you have to help me. It won't let me leave. I can see it, watching, always watching. It's going to do to me what it did to the others. Where's Doug? I managed, fighting through the pressure in my skull. Where's Doug Pritchard? She pointed deeper into the trees. It took him last night. Took him into the hollow. I heard him screaming for hours. Eugene was shouting something behind me, but the words were muffled, distant. The world had contracted to just me and Olivia and the twisted trees and the growing certainty that something was very, very wrong. Come with me, I said. extending my hand. "We can get you out." She took a step forward, her hand reaching for mine. That's when I saw it. Just a glimpse, there and gone, like a magic eye picture snapping into focus. For one terrible moment, I saw what was really there. Not Olivia, something else. Something that had borrowed her shape like a coat, wearing her face like a mask. And beneath that mask, yellow eyes that I'd seen before, watching from between the trees. I yanked my hand back, stumbling. The Olivia thing tilted its head in that same owl-like motion. "Curtis," it said, and now I could hear the wrongness in the voice. The slight delay like a bad audio sync. "Why won't you help me?" "Because you're not her," I said, my hand finding my sidearm. The thing's smile was too wide, stretching Olivia's face like latex. But I could be. I could be Olivia. I could be your mother in that hospital bed. I could be the creditor at your door. I could be everything you fear and everything you've lost. That's what I do, Curtis Webb from Detroit. I am the space between what you hope for and what you dread. It took a step closer, and Olivia's face began to shift, features flowing like wax. For a moment it wore my mother's face, then Sophia's, then Sarah Brennan's, half destroyed, then faces I didn't recognize, dozens of them, centuries of victims flickering across its stolen flesh. "The program knows what I am," it continued in a voice that was many voices. "They've known for years. Why do you think they send people like you? The desperate ones. The ones no one will miss. You're not rescuers, Curtis. You're offerings." My gun was out, trained on the thing's center mass, but my hand shook. Where are they? Where are the real Olivia and Doug? The Whisper Man. Because that's what this was. What had always been. Spread its arms wide. Everywhere. Nowhere. They feed the hollow. They strengthen the barrier. And in return, I am allowed to continue. A contract written in blood and suffering. Renewed every season when the veil grows thin. Behind me, Eugene was closer now, shouting my name. His voice cut through the supernatural pressure like a lifeline. The thing noticed. Its smile faded, replaced by something like irritation. "Your friend is wise to fear me. He's seen what happens to those who interfere. Pennsylvania, wasn't it, Eugene? The one who tried to burn my altar? Did you ever find all of her pieces?" Eugene's voice, close enough to hear now. "Curtis, run." The Whisper Man moved. It was impossibly fast, crossing the distance in a heartbeat, shedding Olivia's form like a snake shedding skin. What emerged was something out of nightmare. Too tall, too thin, limbs that bent wrong, a face that was almost human but pulled just slightly off-center, like an AI's failed attempt at rendering reality. I fired. 3 shots, center mass the way I'd been trained. The bullets hit home. I saw them impact. But the thing didn't slow. It just smiled wider, those yellow eyes blazing with ancient hunger. Then Eugene was there, pulling me backward, and we were running. The forest erupted around us. Trees groaned and shifted, their branches reaching like claws. The ground itself seemed to buck and writhe, roots bursting up to snag our feet. And behind us, gaining with every impossible stride, the Whisper Man came, its laughter echoing off the trees like thunder. We burst through the circle's edge, and the world snapped back to something approaching normal. The supernatural pressure released like a popped balloon, sending us sprawling into the pine needles. "Keep moving." Eugene hauled me to my feet. "It can't leave the hollow. Not yet. But that won't stop it for long." "What the hell is it?" I gasped, my lungs burning. "Old," Eugene panted as we ran. "Older than the tribes. Older than the land itself. It's tied to places of power. Places where the world is thin. The program's been tracking it for decades, trying to contain it. But every time we think we have it figured out, it moves, or changes, or..." A tree exploded to our left, splinters flying like shrapnel. Through the gap I saw the Whisper Man, still in the circle but reaching, its arms extending like rubber, fingers like knives. "The symbols," I shouted. "The ones on the trees. They're marking territory." "It's spreading," Eugene confirmed. "Every year the hollow grows. Every year it needs more. And every year the program sends people like us to try to hold the line." We reached our extraction point as full darkness fell. Eugene triggered the emergency beacon while I kept my weapon trained on the tree line, expecting at any moment to see those yellow eyes emerge from the shadows. "Base, this is Team 7, Eugene spoke into the radio, his voice ragged. "We need immediate extraction. The folklore is confirmed active and hostile. Repeat, hostile entity confirmed. We have no survivors. Sophia's voice crackled back, calm as ever. Extraction en route. ETA 20 minutes. Hold position. 20 minutes. In the dark. With something inhuman stalking through the woods. Eugene, I said slowly. What happens if it catches us? He checked his weapon, his face grim in the beam of my flashlight. Then we become part of the hollow. Part of what feeds it. And next October, when the veil grows thin again, we'll be the ones calling for help, luring in the next rescue team. The whispers started again, circling us in the darkness. Not one voice now, but dozens, hundreds, all the victims of all the years, calling out in a horrific chorus. Help us, help us, help us. Don't listen, Eugene warned. It's just trying to draw us back. The real them are gone. This is just the echo. But I heard my mother's voice in that chorus. Heard her calling my name, begging me to come help her, to save her from the machines and the debt and the darkness closing in. It was a lie. I knew it was a lie. But God help me, I wanted to answer. The helicopter's searchlight found us 12 minutes later. A column of white in the absolute black of the forest night. Eugene popped orange smoke, and we moved into the clearing, weapons out, scanning the tree line for movement that never came. The Whisper Man was waiting. I could feel it. Patient and ancient and utterly sure of itself. Team 7, coming up, Eugene shouted over the rotor wash. The crew chief, a woman named Hazel with close-cropped gray hair, helped haul us aboard. As soon as our boots left the ground, the forest erupted. Trees shook like they were caught in a hurricane, though the air was still. And in the clearing we'd just vacated, I saw it. The Whisper Man, stepping out from between the pines, watching us rise with those yellow eyes. Its too-wide smile never faltering. It raised one impossibly long arm. Not a wave, a promise. Jesus Christ, Hazel breathed. You actually saw it. You knew, I said, the words coming out harsh. You all knew what was out there. She didn't deny it. Just handed us thermal blankets and coffee that tasted like dirt and salvation. We've known about the hollow sites for 30 years. North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Oregon. There are 11 confirmed locations, and we suspect dozens more. Places where something old lives, something that was here before us and will be here after. The missing people. Most are genuine disappearances. Wrong place, wrong time, especially in October. Some, she paused, choosing words carefully. Some are the program's attempts to understand it, to contain it. Eugene was very still beside me, his coffee untouched. Say that again. You're not just rescue, Eugene. You're research. Every team we send in gathers data, behavior patterns, attack vectors. We're learning how to fight it. Learning? I laughed, the sound edging toward hysteria. It told us. It said we're offerings. That the program has a deal with that thing. Hazel's expression didn't change. There's no deal, but there is a truth. It feeds regardless. Better we control the exposure, try to understand it, than let it spread unchecked. Every year the hollow grows, every year it gets stronger. If we do nothing, she gestured at the vast darkness below. How long before this isn't just isolated forests? Before it reaches the cities? The helicopter banked, heading north. Through the window I could see lights, a small town, maybe 10 miles from where we'd been. Families, kids, normal people living normal lives, unaware that something impossible was hunting just beyond the tree line. Olivia Chen and Doug Pritchard, I said. What happens to them? Officially? Missing, presumed dead. Their families will get closure packages, therapy, financial compensation. Hazel's voice was flat, professional. Unofficially, they're gone, Curtis. The thing you saw, it doesn't just kill, it consumes. Takes everything they were and adds it to itself. That's why it can wear their faces, speak their words. It's not mimicry, it's possession of their echo. I thought about my mother in Detroit, alone in that facility. The bills I'd been paying with the program's blood money. The apartment I could finally afford. Everything I'd gained by signing that contract. I want out, I said. Eugene laughed. Sharp, bitter. There is no out. You think you can go back to bartending after seeing what we saw? After knowing what's out there? It'll be in every shadow, every dark corner. You'll hear it in every whisper of wind. And eventually, one October night, you'll feel the pull, the hollow calling you back. He's right, Hazel confirmed. It marks you. Everyone who encounters it carries a piece of it forward. That's why we recruit from encounter survivors, former teams who escaped, witnesses who saw too much. Once you're touched by it, you're part of the program, whether you want to be or not. The helicopter descended toward a private airfield. Below, I could see the facility, unmarked, unofficial, the kind of place that didn't exist on any map. The program's headquarters for this region. Sophia was waiting on the tarmac. She watched us disembark with those same knowing eyes. Up close, I could see the scars on her hands. Faint but present. She'd been in the field once. She'd seen it too. "Debriefing in 30, she said. "Get cleaned up, get fed, then we need everything you remember," everything it said. "It knows about the program," I told her. "It's known for years. This isn't containment, is it? This is something else." Sophia studied me for a long moment. "Come with me." She led Eugene and me into the facility, past security checkpoints that required retinal scans and code words, down into sub-levels that got progressively colder. Finally, we reached a room that was part archive, part shrine. The walls were covered in photographs, maps, incident reports going back decades. "The Whisper Man, that's our name for it, borrowed from Appalachian folklore," Sophia began. "The tribes called it by other names, the settlers too. It's been hunting in these woods for at least 300 years, probably longer, and we've been studying it since 1987, when a Boy Scout troop disappeared in Wisconsin." She pulled up a file on a computer terminal, photos of missing people, hundreds of them. Every year, October specifically, the hollow grows more active. The veil between what we understand and what we don't gets thinner, and it hunts. For years we had no way to track it, no way to predict where it would appear. People just vanished. "Until," Eugene prompted, "until we realized it was building something. Each hollow is a node, a point of power, and they're spreading, slowly creating a network. We don't know what happens if that network completes, but our xenoanthropologists have theories." "Xenoanthropologists," I repeated. "The study of non-human intelligence." Sophia pulled up a map showing the hollow sites, connected by thin red lines. The pattern was geometric, deliberate. Whatever the Whisper Man is, it's not mindless. It's patient, strategic, and it's been working towards something for centuries. The map showed 11 confirmed sites, but the red lines extended beyond them, pointing to empty spaces. Future sites, the network spreading like a cancer across the eastern United States. "You want us to stop it?" I said. "We want you to understand it," Sophia corrected. "Every encounter gives us data. Every team that survives adds to our knowledge base. You're not offerings, Curtis. You're our front line. The only thing standing between that thing and the rest of the world." "And if we fail?" Eugene asked quietly. Sophia's expression was grim. "Then by this time next year, there will be 12 hollow sites, then 13, then 20, and eventually the network will complete, and whatever the Whisper Man has been building all these centuries will come to fruition." She closed the files, turned to face us directly. "I'm not going to lie to you. The program loses people, a lot of people, but every loss buys us time, buys us knowledge, and maybe, eventually we'll figure out how to kill it, how to close the hollows for good. Or maybe we just keep feeding it," I said, "and telling ourselves it's for the greater good." "Maybe," Sophia agreed, "but what's the alternative? Ignorance, letting it spread unchecked while people die." I didn't have an answer to that. They put us up in quarters that night. Real beds, hot showers, food that didn't taste like fear and adrenaline. But I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the Whisper Man smile, heard that chorus of voices calling from the hollow. "Help us, help us, help us." Around 3 a.m., I found Eugene in the facility's common area, nursing coffee and staring at incident reports. "Can't sleep either," he asked. "Keep hearing them," I admitted. "The voices." He nodded. "That never goes away. Pennsylvania was 3 years ago, and I still hear her sometimes. The woman who tried to burn the altar, she was a good agent, smart, but the hollow got inside her head, convinced her she could end it with fire. What happened? It took her apart piece by piece while she was still alive, screaming, and it made us watch." He took a long drink of coffee. "The program found most of her, eventually." "Why do you stay?" I asked. Eugene was quiet for a long time. "Because someone has to. Because if people like us don't stand between that thing and the world, who will? The government won't acknowledge it. The military can't fight it. We're it, Curtis. We're all there is." That's not enough, I said. No, he agreed. It's not. But it's what we've got. Morning came with new assignments. The program was sending us to Oregon next. Another hollow site, another set of disappearances. The cycle continuing, endless and inevitable. But before we left, Sophia pulled me aside. Your mother, she said. The facility in Detroit. We've been covering her care. I know. That's why I took the job. If you stay on, Sophia continued, we can do more. Experimental treatments. The best doctors. She could have years instead of months. The carrot. Always the carrot. And if I leave, then you leave. We don't force anyone to stay, Curtis. But the program takes care of its own. And your mother would want you to do the work that saves lives. Would she? I wasn't sure anymore. But I thought about Olivia Chen's mother, somewhere in Asheville, still waiting for her daughter to come home. About Doug Pritchard's wife, wondering why her husband never made it back from his hunting trip. About all the families across all the years, left with nothing but questions and graves that held whatever pieces the program managed to recover. I'll stay, I heard myself say, but I want to know everything. Every report, every encounter, every theory. If I'm risking my life out there, I deserve to know what I'm fighting. Sophia smiled, the expression almost sad. Welcome to the program, Curtis. Really welcome this time. That was 6 months ago. Since then I've been to 4 more sites. Seen the Whisper Man twice more. Brief glimpses, yellow eyes watching from the trees. We've lost 3 people from other teams. The hollows continue to grow. But we're learning. Slowly, painfully, we're understanding how it moves, how it thinks. We've started finding the missing faster. Extracting them before the hollow can claim them. Not always. Not often enough. But sometimes. My mother got into the experimental program. Last week she called to tell me the treatments were working. She sounded stronger than she had in years. She asked when I was coming home to visit. I told her soon. Told her I loved her. Didn't tell her about the scars on my hands where the Whisper Man's claws had grazed me in Wisconsin. Didn't tell her about the nightmares, or the way I sometimes hear whispers in empty rooms. Eugene says that's normal. Says it means I'm part of the hollow now, connected to it. That one day, if I'm not careful, it might use that connection to call me back. But he also says it means I can feel when the hollow is active, sense when it's hunting. That makes me valuable. Makes me an asset instead of just another desperate recruit. The program ships out for Wyoming tomorrow. A new hollow site, or maybe just the beginning of one. Reports of strange sounds in the Medicine Bow National Forest. Hikers reporting feeling watched. Symbols carved in trees. It might be the Whisper Man. Might be something else. The program has files on 14 different entities, and they suspect dozens more. I'll go. Eugene will be there, and Hazel and a dozen others like us. People who've seen things they can't unsee, who've traded normal lives for the chance to hold the line against darkness. It's not enough. It'll never be enough. But it's what we've got. And somewhere in the Wyoming wilderness, the hollow is waiting. Patient, ancient, hungry, always hungry.